Chapter 340. At this moment, Wenyu and Situ Po were extremely grateful to Fong Chen. If it wasn't for Fong Chen's timely arrival, they would have already died at the hands of Feng Xian. However, while they were grateful, they were also shocked. Fong Chen's cultivation was too strong. He had only been in the central region for a short period of time, but he was already able to reach such a level. Feng Xian was the chief disciple of the Wind Island. His cultivation had reached the early 9th level of the Qi High Realm. However, when facing Fong Chen, he didn't even have the chance to retaliate and was killed. This kind of strength was considered very strong in the entire divine illusion space. "Brother Fong, thank you." Wenyu nodded towards Fong Chen and said, "Brother Fong, why are you here?" Situ Po asked curiously. "I met Qin Zhen," Fong Chen said. After resting for a short while, Fong Chen gave Situ Po and Wenyu some healing pills, allowing their injuries to be temporarily stabilized. Finally, Fong Chen brought the two of them to find Qin Zhen. After 2 hours, Fong Chen found Qin Zhen. At this moment, Qin Zhen had already woken up from his coma. His complexion had also improved a little. When he saw Wenyu and Situ Po, his face was filled with excitement. "Why were you chased by the disciples of the Wind Island?" Only now did Fong Chen think of something and asked. Wenyu slightly shook her head and said, "Brother Fong, the three of us accidentally found a strange place. This strange place is very special. We guessed that there must be an inheritance treasure here. At the same time we found it, the disciples of the Wind Island also found it. They wanted to kill us. Luckily, the three of us had some life-saving method. We were in a deadlock in the Skywater Plains." Situ Po said. "Strange place?" Fong Chen's heart trembled. He was extremely puzzled. In the divine illusion space, a place that could be called a strange place must be extraordinary. That's right. This strange place is located in a valley not far from the Skywater Plains. We only glanced at it from outside the valley. It was all gray inside and we couldn't see anything clearly," Qin Zhen said. Fong Chen narrowed his eyes and quickly thought about it. "Brother Fong, now that the three of us have suffered such heavy injuries, we can no longer explore this strange place. We'll tell you the location. Go take a look. Who knows, you might be able to gain something," Wenyu said. Fong Chen nodded his head. When he entered the divine illusion space, Fong Chen naturally wouldn't miss. In the end, after chatting with the three people for a while, Fong Chen took the little mouse and left. This place was quite secluded and was quite safe. Fong Chen settled the three people down and had them recover here. According to Wenyu, Fong Chen once more arrived at the Skywater Plains. After arriving at the Skywater Plains, Fong Chen raised his eyes and looked over. To his surprise, he discovered that at the end of the Skywater Plains, there was an extremely hidden valley. If it wasn't for Wenyu and the other two informing him beforehand, Fong Chen would have absolutely no way to find this valley. "Let's go take a look," said Fong Chen. Then he flew into the valley. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed since the divine illusion space had opened. During this month, the divine illusion space was incomparably lively. In the outside world, the entire central region seemed to have sunk into silence. The various large sects were all very quiet. They were all waiting for the moment when the divine illusion space would close. Jianzhou City, Sword Reverence Peak, Sword Reverence Sect. Tianjianzi stood on the main peak, looking at the entire Jianzhou City. His face was calm. After a long while, he shook his head. "Senior apprentice brother, what is it?" Jian Wufeng asked from behind him. "Recently, I've been feeling uneasy," said Tianjianzi. "Why?" Jian Wufeng was startled. "I keep feeling that there's a sense of danger enveloping our entire Sword Reverence sect," said Tianjianzi. Hearing that, Jian Wufeng was even more startled. Tianjianzi was a condensing reality expert. For him to feel this sense of danger, just how terrifying was that? "Senior apprentice brother, what should we do?" asked Jian Wufeng urgently. Wait, said Tianjianzi. Just as Tianjianzi finished speaking, a boundless aura suddenly appeared in the sky above Jianzhou City. What? Sensing that boundless aura, Jian Wufeng's expression changed. He directly rang the Sword Reverence Sect's bell. The Sword Reverence Sect's bell was only rung when the sect was facing a great threat. Now that it was rung, the Sword Reverence Sect's disciples all entered a state of alert. Rumble. The moment those auras appeared, a martial artist covered in a black aura suddenly appeared within the Sword Reverence Sect. He looked at Tianjianzi. Tianjianzi, I'm afraid there's no need for your Sword Reverence Sect to exist anymore, said the black figure coldly. Feeling the black figure's aura, Tianjianzi frowned slightly. How did my Sword Reverence Sect offend you? You don't need to know. Today, the Sword Reverence Sect will be erased from the Golden Crown country. Just as the black figure finished speaking, a condensing reality expert's aura suddenly exploded out. That wild aura was filled with boundless killing intent as he charged towards Tianjianzi. Just as Tianjianzi was about to make his move, 5 figures suddenly appeared behind the black shadow. The moment these 5 figures appeared, Tianjianzi's pupils shrank and a pained expression appeared on his face. Martial Marquis. These 5 people were all experts on the Martial Marquis list. Tianjianzi even recognized a few of them. Why are you attacking my Sword Reverence Sect? Asked Tianjianzi coldly. Tianjianzi, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for offending someone you shouldn't have. The 5 martial marquises attacked one after another. When the martial marquises attacked, the entire Sword Reverence Sect fell into chaos. Tianjianzi wanted to stop the 5 martial marquises, but with the black figure present, he couldn't be distracted. Rumble. A bitter battle broke out in the Sword Reverence Sect. Countless buildings collapsed, and all the cultivators let out miserable cries. No! Screams of agony spread throughout the entire Sword State City, shocking countless warriors in Sword State City. Ah! Tianjianzi was infuriated when he saw the Sword Reverence Sect covered in blood. He suddenly roared, and a wild aura erupted from his body. In the next instant, the ground of the Sword Reverence Sect began to tremble. Buzz. The trembling grew stronger, and finally, the ground of the Sword Reverence Sect split apart. A huge sword appeared from the ground, floating in the air. Seeing the huge sword appear, Tianjianzi gripped the huge sword tightly and spat out a mouthful of blood onto the huge sword. Next, the huge sword exuded a wild aura. So this is your Sword Reverence Sect's foundation? The black figure was startled when he saw the huge sword. Every 2-star sect had its own foundation. That was why most experts didn't want to provoke a 2-star sect. And the Sword Reverence Sect's foundation was this huge sword. Tianjianzi saw that the Sword Reverence Sect was about to be destroyed, and he didn't hesitate to use this huge sword. Swish! When the huge sword appeared, its sword intent seemed to break through the clouds, causing the 5 martial marquises to stop their attacks. A trifling huge sword isn't enough to stop me. The black figure had only just finished speaking when a wild aura erupted from it, directly attacking Tianjianzi. The 5 martial marquises once more began their slaughter. Swish! Jian Wufeng wanted to stop the 5 martial marquises, but he was killed by one of them. Trash! The 5 martial marquises were constantly reaping the lives of the Sword Reverence Sect's disciples. In just a moment, the entire Sword Reverence Sect was in ruins. Other than Tianjianzi, who was fighting the black figure in the air, the Sword Reverence Sect was completely destroyed. Rumble! After destroying the Sword Reverence Sect, the 5 martial marquises jumped into the air and appeared beside Tianjianzi, joining the battle. Shush! Tianjianzi held the huge sword in his hand, his heart pained. He roared towards the sky and swung the huge sword in his hand. Suddenly, a majestic sword light appeared in front of the 5 martial marquises. Naturally, the 5 martial marquises didn't dare to take the huge sword head-on. Their bodies retreated continuously. At the same time, the black figure displayed a heaven-defying skill and punched Tianjianzi's body. Boom! Tianjianzi's body was directly smashed into the ground, and the huge sword in his hand was ruthlessly stabbed into the ruins of the Sword Reverence sect. Boom! When the huge sword was stabbed into the ruins of the Sword Reverence sect, a terrifying aura shrouded the entire Sword Reverence sect. Tianjianzi crawled out from the ground and looked at the ruins of the Sword Reverence sect, his heart aching. Where there's life, there's hope. Tianjianzi's body flashed, and he immediately escaped. Seeing that Tianjianzi was escaping, the black figure led the 5 martial marquises to chase after him. In the blink of an eye, the former two-star sect was turned into ruins. The entire Reverence Sword Peak was a mess, and blood flowed like a river. On the Reverence Sword Peak, a huge sword was stabbed into the ground. This huge sword was surrounded by a sky-ripping sword intent, protecting the Sword Reverence sect. No one was able to get close to the Reverence Sword Peak. All the martial artists in the Sword State City were shocked as they watched from afar. 3 days later, a huge piece of news spread throughout the Golden Crown country. The two-star sect was completely destroyed. All the disciples were killed, and the sect leader, Tianjianzi, escaped with heavy injuries. No one knew where he went. When this news came out, it shook the entire Golden Crown country. That was a two-star sect, yet it was actually destroyed by someone. Everyone knew that it was a black shadow who brought 5 martial marquises. Some people recognized the 5 martial marquises, but they didn't know who the black figure was. Fang Chen, who was in the divine illusion space, didn't know that the Sword Reverence sect had been destroyed. He was approaching the valley. Before arriving at the valley, Fang Chen discovered that there was a very powerful formation around the valley. It was hazy inside and he couldn't see anything. "What a strange formation," said Fang Chen. Just as Fang Chen finished speaking, a shadow suddenly flashed within the formation. However, it disappeared in a flash. However, Fang Chen's gaze happened to catch sight of this shadow. His pupils shrank and his face was filled with disbelief. Chapter 341. Fang Chen had originally intended to carefully observe the mysterious array formation before entering. However, when he saw that familiar figure, he resolutely entered the array formation. How is this possible? Fang Chen's eyes were filled with shock. His heart was in turmoil. The scene before him was too strange. Why is he here? Although that figure had disappeared in a flash, Fang Chen had caught a glimpse of that figure's face. He was certain that he had not recognized the wrong person. Swoosh! Fang Chen entered the array formation. Suddenly, a powerful aura swept over him. Within the array formation, a dusky aura was everywhere, making Fang Chen unable to understand the situation around him. This is an illusory array. Fang Chen frowned slightly. Soon after, he calmed himself down and surveyed his surroundings. After entering the illusory array, Fang Chen discovered how terrifying this illusory array was. Huff, huff. Inside the illusory array, gusts of chilly wind blew past, causing Fang Chen to frown. Suddenly, Fang Chen sensed a wild chilly wind blowing towards him from afar. Crash! Fang Chen activated his 3-star Dao body and his physical defense was instantly raised to the extreme. When the chilly wind blew past his body, he felt pain all over his body. This illusory array is too strange. Fang Chen thought to himself. This illusory array was not just a simple illusory array. There were also some offensive array formations mixed within the illusory array. Huff, huff. The wild chilly wind constantly blew past Fang Chen's body. Fortunately, Fang Chen's physical body had reached the 3-star Dao body, so he was barely able to withstand the attack of the chilly wind. At this moment, what puzzled Fang Chen even more was how he was able to withstand the attack of the chilly wind. No matter what, let's find the array base first. Fang Chen pondered for a moment before saying. Although Fang Chen didn't know much about arrays, he had come into contact with them in the past. The most important parts of an array were the array base and the control center. Once the array base was destroyed, a loophole would appear in the array. If the control center was destroyed, the array would instantly shatter. Because of the familiar figure he had just seen, Fang Chen entered the illusory array. After some analysis by Fang Chen, he was ready to search for the array base. Just as Fang Chen was searching for the formation base, the little mouse suddenly jumped out of his shoulder with a whoosh and entered the gray fog. Fang Chen wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Fang Chen was a little worried about the little mouse, but he knew that the little mouse would not enter the gray fog for no reason. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, a quarter of an hour had passed. During this time, Fang Chen had not found the array base. This illusory array was much more powerful than he had imagined. The array base was too difficult to find. However, at a certain moment, Fang Chen received an unexpected reward. The little mouse suddenly appeared. After the little mouse appeared, it chirped at Fang Chen and gestured with its little paws, indicating that Fang Chen should follow it. Although Fang Chen was puzzled, he still followed the little mouse. He didn't know where the little mouse was taking him, so he kept moving forward. After the little mouse led Fang Chen forward for about 3 minutes, it suddenly stopped. The little mouse turned to look at Fang Chen and chirped while pointing at the ground. "You're saying that there's a corner of the array base here?" Fang Chen looked at the little mouse and said with a face full of shock. The little mouse heard this and quickly nodded. Looking at the smile on the little mouse's face, Fang Chen decided to believe in the little mouse. He then took out the hidden star sword and activated the 7th level of the water and fire sword technique to attack the place where the little mouse was pointing. Boom! Just as Fang Chen's hidden star sword fiercely attacked the ground, the entire illusory array suddenly trembled. In the next moment, in the illusory array, the gray fog around Fang Chen instantly dissipated, and Fang Chen's surroundings actually became bright. Fang Chen's face was full of joy. "It's really a corner of the array base." Fang Chen was very excited. He didn't think that the little mouse would be able to easily find the location of the array base. Now it would be even easier for him to break the illusory array. Fang Chen urged his 3-star Dao body to resist the cold wind while relying on the little mouse's guidance to destroy the array base. After about an hour, Fang Chen had already destroyed 5 array bases. With Fang Chen as the center, everything within a few hundred meters was clear. The more he destroyed the array bases, the more Fang Chen discovered that the mysterious valley had already appeared in front of him. However, just as the little mouse was leading Fang Chen to destroy the 6th array base, a figure suddenly appeared and attacked Fang Chen without any explanation. Bang bang bang! Caught off guard, Fang Chen was hit by the figure and his body was constantly pushed back. But when he stabilized his body, his pupils suddenly shrank. "Xiahou Wu!" Fang Chen involuntarily cried out. He didn't dare imagine that the person attacking him was Xiahou Wu. Just now, Fang Chen had seen Xiahou Wu's figure flash by outside the valley and had entered the illusory array. But what he hadn't expected was that Xiahou Wu would take the initiative to attack him. Swish! The sword in Xiahou Wu's hand shot out a cold light. In the next instant, Xiahou Wu unleashed a fierce attack, constantly attacking Fang Chen. "Xiahou Wu, I am Fang Chen!" shouted Fang Chen as he used the hidden star sword to block Xiahou Wu's attacks. Xiahou Wu acted as if he hadn't heard Fang Chen's words. He was like a walking corpse, constantly attacking Fang Chen. Furthermore, his attacks were extremely tyrannical. Even Fang Chen was unable to block them for a long time. Bang! During one of their attacks, Fang Chen used the 7th level of the transformative flame water sword art to defeat Xiahou Wu. Then he roared, "Xiahou Wu, what happened to you?" When Fang Chen had seen Xiahou Wu's figure flash by outside the illusory array, he had been extremely shocked. At that time, he had personally seen Greed and Huohuo join hands to force Xiahou Wu down the cliff. He had thought that Xiahou Wu was definitely dead. but he hadn't expected Xiahou Wu to appear in this illusory array. And most importantly, Xiahou Wu didn't seem to remember him at all. Could it be that he's being controlled? Fang Chen suddenly thought of this. Then he carefully observed Xiahou Wu. Fang Chen was shocked to find that the corner of Xiahou Wu's eyes was filled with the aura of the Yellow Spring sect. This is the aura of the Yellow Spring sect. Fang Chen involuntarily cried out. Could it be that Xiahou Wu is being controlled by the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect? When he had discovered the aura of the Yellow Spring sect on Xiahou Wu's body, Fang Chen had instantly determined that this illusory array had something to do with the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. Although Fang Chen was very suspicious, the most important thing right now was to control Xiahou Wu. After all, Xiahou Wu and Fang Chen were both disciples of the Reverence Sword sect. Fang Chen couldn't bear to kill him. Xiao beams of cold light collided in the sky one after another, producing deafening noises. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu had been fighting for 15 minutes. The more they fought, the more shocked Fang Chen became. What had Xiahou Wu experienced at the bottom of the cliff? Why had his battle strength become so strong? If Fang Chen's guess was correct, Xiahou Wu's cultivation level had also stepped into the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. His strength was on par with Fang Chen's. After a fierce battle, the star-concealing sword in Fang Chen's hand gradually gained the upper hand. In one of the clashes, Fang Chen's star-concealing sword defeated Xiahou Wu. Now! Suddenly Fang Chen roared. The red level soul in his mind instantly exploded, floating in the sky and turning into a flame. Great Luo soul-killing flame. Fang Chen used the time when Xiahou Wu retreated to display the great Luo soul-killing flame. Immediately, the flame drilled into Xiahou Wu's mind and attacked his soul. Ah! Xiahou Wu let out a miserable cry. He was trying his best to resist Fang Chen's soul attack. At this moment, Fang Chen took advantage of this opportunity to appear in front of Xiahou Wu with the star-concealing sword in his hand. Xiahou Wu wanted to attack Fang Chen, but Fang Chen's sword pierced his arm, causing blood to flow out. Bang! In the next instant, Fang Chen clenched his fist and fiercely punched Xiahou Wu's head, causing him to instantly faint. After Xiahou Wu fainted, Fang Chen put away the star-concealing sword and carefully inspected Xiahou Wu's body. If he didn't inspect, he wouldn't know. But once he did, he was shocked. Within Xiahou Wu's Dantian Qi Si, there was a pure Yellow Spring sect aura. This aura was extremely evil, as if it was controlling Xiahou Wu. Could it be this pure Yellow Spring sect aura? Fang Chen was puzzled. After weighing the pros and cons, Fang Chen decided to use his own boundless spirit qi to refine the pure Yellow Spring sect aura within Xiahou Wu's Dantian Qi Si. Fang Chen's hands pressed against Xiahou Wu's body. A wild attractive force gradually entered Xiahou Wu's body. An hour later, the pure Yellow Spring sect aura within Xiahou Wu's Dantian Qi Si disappeared. At this time, a ball of light appeared above Fang Chen's palm. This ball of light was the pure Yellow Spring sect aura that had been absorbed from Xiahou Wu's Dantian Qi Si. Just as Fang Chen was pondering how to refine this aura, the little mouse suddenly jumped onto Fang Chen's palm and swallowed the ball of light. After swallowing the ball of light, a layer of purple light appeared on the little mouse's body, but it disappeared in a flash. Then the little mouse rubbed its stomach as if it was enjoying itself. Finally, it raised its head and beamed at Fang Chen. The little mouse stood on Fang Chen's palm, its little paws spread out as if it had nothing to do with itself. The pure Yellow Spring sect aura was extremely vicious. Fang Chen didn't dare to act on his own, so he was pondering how to refine this Yellow Spring sect aura. However, the little mouse's casual action had solved a huge problem for Fang Chen. Fang Chen stared with his eyes wide open and his mouth agape. Chapter 342. The difficult problem had been easily solved by the little mouse. Fang Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even now, he still didn't know what race the little mouse was. Back then, he had just casually bought it. He really hadn't expected to find such a treasure. Now, Fang Chun had discovered many of the little mouse's abilities. The first was that it could eat. No matter what it was, it could swallow it. The second was that its teeth were unimaginably hard. Even if it was a meteorite, it could easily bite through it. The third was that its cultivation speed was like a rocket. It was something Fang Chun couldn't compare to. Furthermore, ever since it had obtained the Scarlet Cloud Beast King's inheritance, the little mouse had changed a lot. Fang Chun was even thinking that once he left the divine illusion space, he would definitely have to properly understand the little mouse. After the little mouse finished swallowing the pure aura of the Yellow Springs sect, with a swoosh, it jumped onto Xiaohu's face. With a poof, it farted. Not bad, you didn't see wrong. It was just a fart. After the little mouse finished farting, it mischievously jumped back onto Fang Chen's shoulder. What made Fang Chen even more shocked was that the little mouse's fart had actually caused the unconscious Fang Chen to wake up. Cough cough. Xiaohu, who still hadn't opened his eyes, suddenly coughed several times. Then he opened his eyes, his hands constantly fanning in front of his head. What is that smell? It stinks, muttered Xiaohu. Fang Chen's eyes widened. Looking at Xiaohu, he laughed heartily. Suddenly, Xiaohu turned to look at Fang Chen. His eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty light. The instant he saw Fang Chen, Xiaohu felt an urge to kill him. But he forcibly suppressed it. Xiaohu, are you all right? Fang Chen saw that something was wrong with Xiaohu and asked. Fang Chen. Xiaohu's voice was hoarse as he looked at Fang Chen. His body was emitting a wild killing intent. Why are you here? I heard that there was a mysterious valley here, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect you to be in an illusion, so I came in, Fang Chen said. Hearing this, Xiaohu sank into silence. After a long while, Xiaohu stared at Fang Chen and said, Fang Chen, thank you. Xiaohu knew that Fang Chen had come in because he saw that he was inside the illusory array. He was very moved in his heart. Xiaohu, what's wrong with you? Seeing that something was wrong with Xiaohu, Fang Chen asked. Xiaohu shook his head and said, Fang Chen, you should not have come here. I'm afraid that I will not be able to control the evil qi in my body and will attack you. Hearing Xiaohu's words, Fang Chen was even more puzzled. After you fell off the cliff, what did you experience? Hearing this, Xiaohu looked at Fang Chen with some confusion. That day I just happened to be passing by. But I was a bit late. By the time I saw you, you had already been forced down the cliff by greed and huaxia. Fang Chen explained. Xiaohu nodded, sinking into his memories. I originally thought that after falling off the cliff, I would definitely die. But what I didn't expect was that not only did I not die, I even accidentally absorbed the blood essence of a protector of the Yellow Spring sect. Xiaohu slowly said. The blood essence of a protector of the Yellow Spring sect? Fang Chen involuntarily cried out. A protector of the Yellow Spring sect was a true condensation expert at his peak. His blood essence was definitely incomparably domineering. That's right, the blood essence of a protector of the Yellow Spring sect is extremely domineering. After I absorbed it, I felt like I couldn't control myself. My body was filled with endless killing intent. Finally, I was inadvertently disturbed by the blood essence of a protector of the Yellow Spring sect, causing me to randomly attack others. However, because of this, I was able to safely leave the cliff. Under the guidance of the blood essence of a protector of the Yellow Spring sect, I came here and entered the illusion array. After I entered the illusion array, I was completely blinded by the blood essence and lost myself. At that time, there was only one thought in my mind, and that was to kill all the cultivators who tried to break the illusion array. Fang Chen finally understood the twists and turns of Xiaohu's story. Looking at the grave and stern Xiaohu, Fang Chen didn't dare to imagine just how much pain Xiaohu had to endure. Fang Chen, thank you. Xiaohu nodded to Fang Chen. His voice was hoarse as he said, I know. You helped me absorb the blood essence of a protector in my chi. Because of this, I was able to completely awaken. Xiaohu, there's no need for this between us, said Fangchen. However, although the protector's blood essence in my chi has been refined by you, the killing intent within the protector's blood essence has already seeped into my blood. The current me is filled with ruthlessness. My head is filled with killing intent. Sometimes I am simply unable to control it, said Xiaohu. Fangchen nodded. He understood Xiaohu's current situation very well. If Xiaohu's mind wasn't firm enough, he would definitely once more be blinded by the yellow spring sect's aura. At that time, he would truly become a killing machine. Xiaohu, you have to hold on, said Fangchen. Take me away from here. A sinister expression suddenly appeared on Xiaohu's face as he crazily shouted. Xiaohu, what's wrong? Fangchen hastily asked upon seeing this. Under this illusion array, there is a remnant of the yellow spring sect. He is struggling at death's door to heal himself. As long as I am in this illusion array, I will be able to sense his aura. After a long time, I will lose my mind. Xiaohu said each word with great difficulty. Fangchen sensed Xiaohu's pain and immediately said, You and I will work together to break the foundation of this illusion formation. Then we'll leave this place. As soon as Fangchen said this, the little mouse understood tacitly. It madly ran, bringing Xiaohu and Fangchen to find the foundation of the formation. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh with Fangchen and Xiaohu working together, destroying the foundation of the formation was far too easy. In just 3 minutes they had destroyed 5 foundations. Continue, said Fangchen. The little mouse was extremely familiar with illusion formations. It didn't take long for them to find all the foundations. At this time, Xiaohu was already on the verge of going crazy. He did his best to hold on to his last bit of reason as he worked together with Fangchen to destroy the foundation of the formation. Boom! When the final foundation was destroyed by the two of them, the dusky aura in the valley completely dissipated. In the center of the illusion formation, a small altar appeared. This altar was the control center of the illusion formation. Ah! The current Xiaohu seemed to have gone crazy. The closer he got to the control center, the more he couldn't bear it. Fangchen! Shouted Xiaohu. Fangchen saw this and said, Xiaohu, don't get close. Xiaohu shook his head. When we destroy the control center, the surviving member of the Yellow Spring sect will definitely appear. The two of us will work together to deal with him. Xiaohu's expression was sinister as he did his best to hold onto his last bit of reason. Fangchen nodded and quickly appeared in front of the control center. In an instant, a dense aura of the Yellow Spring sect wrapped around Fangchen. You want to confuse me? Fangchen coldly snorted and the hidden star sword fiercely danced. At the same time, Xiaohu also exploded with an extremely powerful attack. Rumble! With a fierce explosion, the small altar was instantly destroyed by the two of them. The instant the altar was destroyed, an illusory figure appeared in front of the two of them. Damned human, you dare disturb my recuperation? Fangchen narrowed his eyes and stared at this Yellow Spring sect survivor. He didn't say anything. Brat, as my servant, you actually dare to collude with a human. Seeing Xiaohu, the Yellow Spring sect survivor's expression changed. He's my good friend, said Fangchen gravely. When this illusory figure saw Xiaohu, the latter let out a miserable shriek. Within his blood, a murderous aura was unceasingly surging. Fangchen, hurry and attack. Xiaohu was afraid he wouldn't be able to endure. Once he lost his reason, he wouldn't even recognize Fangchen. At that time, he would definitely be at the mercy of the Yellow Spring sect survivor. 7th level of the Water and Fire Sword Art. The 7th level of the Water and Fire Sword Art was instantly unleashed. Boundless sword intent enveloped the illusory figure. Damned human! Gotcha! When Fang Chen's hidden star sword struck the illusory figure instantly dissipated. Yes, an illusion. When Fang Chen saw this, his expression changed slightly. He's underground and is heavily injured. This is a chance. Xiaohu shouted crazily. Fang Chen nodded. He held the hidden star sword in his hand and suddenly slashed at the ground. Suddenly, a sword light flashed and a crack appeared on the ground. Fang Chen didn't hesitate to enter the crack. Chapter 343. The reason why Fang Chen dared to charge into the crack in the ground was because he had carefully analyzed the situation. The remaining member of the Yellow Springs sect hidden under the illusion array was definitely heavily injured and unable to move. Otherwise, he would not have been able to destroy the array so recklessly. Now, he had joined forces with Xiahou Wu and even destroyed the control of the array. The fact that this hidden Yellow Spring sect survivor still hadn't appeared meant that he was too heavily injured. After sensing Xiahou Wu's situation, Fang Chen directly drilled into the ground. After Fang Chen drilled into the crack, Xiahou Wu endured his headache and also drilled into the ground. While below the crack was an extremely large palace. It looked like a tomb. At the very front of the palace was a skinny figure. This figure exuded the terrifying aura of the Yellow Spring sect. Yellow Spring sect survivor. Fang Chen's eyes flashed when he saw this Yellow Spring sect survivor. Just as the two of them entered the underground palace, the remnant of the Yellow Springs sect suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, a blinding light shot out. At the same time, Xiahou Wu finally couldn't endure the bloodthirst in his blood. With a furious roar, he clenched his fists and fiercely punched the wall beside him. Fang Chen, quickly kill him. I can't control it. Xiahou Wu's eyes were scarlet as he roared furiously. Seeing this, Fang Chen grasped the hidden star sword and took a step forward, appearing directly in front of the Yellow Spring sect survivor. With a crack, the sword pierced through the Yellow Spring sect survivor's head. The Yellow Spring sect won't let you go. The surviving member of the Yellow Springs sect uttered these words hysterically before dying. The instant the Yellow Spring sect survivor died, Xiahou Wu returned to normal. The bloodthirsty killing intent in his blood was also under control. Fang Chen, thank you. Xiahou Wu clasped his hands towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded. He looked around him and frowned. It seems that this is not the only survivor of the Yellow Spring sect in the divine illusion space. After that intense battle, many of the survivors of the Yellow Springs sect hid in the divine illusion space to recover. Xiahou Wu said, others might not be able to find the remnants of the Yellow Springs sect, but I can. I can sense the aura of the Yellow Springs sect within 100 kilometers of me. However, but what? Fang Chen asked. Have you thought about it? What if we find a Yellow Springs sect survivor that's stronger than the two of us? Xiahou Wu asked fearfully. Fang Chen was startled and fell into silence. They didn't know how many members of the Yellow Springs sect were hiding in the divine illusion space. If they ran into the captain and the hall master, it would be fine. But if they ran into the enforcers who had recovered from their injuries, they wouldn't be able to stop them. However, there's no need to be so pessimistic. According to my guess, those powerful enforcers had even more severe injuries back then. Some were even on the verge of death. They won't be able to recover in a short time. Xiahou Wu nodded. Looking around, Fang Chen prepared to leave with Xiahou Wu. But at this time, Xiahou Wu waved his hand to indicate for Fang Chen to stop. He then walked straight to where the Yellow Springs sect survivors had been. Bang! Xiahou Wu activated all the power in his body and gathered it on his fist. Then, he fiercely punched the wall in front of him. Crack! The wall was unable to endure Xiahou Wu's full-strength attack and loudly shattered. After the wall shattered, Xiahou Wu discovered that there were some thumb-sized yellow stones within the wall. When he saw these yellow stones, a faint smile appeared on Xiahou Wu's face. This is a spirit embryo. Xiahou Wu's actions were very strange. Fang Chen turned his head to look at the wall that Xiahou Wu had destroyed. When he turned around, his gaze instantly turned wooden. That was because he saw that there were many thumb-sized yellow stones within the wall. These stones contained boundless spiritual qi. Correct. The reason the survivors of the Yellow Spring sect are recovering here is because of these spirit embryos, said Xiahou Wu. Spirit embryos were legendary treasures. It was said that when a martial artist absorbed a spirit embryo, they would be able to refine their own spiritual qi and make it even purer. Fang Chen naturally knew what pure spiritual qi represented. In the same realm, if your spiritual qi was purer than your opponent's, then your strength would be much greater. Although a spirit embryo was unable to increase a martial artist's cultivation base, it was able to purify spiritual qi. There are spirit embryos within this wall. Fang Chen revealed a pleasantly surprised expression and said with a smile. Crash! Xiahou Wu completely destroyed the wall. Instantly, a large amount of spirit embryos appeared in front of the two of them. The entire palace was filled with dense spiritual qi. Many of the spirit embryos here have been absorbed by the survivors of the Yellow Spring sect. There are only a few left, said Xiahou Wu. After a simple count, there were a total of 50 spirit embryos within the wall. Looking at these 50 thumb-sized yellow stones, Fang Chen sighed. Let's split them, said Xiahou Wu. Xiahou Wu and Fang Chen split the spirit embryos equally. Let's refine them here, said Fang Chen. After obtaining 25 spirit embryos, Fang Chen sat down cross-legged and began to refine them. Slightly closing his eyes, Fang Chen placed a thumb-sized spirit embryo into his mouth. The spirit embryo immediately flowed down his throat and entered his Dantian Qi Si. When the spirit embryo entered his Dantian Qi Si, the liquefied spiritual qi within his Dantian Qi Si began to wildly revolve. At this moment, the spirit embryo was constantly emitting a wild spiritual qi. This spiritual qi quickly merged with the liquefied spiritual qi. 3 minutes later, the first spirit embryo was completely refined. Fang Chen discovered that the liquefied spiritual qi within his Dantian Qi Si seemed to be a little purer, but it was not too obvious. Continue. Fang Chen continued to refine the spirit embryos. Compared to Fang Chen, Xiahou Wu's refining speed was much faster. In an hour, Xiahou Wu had completely refined 25 spirit embryos. At this time, the aura around his body had become much stronger. In his Dantian Qi Si, the liquefied spiritual qi had become incomparably pure. This caused his strength to rise once again. If there are enough spirit embryos, my strength can still increase, Xiahou Wu said in a low voice. After Xiahou Wu finished refining the spirit embryos, he turned his head to look at Fang Chen. He discovered that Fang Chen was still refining. His refining speed was a little slow. Xiahou Wu waited for 6 hours before Fang Chen finished refining all the spirit embryos. While at the moment Fang Chen opened his eyes, he discovered that the liquefied spiritual qi within his Dantian Qi Si had become incomparably pure. As expected of spirit embryos, the spiritual qi has been purified to such an extent. Fang Chen was extremely excited. After absorbing so many spirit embryos, Fang Chen's spiritual qi had become incomparably pure. Fang Chen was very confident that if he had more spirit embryos, he would be able to break through to the 6th level of the Qi High Realm. If he could break through to the 6th level of the Qi High Realm, Fang Chen's strength would be able to easily crush an early-stage Qi High Realm martial artist. He would even be able to face a mid-stage Qi High Realm martial artist without fear. Unfortunately, there were no more spirit embryos. Let's go, let's leave this place, Fang Chen said. Xiahou Wu nodded. The two of them left the palace and appeared in the middle of the valley. Only now did Fang Chen have the time to observe the valley. Previously, there was an illusory formation and the valley was filled with a gray aura. He could not see anything clearly. Looking at it now, the valley was filled with beautiful scenery. It was a pity that there was a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect hidden here. Fang Chen looked around and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, Xiahou Wu squinted his eyes and stopped in his tracks. I feel the presence of the Yellow Spring sect, Xiahou Wu said in a low voice. Hearing this, Fang Chen was shocked. He immediately asked, Are there other remnants of the Yellow Spring sect? Although he hid it well, I still felt a trace of his presence, Xiahou Wu said coldly. Then, Xiahou Wu closed his eyes and carefully sensed the weak aura of the Yellow Spring sect. Fang Chen followed behind Xiahou Wu. Unknowingly, the two of them had entered the depths of the valley. Fang Chen discovered that this was the edge of the illusory formation from before. It's here. Xiahou Wu's eyes were scarlet red. Following Xiahou Wu's gaze, Fang Chen discovered that the place Xiahou Wu was pointing at was only a stone. There was nothing else. Under the stone, Xiahou Wu said. Crash! The hidden star sword was unsheathed and the 7th level of the water and fire sword art was displayed. In an instant, the sword struck the stone. With a cracking sound, the stone shattered. After the stone shattered, Fang Chen discovered that there was a hidden cave under the stone. If it were not for Xiahou Wu, he would not have been able to discover this cave. The two of them entered the cave and discovered two figures. What surprised them was that these two figures were exactly the same. It was just that one of them had a weaker presence. This is the reconstruction of a true body, Xiahou Wu said in a low voice. Because he had absorbed the blood essence of the Yellow Spring sect's protector, he had a certain understanding of the Yellow Spring sect. Therefore, he discovered the situation in the cave at first glance. Reconstruction of a true body? Fang Chen was puzzled. Within the Yellow Spring sect, there is an extremely tyrannical cultivation technique. This cultivation technique can allow a cultivator to reconstruct their true body. Once they reconstruct their true body, it will be exactly the same as them. Most importantly, the original body will be injured, but after the reconstruction, the true body will be fine, explained Xiahou Wu. Fang Chen was startled. If this remnant of the Yellow Spring sect was allowed to reconstruct his true body, the consequences would be unthinkable. As he spoke, Fang Chen prepared to attack. Attack the true body first, said Xiahou Wu. The hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand suddenly pierced towards one of the figures. With a poochie sound, the hidden star sword pierced into the figure's body. Ah! A miserable cry came from the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. His eyes slowly opened, and he seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. No! Just as the reconstruction of his true body was about to succeed, he was discovered by a human. The moment he reconstructed his true body was when he was at his weakest. No! This remnant of the Yellow Spring sect was filled with unwillingness. Crack! Fang Chen pulled out the hidden star sword, and the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect died. Chapter 344. Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu left the mountain valley and appeared on the plains. Fang Chen was thinking that if Qin Zhen and the others had charged into the illusion formation, they would have been killed by Xiahou Wu. The current Xiahou Wu was still able to control the killing intent in his blood. But Fang Chen was still a bit worried. In the future, when Xiahou Wu cultivated, he would definitely mix in a bit of the Yellow Spring sect's aura. If that happened, he would definitely go crazy. Xiahou Wu, you have to be a bit more careful when you cultivate, Fang Chen said as they walked on the plains. Xiahou Wu nodded but didn't say anything. Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu left the plains and returned to the place where Qin Zhen and the others had been healing. Fang Chen, you've returned. Seeing Fang Chen return, Qin Zhen's face was filled with an excited smile. Of the three of them, only Qin Zhen's injuries weren't too serious. The other two's injuries were more serious. How are you? Fang Chen asked. I'm already much better. It's just that Wenyu and Situ Po. Qin Zhen said halfway and then stopped. Fang Chen entered the cave and saw Wenyu and Situ Po were cultivating. Wenyu had lost an arm and Situ Po had lost a leg. That was a huge blow to the two of them. and because of that, their cultivation bases had dropped a great deal. But after Wenyu and Situ-pa had a mental struggle, they decided to continue cultivating. They didn't want to give up. Seeing Fangchen enter, Wenyu and Situ-pa stopped cultivating and opened their eyes to look at Fangchen. Fangchen. The two of them greeted Fangchen. Although you've lost an arm and a leg, there's still a chance. Don't give up so easily. Fangchen said. We know. Wenyu said. You should stay here for this period of time. It's a bit safer. Fangchen said. And this place is actually quite safe. But 2 hours ago we were almost discovered by 2 martial artists. Situ-pa said. 2 martial artists? Fangchen was puzzled. These 2 martial artists called each other Greedy Wolf and Extinguishing Fire. We don't know them either. They seem to be very sensitive to fresh blood. Fortunately, they just casually checked and left, Wenyu said. Where did they go? Fangchen asked hurriedly when he heard about Tan Lang and Extinguishing Fire. They're heading north. They've only left for 2 hours, Wenyu said. Fangchen nodded. His deep eyes shone with a frightening light as he warned the 3 of them not to wander around. Finally, he quickly left with Xiaohu. Xiaohu, do you know who Tan Lang and Extinguishing Fire are? Fangchen asked. Xiaohu did not understand. Fangchen explained, they were the 2 assassins that forced you to the edge of the cliff. On the mountain peak outside the dilapidated city, I was frozen into an ice sculpture. These 2 people had tried to kill me, but they thought I was dead, allowing me to escape. When Xiaohu had encountered Fangchen, he had asked Fangchen how he had managed to escape death. Fangchen had given him a simple explanation. Now, hearing that Tan Lang and Extinguishing Fire were the 2 martial artists that had forced him to the edge of the cliff, Xiaohu was infuriated. Kill. Back then, Xiaohu's strength had been very low. He hadn't been a match for the 2 of them. But now, his strength had increased greatly. He definitely had the qualifications to challenge the 2 of them. Of course, this was all thanks to the 2 of them. They've only left for 2 hours. They can't have gone far. Let's chase. Fangchen and Xiaohu quickly chased after them. At this time, Tan Lang and Extinguishing Fire were slowly walking on a plain. Tan Lang, we've already been in the divine illusion space for over a month, but our cultivation bases haven't increased. Isn't it said that the divine illusion space is filled with inheritances? Why can't we obtain any? Extinguishing Fire was a bit dissatisfied. You should be content. In this month, we've killed countless martial artists. There are also many priceless treasures in their spatial rings, said Tan Lang. But regretfully, in this month, we've only killed a total of 5 disciples from the Sword Reverence sect. Tan Lang shook his head. In the past month or so, as long as Tan Lang and Huohua encountered any martial artists who had abandoned their families or were weak martial artists, they would kill them. Because of this, they had obtained a large amount of priceless treasures. These priceless treasures had all come from the martial artists who had entered the divine illusion space. And because of these priceless treasures, their strength had increased quite a bit. Although their cultivation bases hadn't increased, they were still much stronger than before they had entered the divine illusion space. Because they hadn't obtained any inheritances, Tan Lang and Extinguishing Fire were extremely dissatisfied. I've heard that there are special trading points in the divine illusion space, suddenly asked Extinguishing Fire. Tan Lang nodded. The divine illusion space will be open for half a year. It's a very long time. Some martial artists obtain priceless treasures or elixirs that they can't use and want to sell them. Thus, the trading points gradually took shape. Originally, there weren't any trading points in the divine illusion space. But as time passed, the demand between martial artists increased, and the trading points gradually took shape. There were many martial artists setting up stalls in the trading points. Of course, they were all simple stalls. They would display the things they didn't need and then indicate what they wanted to exchange for. After all, there were many martial artists who had entered the divine illusion space. They would always obtain things that they didn't want. Thus, the trading points were very popular. However, the powerful martial artists wouldn't waste their time at the trading points. They were all looking for hidden inheritances. Even so, there were many martial artists from different sects at the trading points. Of course, there were also some martial artists who took advantage of the opening of the divine illusion space to come to the trading points to earn spirit stones. They would think of ways to obtain priceless treasures or steal other people's spatial rings and sell them at the trading points. When Huoxie mentioned the trading points, Tanlang was also a bit tempted. We've stolen so many spatial rings. There are many things we can't use inside. Why don't we go to the trading points and sell them for spirit stones and then buy what we need? Tanlang's eyes brightened. All right, said Huoxie. However, just as the two of them were speaking, two figures suddenly appeared in the distance. Those two figures were extremely fast and appeared in front of Tanlang and Huoxie in just a moment. It looks like we'll be able to slaughter 2 fat lambs before we go to the trading points. Tanlang sinisterly smiled when he saw the two of them charge over. When Tanlang and Huoxie saw Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu, they directly stopped and waited for the 2 fat lambs to arrive. Whoosh! Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu arrived in front of Tanlang and Huoxie. Fang Chen hadn't changed his appearance. Tanlang and Huoxie instantly recognized Fang Chen. Their eyes were filled with shock. How is this possible? Weren't you frozen to death? Tanlang and Huoxie cried out. Their mission this time was to kill Fang Chen. Back then, outside the dilapidated city, Fang Chen had been frozen to death. They had broken the ice and found that Fang Chen was already dead, so they had turned and left. They hadn't expected to see Fang Chen once more in the divine illusion space. It's all thanks to you showing mercy back then. Fang Chen's eyes were filled with ridicule as he icily said. Could it be Tanlang and Huoxie also realized their carelessness? Their eyes flickered and their bodies emitted terrifying killing intent. Humph, I really didn't expect you to escape death like that. Your luck really is heaven-defying. Huoxie sinisterly smiled. However, since you've encountered us today, you're destined to die, said Tanlang. If Fang Chen had stealthily hidden, they definitely wouldn't have discovered him. They hadn't expected Fang Chen to actually dare appear in front of them. When Tanlang's gaze landed on Xiahou Wu, he was obviously startled. Looks like your lives are tough, Tanlang coldly said. Back then, I swore that if I didn't die, I would kill you all one day. Xiahou Wu's eyes were scarlet red. His entire body was filled with bloodthirsty killing intent as he spoke with a hoarse voice. Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu's strength was enough to fight against a mid-stage 9th Chi High warrior. As for Tanlang and Huoxie, one was at the mid-stage 9th Chi High realm, while the other was at the late-stage 9th Chi High realm. If it was before, Fang Chen might have been afraid. But now, Fang Chen wasn't afraid at all. Today you all will definitely die, said Fang Chen. Kid, I don't know where your courage comes from, but let me tell you, in front of me, Tanlang, you won't be able to escape, said Tanlang coldly. As soon as Tanlang finished speaking, a wild aura exploded from his and Huoxie's bodies. Xiahou Wu, you block Tanlang. I will kill Huoxie first, said Fang Chen loudly to Xiahou Wu. Xiahou Wu, whose eyes were scarlet red, nodded heavily. He activated all the strength in his body and attacked Tanlang directly. Although Tanlang's cultivation had reached the late-stage 9th Chi High realm, Xiahou Wu had also gained some benefits from the cliff. His strength was comparable to the mid-stage 9th Chi High realm. Bang bang bang, Tanlang and Xiahou Wu instantly clashed. In a short period of time, Xiahou Wu wouldn't be defeated. What Fang Chen wanted to do was to kill Huoxie before Xiahou Wu was defeated. Seeing Xiahou Wu blocking Tanlang, Huoxie's eyes were filled with killing intent. He coldly said, Kid, in front of me, Huoxie, you are nothing. As soon as Huoxie finished speaking, a wild aura exploded from his body. He directly clashed with Fang Chen. 7th level of the Water and Fire Sword technique. The transformative level of the water and fire sword technique was displayed by Fang Chen in an instant. The wild water and fire sword technique floated in the air and fiercely collided with Hua Xie's body. Caught on top of Hua Xie's fist, a nether flame appeared. The power of this nether flame was extremely strong. It forcefully blocked the attack of the water and fire sword technique. Chapter 345. Fiery Extinguishing's cultivation base was slightly weaker than Ravenous Wolf's. Fang Chen had sensed this, so he had Xiahou Wu entangle Ravenous Wolf while he killed Fiery Extinguishing. With Fang Chen's current strength, dealing with Fiery Extinguishing was very easy. When Fang Chen saw that Hui Yan had used the nether flame, he swung the hidden star sword in his hand and used the 7th level of the transcendent level water and fire sword technique. At the same time, Fang Chen also used the Daluo Soul Slaughter Flame. Swish! Fiery Extinguishing was busy blocking Fang Chen's water-fire swordlight. He simply didn't have the time to deal with the Daluo Soul Slaughter Flame. The power of the Daluo Soul Slaughter Flame was too tyrannical. Even though Fang Chen was only a mid-first rank soul cultivator, it was enough to shake Fiery Extinguishing's soul. Seeing that Fiery Extinguishing's soul had been injured, Fang Chen's figure flashed and the hidden star sword danced. He wanted to end this battle quickly and kill Fiery Extinguishing. Ravenous Wolf, who was in the middle of an intense battle with Xiahou Wu, roared and stabbed the sharp blade in his hand at Xiahou Wu. Swish! Xiahou Wu's body was forced back. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ravenous Wolf wanted to go save Fiery Extinguishing, but how could Xiahou Wu give him that chance? Your opponent is me. Xiahou Wu's eyes were scarlet. He was like a killing machine as he crazily attacked Ravenous Wolf. Ravenous Wolf's strength was much stronger than Xiahou Wu's, but because of Xiahou Wu's reckless fighting style, Ravenous Wolf was unable to break free from Xiahou Wu's attacks. Damn it! Tangled up by Xiahou Wu, an incomparably dense killing intent appeared in Greed's eyes. He coldly said, "Since you are courting death, I will kill you first." As soon as Tanlang said that, the sharp blade in his hand emitted a terrifying light. This light contained an extremely dense killing intent. Ravenous Wolf's heart was filled with killing intent. He wanted to quickly kill Xiahou Wu and then go save Fiery Extinguishing. Last time, you were lucky and didn't die. This time, I will make you die without a grave. Greed angrily attacked. His sharp blade slashed through the air, directly piercing towards Xiahou Wu. Xiahou Wu also let out an angry roar. Activating all the power in his body, he engaged in a chaotic battle with Greed. On Fang Chen's side, Fang Chen had already taken the initiative. Every time he brandished the hidden star sword, a sword mark would appear on Extinguishing Fire's body. Extinguishing Fire let out a miserable cry. It took him a lot of effort to block Fang Chen's soul attack. Just as he was about to counterattack, Fang Chen sent him flying. Seeing that Extinguishing Fire was sent flying, Fang Chen tapped his toes and leaped up. The hidden star sword in his hand suddenly stabbed out. On the tip of the hidden star sword, specks of brilliance appeared. Fang Chen's killing intent was overflowing. No! Extinguishing Fire also sensed a trace of danger. He unwillingly roared, wanting to block Fang Chen's attack. But Fang Chen's attack was too tyrannical. The high-grade hidden star sword stabbed into Extinguishing Fire's head. His soul didn't even have a chance to escape before he died. Bang! Extinguishing Fire's body heavily slammed into the ground. Seeing this scene, Greed was infuriated. A wild aura erupted from his body. Brat, you're courting death. When Greed and Extinguishing Fire had received this mission, they had been a bit disdainful. Was a mere sword reverence sect disciple worthy of them working together? When they had arrived at the Iceland, they had been preparing to assassinate Fang Chen. But they had found that Fang Chen had carelessly absorbed the ice energy of the Iceland and had been frozen into an ice sculpture, losing his life. The two of them were very happy. They hadn't expected the mission to be completed so easily. After that, they had entered the divine illusion space. Originally, they had obtained a lot in the divine illusion space. If there were no accidents, when the divine illusion space closed, their cultivation would have reached the peak of the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. At that time, if the two of them worked together, they wouldn't even be afraid of a martial marquis on the martial marquis list. But now, extinguishing fire's death had infuriated Greed. His eyes were scarlet red as he roared loudly. After Fang Chen had killed extinguishing fire, he immediately appeared in front of Xiaohu. The two of them worked together to attack Greed, instantly reducing the pressure on Xiaohu. "Let's attack together," Fang Chen said to Xiaohu. Not only Fang Chen, but Xiaohu's heart was also filled with anger towards Greed. Now that there was no pressure, he acted swiftly and decisively. Xiaohu and Fang Chen were both disciples of the sword reverence sect. Their ultimate skill was the sword. When they were attacking Greed, the two of them displayed exquisite sword skills. Puff, puff, puff in the sky, deafening sounds rang out. At the beginning, Greed was at ease, but in the end, he was a little overwhelmed. After fighting for half an hour, Greed's heart finally had a bad premonition. Fang Chen and Xiaohu working together were actually able to suppress him. "No, I can't continue like this. Otherwise, I will also die here," Greed anxiously thought in his heart. Greed's eyes flashed and he instantly made a decision. That was to escape. The sharp blade in his hand emitted a terrifying scarlet aura. As Greed's body flashed, it fiercely attacked Fang Chen and Xiaohu. Greed's wrist flicked and the scarlet-red blade flew out of his hand towards Fang Chen and Xiaohu. Bang! When the sharp blade flew out, Greed's body flashed and he borrowed the force of the impact to escape backward. Understanding this scene, the hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand fiercely collided with the scarlet-red blade. The powerful vibrations caused Fang Chen's hand to hurt. Chase. Fang Chen endured the pain in his hand and flicked his wrist. The hidden star sword blew away the scarlet-red blade and chased after Greed. Just as Fang Chen's voice faded, Xiaohu's figure flashed and he chased after Greed. Although Greedy Wolf's speed was very fast, it was still caught up by Xiaohu and Fang Chen. At this time, without the scarlet-red flower blade, Greedy Wolf's attacks were unable to pose a threat to Fang Chen and Xiaohu. The 7th level of the Fire and Water Sword technique. Fang Chen displayed the 7th level of the Fire and Water Sword technique. Xiaohu also displayed his strongest attack, joining forces to attack Greed. Damn it! Ravenous Wolf knew he was no match for them. His eyes flashed, and a black pearl appeared in his palm. Just as Fang Chen and Xiaohu's attack was about to reach him, he exerted a bit of strength in his palm and crushed the pearl. Bunga majestic aura instantly emitted from the pearl and spread out. Greed's wrist flicked and the black pearl collided with Fang Chen and Xiaohu. The power contained within the black pearl was even more tyrannical than the black iron stone that Fang Chen had obtained. Bang bang bang! Fang Chen and Xiaohu's faces changed. They both used their own attacks to resist the power that erupted from the black pearl. Tan Lang, on the other hand, calmly left the battlefield and quickly fled. "The next time I, Greed, return, it will be the time of your death," Greed said ruthlessly and turned to leave. However, just as Ravenous Wolf took 2 steps forward, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. A look of disbelief appeared on his face. At this moment, above Greed's head stood a little mouse. The little mouse's little claws were hugging Greed's head. It opened its mouth and bit down on Greed's head. Ah! A cry of agony came out from Greed's mouth. At this moment, Greed felt a heart-wrenching pain. His head was bitten by the little mouse. It was as if his soul had suffered a heavy blow. Damn it! Greed wanted to grab the little mouse. However, the little mouse's body was originally very small. In addition, it was very agile. Greed simply couldn't catch it. The little mouse constantly appeared in various parts of Greed's body. Each time it would take a bite. What a joke! It could even crush meteorites. A mere human's body was nothing. Under the little mouse's repeated bites, Greed's entire body was bleeding. His aura was weak and his body was trembling. Crash! At this moment, Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu successfully blocked the energy that erupted from the Black Pearl. Although the two of them were in a sorry state, they still managed to block it. After the two of them blocked the Black Pearl, they immediately rushed towards Greed. When they saw the wounds on Greed's body, Xiahou Wu was clearly stunned. When Fang Chen saw the little mouse, he chuckled. The little mouse jumped onto Fang Chen's shoulder proudly. Xiahou Wu's heart was filled with shock. This little mouse was too powerful. The two of them together couldn't kill Greed. Who would have thought that in the end, they would be bitten by the little mouse to such an extent? Attack! Xiahou Wu and Fang Chen glanced at each other. The two of them joined hands and unleashed their most powerful attacks towards Greed. At this moment, Greed's mind was a little unclear. He simply couldn't block the two's attacks. Poochie! Xiahou Wu and Fang Chen's swords directly pierced into Greed's body. Greed spat out a mouthful of blood and finally slowly fell to the ground, lifeless. After killing Greed, Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu looked at each other, a trace of a smile appearing on their faces. Fang Chen, your little mouse is not simple, Xiahou Wu said in a low voice. Fang Chen nodded and didn't say anything. Finally, Fang Chen took away Greed's interspatial ring. Then he returned to the place where Huaxie died, and also took his interspatial ring. Fang Chen, your strength is very strong. No matter how much I chased, I couldn't catch up. Xiahou Wu looked at Fang Chen, his expression fluctuating as he spoke. Fang Chen faintly smiled. I was just lucky. After killing Greed and Huaxie, Fang Chen inspected their interspatial rings. He was stunned for a moment before saying, just how many martial artists have these two killed? There are too many things in these interspatial rings. Those who are unjust are doomed to destruction, Xiahou Wu said in a low voice. However, in an instant, a thought flashed through Fang Chen's mind. They're heading north. Could it be they're going to? Fang Chen faintly said. Chapter 346. After killing Greed and Huaxie, one of Fang Chen's greatest worries had been resolved. It was a pleasant surprise to obtain so much wealth from these two people's spatial rings. It had already been 2 months since Fang Chen had entered the divine illusion space. Other than the Sword Reverence sect's disciple he had met at the Crimson Afterglow Peak, there was only Xiahou Wu. He hadn't seen any other disciples. Before entering the divine illusion space, Fang Chen had also heard of the exchange point. Within the divine illusion space, there were several exchange points. Fang Chen knew the specific locations. After obtaining Greed and Huaxie's wealth, Fang Chen guessed that the two of them should be heading to the exchange points. Xiahou Wu, how about we also go take a look at the exchange points, said Fang Chen. During this time, Fang Chen's cultivation had reached a bottleneck and he hadn't been able to break through. That made Fang Chen a bit vexed. Perhaps there was something he needed at the exchange point. Sure. In any case, Xiahou Wu didn't have anything to do, so he might as well go with Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded and prepared to go to the exchange point. But he suddenly thought of something and said, before we go to the exchange points, let's change our appearances. Greed and Huaxie's spatial rings contained so much wealth. It was obvious that they had obtained it by killing other sects' disciples in the divine illusion space. If Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu blindly went to the trading point to trade these things, they might be recognized. In just a moment, Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu's disguises were completed. The two of them seemed to have taken on the same appearance as they headed to the exchange points. What Fang Chen hadn't expected was that in a certain spacious area of the divine illusion space, there was currently an incomparably large battle. One side of this incomparably large battle was the Sword Reverence sect that Fang Chen was in. This time, the Sword Reverence sect had 20 disciples that had entered the divine illusion space. Other than Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu, there were 18 other disciples. However, at this moment, there were only 15 disciples standing on the open ground. Jianfeng, you won't be able to escape. Just surrender. The leader of the group of disciples from the Reverence Sword sect said in a sinister voice. You're a two-star sect. How dare you gang up on us? Jianfeng roared furiously. Originally, the sword-worshipping sect's disciples had gathered together with great difficulty. With Jianfeng as the leader, they were prepared to explore a secret land of inheritance. However, when they arrived at this wasteland, they suddenly discovered that the 3 two-star sect had joined forces to set up an ambush and encircle them. The Iron Sword sect, the Great Luo sect, and the Oceanic Cloud sect had joined hands to encircle and annihilate the Reverence Sword sect. This infuriated Jianfeng. Jianfeng, the head disciple of the inner circle of the Reverence Sword sect, had reached the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. Without any surprises, after the Divine Illusion dimension closes, he would definitely be able to enter the Martial Lord ranking. But now they were surrounded by 3 sects. Jianfeng, your Reverence Sword sect is the weakest among the 9 two-star sections. There is no need for it to exist. The head disciple of the Great Luo sect, Luo Can, said coldly. This time, your Reverence Sword sect is destined to be annihilated. The head disciple of the Iron Sword sect, Tai Yun, said. If you want to blame someone, blame it on the fact that your Reverence Sword sect has offended too many sects. The head disciple of the Oceanic Cloud sect, Hai Tian, said with a sinister smile. The 3 great sects had conflicts with the Reverence Sword sect since a long time ago. Of course, the conflict between the Iron Sword sect and the Reverence Sword sect was the greatest. After entering the Divine Illusion dimension, Tai Yun had contacted the 3 great sects to temporarily join forces to encircle and annihilate the Reverence Sword sect. They had been secretly observing for a long time and finally decided to encircle and annihilate the Reverence Sword sect in this wasteland. There were only 15 disciples of the Reverence Sword sect left. The other disciples were all dead. Of course, they didn't know that Fang Chun and Xiahou Wu were still alive. Even if we die, we'll drag one of them down with us. Jianfeng roared furiously. Jianfeng was the head disciple of the Reverence Sword sect. He was a sword genius. In the entire Golden Crown country, everyone was discussing whether the strongest sword cultivator of the younger generation was Jianfeng or Tai Yun. A long time ago, Tai Yun had fought Jianfeng once. Jianfeng had won by a fluke, and Tai Yun had been brooding over it. This time there was finally a chance. Why are you still talking nonsense with him? Just kill them. Luo Can said. Let's attack together. Hai Tian said. Boom. A loud sound rang out. The 3 top disciples of the younger generation all released their powerful auras. Following the 3 of them, the top 3 disciples of the Reverence Sword sect also attacked. Defend the Reverence Sword sect to the death. Jianfeng roared. He swung the longsword in his hand and directly rushed towards Tai Yun. As for the other 2 disciples of the Reverence Sword sect, they faced Hai Tian and Luo Can respectively. Jianfeng, the number 1 sword cultivator of the younger generation in the Golden Crown country, from today onwards, you will be my Tai Yun. Tai Yun said coldly as he saw Jianfeng rushing towards him. In the next moment, the whole wasteland was filled with an earth-shattering battle. More than 10 disciples of the Reverence Sword sect attacked one after another. The disciples of the other 3 two-star sect also joined forces to fight against the disciples of the Reverence Sword sect. In just one exchange, the Reverence Sword sect suffered casualties. A blood-curdling scream rang out. The crowd realized that one of the weaker disciples of the Reverence Sword sect was killed in an instant by the joint forces of the 3 two-star sect's disciples. Damn it! Jianfeng's face was filled with rage. He waved the longsword in his hand, releasing a sharp sword light towards Tai Yun. The 3 two-star sect had planned this beforehand. No matter how hard the Reverence Sword sect resisted, it was useless. After half an hour of battle, All the disciples of the Reverence Sword sect were dead, except for the top 3 disciples. If this news spread out, it would definitely shake the entire Golden Crown country. Rumble. The remaining top 3 disciples were led by Jian Feng. Their bodies were covered in blood, and their eyes were scarlet. "Senior brother Jian Feng, what do we do?" one of the disciples shouted. "Kill." As soon as Jian Feng's voice fell, he once again attacked the crowd. The 3 two-star sect didn't want to waste any more time. They all joined forces and surrounded the 3 disciples. Not long after, the other 2 died one after the other. Seeing his juniors die one by one, while he couldn't do anything about it, Jian Feng was in agony. "If I, Jian Feng, don't die today, I'll definitely annihilate your 3 sect." Jian Feng roared in rage. At this moment, Jian Feng wanted to retreat. As long as there was life, there would be hope. As long as he could survive, there would definitely be a day when he could rise again. Xiao. After Jian Feng unleashed his fiercest strike, he borrowed the force of the recoil and retreated abruptly. Seeing that Jian Feng wanted to escape, Tai Yun snorted coldly and directly pursued. Bang! Tai Yun's long sword fiercely swung out, directly piercing the sword edge. Jian Feng was prepared to die. His body endured Tai Yun's sword, but because of the strength of this sword, Jian Feng's body once again moved closer to the forest. "Hold on a bit longer," Jian Feng anxiously said. "You're courting death." Seeing Jian Feng still fleeing, Tai Yun bellowed. Luo Can and Hai Tian also gave chase. The 3 of them joined forces to unleash an incomparably powerful attack. As long as this attack hit Jian Feng, he would definitely die. However, just as this attack was about to hit the tip of the sword, the latter's figure flashed and finally entered the forest. Dong! The powerful attack heavily smashed into the ground, causing the entire ground to tremble. "Find him. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse." Tai Yun's face was ashen. After that, the 3 sect's disciples all entered the forest to search for Jian Feng. When Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu arrived at the exchange point, they heard a piece of news that made them unable to recover for a long time. "Have you heard? Not long ago, the Daluo sect, Iron Sword sect, and Ocean Cloud sect's disciples joined forces to attack the Reverence Sword sect. This battle was too intense. Besides Jian Feng, who escaped into the forest and disappeared, the other disciples were all annihilated. That's right. This battle was too bitter. In the history of the divine illusion space, such a thing has never happened before. It's said that Jian Feng was also heavily injured and on the verge of death. He definitely won't survive." As soon as he arrived at the exchange point, Fang Chen heard the discussions of many cultivators. When he heard the details, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Damn it! Xiahou Wu was infuriated. He immediately wanted to find the 3 sect's disciples to take revenge for his dead senior brother, but Fang Chen pulled him back. "Xiahou Wu, don't be impulsive. Since the 3 sect's disciples have joined forces to attack my Reverence Sword sect, they definitely have a reason. Moreover, we're currently in the divine illusion space. If we're recognized by others, we'll definitely die," Fang Chen said in a low voice. Hearing this, Xiahou Wu finally suppressed the rage in his heart. Fang Chen walked to a stall and chuckled. "Brother, we just arrived at the exchange point and heard about the Reverence Sword sect's matter. Is it true?" "Of course it's true. The disciples of the 3 sect's disciples have surrounded the Reverence Sword sect. The entire divine illusion space knows about it. Moreover, the head disciples of the 3 sect's disciples have already said that if we meet any of the Reverence Sword sect's disciples that escape the net, as long as we tell them where they are, we'll be heavily rewarded." The stall owner smiled. Hearing the stall owner's words, Fang Chen smiled without batting an eyelid. Soon after, he pulled Xiahou Wu to a remote corner. "It looks like the 3 sect's disciples want to completely annihilate my Reverence Sword sect," Fang Chen said in a low voice, his expression grave. It's a pity that the divine illusion space won't close for another 4 months. We won't be able to send this news back to the sect. Fang Chen sighed. Xiahou Wu's face was filled with fury. Fang Chen saw this and said in a low voice, Xiahou, if my guess isn't wrong, in the entire divine illusion space, there's only the 2 of us left. You have to control yourself. Don't let anyone discover you. Chapter 347. Even though Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu were infuriated, they still managed to restrain themselves. They couldn't die. They had to live on and send the news back. After a long time, Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu calmed down and once again went to the exchange point. When Fang Chen arrived at the exchange point, he discovered that this exchange point was the most prosperous of the 3 exchange points in the divine illusion space. There were over 100 stalls here, and each stall had many precious treasures. Fang Chen carefully looked around and finally decided to sell the things he had obtained before. Not long after, Fang Chen also set up a stall. After he put out all the items, it instantly attracted the attention of many cultivators. Devil Dragon Iron, there's actually Devil Dragon Iron here. How much is it? Blue Silver Grass, there's actually Blue Silver Grass here. I want all of it. Scarlet Water Essence, I also want it. In the morning, Fang Chen sold all the wealth he had obtained from Tan Lang and Huaxie. What Fang Chen didn't expect was that after selling all of these things, he would be able to get a total of 500,000 high-grade spirit stones. After selling all these things, Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu put away their stall and walked to another stall. Long before they had set up their stall, they had already observed that this stall had the things they needed. Qi-Si fruits were no different from divine medicine to Qi-Si cultivators. In the Golden Guan Nation, it was usually impossible to see Qi-Si fruit. Even if they did see one, they didn't have the strength to buy it. Eating Qi-Si fruits could allow a cultivator's Qi-Si to expand and increase their cultivation. The reason why Qi-Si fruits were more precious than other spirit medicines was because after eating it, one would definitely advance in cultivation. So when Fang Chen saw the Qi-Si fruits, he was extremely excited. On this stall, there were 2 Qi-Si fruit. Other than that, there was nothing else. Perhaps it was because his price was too high that no one was willing to buy it. After all, 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones for a Qi-Si fruit was simply robbery. Can't these 2 Qi-Si fruits be cheaper? Fang Chen walked over to the stall and asked in a low voice. I spent a lot of effort to obtain these 2 Qi-Si fruits from a certain danger zone in the divine illusion space. They can't be cheap, the stall owner said. Although the Qi-Si fruit was precious in the outside world, it wasn't that expensive. The reason why he was selling it at such a high price was because he was in the divine illusion space. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to make some money. Fang Chen squinted his eyes, playing with the Qi-Si fruit in his hand, and immediately said, I'll take both Qi-Si fruits. I don't have enough upper-grade spirit stones. I wonder if I can use middle-grade spirit stones? Of course, the stall owner said with a smile when he heard that. He was extremely excited. Fang Chen took out his medium-grade spirit stone and handed it over to the stall owner for appraisal. The final result was exactly the same as the one in Sword State City. 500 middle-grade spirit stones for 1 high-grade spirit stone, the stall owner said. Fang Chen already had 450,000 high-grade spirit stones. Adding on the 500,000 high-grade spirit stones he had just earned, he was 1,050,000 short of 2 million high-grade spirit stones. In exchange for middle-grade spirit stones, he would need 525 million. If it was before, Fang Chen definitely wouldn't spend so many spirit stones to buy 2 Qi-Si fruit. But now it was different. After Fang Chen heard that news, he made the decision to quickly increase his strength. Crash! Fang Chen gave the middle-grade spirit stones and upper-grade spirit stones to the stall owner, and then took the 2 Qi-Si fruit. Many thanks, young master. The stall owner's face was full of smiles. His chi-si fruits had been placed here for a long time without anyone buying them. He didn't think that he would sell them all at once. After Fang Chen bought the chi-si fruits, he directly left the exchange point with Xiahou Wu. Just as they left the exchange point, Fang Chen threw the chi-si fruit to Xiahou Wu and said, "Swallow it." Immediately, Fang Chen also swallowed the chi-si fruit. After a while, Fang Chen completely digested the chi-si fruit. At this moment, the spirit energy in his Dantian chi-si was constantly rolling. In an instant, Fang Chen found that his cultivation level had reached the 6th level of the Qi High Realm. Finally broke through? Fang Chen smiled. He had been stuck at the peak of the 5th level of the Qi High Realm for a long time, and now he had finally broken through to the 6th level. After reaching the 6th level of the Qi High Realm, Fang Chen was confident that he could fight against a warrior at the late or peak of the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. Rumble. Just as Fang Chen broke through, Xiahou Wu also broke through. Xiahou Wu was previously at the early stage of the 9th level of the Qi High Realm, but because of the strong blood essence in his body, his strength was very strong. This time, Xiahou Wu actually jumped 2 levels and reached the late stage of the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu both broke through. Before they could say anything, they felt a wild aura coming from afar. "Someone is coming," Xiahou Wu said with a hoarse voice. Fang Chen's eyes flashed as he looked at the warriors running towards them from afar. He laughed coldly and said, "This is a good opportunity to test our strength." As the two of them were talking, a group of warriors surrounded them. "Kid, hand over your spirit stones and I will let you live." The person who spoke was an outstanding young disciple of the Iron Sword sect. His name was Tai Di, and he was at the early stage of the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. When they were at the trading point, Tai Di had noticed Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu. When he saw the two of them buying the chi-si fruit, Tai Di's face was filled with excitement. He decided that when they left the trading point, he would intercept them. Not only the spirit stones but also the 2 chi-si fruit. "Hand them all over," Tai Di said coldly. Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu looked at each other and said, "Someone wants the chi-si fruit from us, what should we do?" "Kill." Xiahou Wu's voice was hoarse, but his words contained a shocking aura. Just as Xiahou Wu finished speaking, a boundless aura suddenly swept across the entire area. Xiahou Wu's long sword passed through the area, and warriors immediately let out blood-curdling screams. "Do you know who we are? We are the disciples of the Iron Sword sect. You dare to attack us?" Tai Di quickly said after sensing Xiahou Wu's strength. He wanted to use the name of the Iron Sword sect to intimidate these two strangers, but obviously he thought too much. "The ones I will kill are you," Fang Chen said, and did not give the disciples of the Iron Sword sect any chance to retaliate. He and Xiahou Wu worked together and killed the disciples of the Iron Sword sect in a matter of minutes. Fang Chen's hidden star sword ruthlessly pierced into Tai Di's body, causing Tai Di's life force to quickly dissipate. "The Iron Sword sect will not let you go," Tai Di roared, and his body finally fell to the ground. The swift and decisive killing of the disciples of the Iron Sword sect made many warriors, who were hiding in the dark, not dare to act rashly. Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu's strength was too tyrannical. If there were no warriors at the late 9th level of the Qi High Realm, they would not be able to defeat them. "Let's go," Fang Chen said in a soft voice. When Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu heard that the disciples of the Reverence Sword sect were killed, they were furious. They did not expect the disciples of the Iron Sword sect to come to them at this time. If they did not kill them, who would they kill? After Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu finished killing the disciples of the Iron Sword sect, they turned and left. However, right at that moment a sinister voice entered their ears. "You two, I am afraid that you will not be able to leave." Hearing this voice, Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu turned around and coldly looked in front of them. A man holding a folding fan appeared in front of them. The warriors hiding in the dark gasped when they saw this man. It is the cloud-covering Han-Yang fan from the flying Immortal Pavilion. Even the cloud-covering Han-Yang fan could not help but make a move. That's right, 2 chi sea fruits, even the cloud-covering Han-Yang fan would be tempted. With the cloud-covering Han-Yang fan making a move, I am afraid that these 2 kids will not be able to escape. The warriors hiding in the dark gasped when they saw the cloud-covering Han-Yang fan from the flying Immortal Pavilion. This cloud-covering Han-Yang fan was the second strongest in the younger generation of the flying Immortal Pavilion. His cultivation had reached the late 9th level of the Chi High Realm. His goal in entering the divine illusion space this time was to increase his cultivation. When he left, he would be able to enter the martial marquee list. Moreover, his famous skill, the cloud-covering hand, was too domineering. He was invincible in the same realm. Cloud-covering Han-Yang fan. Fang Chen naturally recognized the person in front of him and asked coldly, "Since you 2 recognize me, then I will not waste any more time. You 2 obediently hand over the chi sea fruits and the spirit stones on you. I, Yang Fan, will guarantee your safety," Yang Fan said with a smile. Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu looked at each other. Then, holding the hidden star sword, he said, "No need." As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he suddenly swung his sword. A sharp and domineering sword light instantly shot out. Yang Fan did not even have time to dodge and was pierced by Fang Chen's sword. At the same time, Xiahou Wu's longsword also pierced Yang Fan's chest. The 2 of them working together had killed the cloud-covering Han-Yang fan in one move. This scene shocked all the surrounding warriors. You 2. Cloud-covering Han-Yang fan did not understand how the 2 of them were so strong. Yang Fan spat out a mouthful of blood, his heart filled with unwillingness. Bang Yang Fan fell to the ground. The second strongest in the younger generation of the flying Immortal Pavilion, cloud-covering Han-Yang fan, had died at the hands of the 2 of them. The many cultivators hiding in the dark sucked in a cold breath of air, feeling horrified. Just at this moment, Fang Chen shouted. Chapter 348. After saying this, Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu disappeared from the plains. After Fang Chen left, the hidden martial artists were all startled. There were clearly some people who doubted Fang Chen's word. "Just who is he? How come we've never heard of him before?" asked a disciple. "He said he's the little brother of Tai Yun from the Iron Sword sect." "I don't think that's possible. Before he killed cloud-covering Han-Yang fan, he had already killed a disciple from the Iron Sword sect." "That's right, this matter is a bit fishy. But people will quickly learn of his identity. This time the divine illusion space is truly chaotic. Not long ago the 3 two-star sects joined hands to kill a disciple from the Reverence Sword sect. But now 2 more disciples with strength comparable to a peak disciple from a 2-star sect have appeared. The most pitiful one is cloud-covering Han-Yang fan. He didn't even finish speaking before he was killed by an arrow. Cloud-covering Han-Yang fan is the flying Immortal Pavilion's second strongest junior. Now that he's dead, the flying Immortal Pavilion definitely won't let this matter rest. Many disciples were discussing spiritedly. But no matter how much they racked their brains, they still couldn't figure out who that martial artist was. At this time, Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu were extremely fast. In just a moment, they had passed through the plains and appeared on another plain. After consuming the chi sea fruit, Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu's strength had sharply increased. As long as they didn't run into a head disciple from a 2-star sect, they didn't fear any other disciple. Just as they were walking, Xiahou Wu suddenly said, "Brother Fang, the one you just killed was the flying Immortal Pavilion's cloud-covering Han-Yang fan." "So what?" Fang Chen indifferently said. "The flying Immortal Pavilion is one of the overlords of the Earth Prefecture City. They are one of the 9 two-star sect. If they learn that you killed cloud-covering Han-Yang fan, they definitely won't let this matter rest," said Xiahou Wu hoarsely. Fang Chen grinned. "Xiahou, the divine illusion space is so huge, so it won't be easy for them to find me. Moreover, even if they do find me, my strength might have increased once more. Seeing that Fang Chen did not take this matter to heart, Xia Houwu did not say anything more. In truth, what Fang Chen was paying attention to Xia Houwu was the strongest of the flying Immortal Pavilion's younger generation, the cloud-arranging Palm Yang Shu. He was Yang Fan's cousin, but his strength was unfathomably deep. To be able to become the head disciple of the flying Immortal Pavilion, the strength of the firmament Palm Yang Shua was already comparable to Tai Yun and the others. The current Fang Chen was no match for the firmament Palm Yang Shua. While Fang Chen and Xia Houwu were talking, they had already walked a long distance. Just as Xia Houwu was preparing to ask Fang Chen where they were going, they suddenly saw some martial artists appear in front of them. The Grand Immortal Sect's disciples. Fang Chen and Xia Houwu's eyes brightened when they saw the Grand Immortal Sect's disciples. Kill them. Xia Houwu looked at Fang Chen and asked. Fang Chen nodded, his eyes filled with killing intent. Even now, he was unable to forget how the disciples of the three great two-star sects had joined hands to kill his sword reverence sect's disciples. Jian Feng had fled with heavy injuries, while the other disciples had all been killed. Even now, they didn't know whether Jian Feng was still alive or not. How could they let go of such hatred? Furthermore, in this group, the strongest person was only at the late Qi High Realm. Fang Chen and Xia Houwu were not afraid. All right, kill them. After receiving Fang Chen's reply, Xia Houwu's body emitted a terrifying aura. He suddenly pushed off the ground and shot towards the Grand Immortal Sect's disciples. At this time, the Grand Immortal Sect's disciples were leisurely walking through the plains. Big Brother Luo Xiao, Senior Apprentice Brother Luo Can told us to find Jian Feng. I feel that Jian Feng is most likely dead. A disciple said. That's right. Jian Feng's strength is only on par with Senior Apprentice Brother Luo Kan's. Being attacked by three peak experts, it would be strange if he didn't die. Senior Apprentice Brother Luo Can said that no matter if he's alive, we must find him. If he's dead, we must find his corpse. Luo Zhao's face was expressionless as he spoke. The other disciples all nodded their heads. It was better to kill 10,000 by mistake than to let one go so easily. Jian Feng was a disciple of the Sword Reverence sect. Since the three great sects had joined hands to deal with the Sword Reverence sect, they had to eliminate the root of the problem. Continue searching. As long as we can find Jian Feng's corpse, we'll have done a great service. At that time, Senior Apprentice Brother Luo Can will definitely reward us. Luo Xiao continued. We'll listen to Big Brother Luo Xiao. The other disciples all nodded their heads. But at this time, a wild aura suddenly spread out. Following that, a gloomy voice entered the ears of the Grand Immortal Sect's disciples. You no longer have the chance to find Jian Feng. When this voice entered Luo Zhao's ears, he abruptly raised his head and looked into the distance. He saw a cultivator emitting a terrifying killing intent approaching them. Who are you? Luo Zhao's face was gloomy and his eyes were cold. It doesn't matter who I am. All you need to know is that I'm here to kill. Xia Houwu roared furiously. When Xia Houwu appeared in front of Luo Xiao, Fang Chen also followed. You dare attack my Grand Immortal Sect? You must be tired of living. Luo Xiao sneered when he saw the two of them. What's so great about the Grand Immortal Sect? My big brother can annihilate your Grand Immortal Sect in a matter of minutes. Fang Chen arrogantly said. Who is your big brother? Luo Xiao icily asked. My big brother is the Iron Sword Sect's Tai Yun, the strongest expert of the Golden Crown Nation's younger generation. He's about to enter the Martial Marquis ranking. I'm his little brother Tai Nyo. Fang Chen said. Luo Zhao's eyes flickered when he heard Fang Chen's words. He didn't know if Fang Chen was speaking the truth. You're lying. The Iron Sword Sect has allied with my Grand Immortal Sect. If your big brother is Tai Yun, there's no way you wouldn't know. Luo Xiao gloomily said. Humph, that's only because my big brother is cooperating with you. I, Tainyo, am not cooperating with you. I only said my big brother is Tai Yun. I never said I'm from the Iron Sword sect. Fang Chen arrogantly said. I, Tainyo, will kill whoever I don't like. What can you do about that? Luo Zhao's expression constantly changed. He gravely said, Humph, reckless fellow. Let alone you, even your big brother doesn't dare to rashly offend my grand immortal sect. You dare say that in front of my big brother? You spineless coward. Fang Chen mercilessly attacked Luo Zhao, causing the latter's heart to be filled with fury. How strong do you think your big brother is? To put it bluntly, isn't he just the head disciple of the Iron Sword sect? My grand immortal sect's head disciple, senior brother Luo Can, isn't any weaker than him. He even dares to call himself the strongest of the Golden Crown Nation's younger generation. What a joke, said Luo Zhao coldly. Luo Zhao was thoroughly infuriated by Fang Chen's arrogance. Who cared if he really was Tai Yun's little brother? Provoking Luo Zhao meant certain death. You dare insult my big brother? I'll teach you a lesson for my big brother, said Fang Chen arrogantly. Just as Fang Chen's words left his mouth, Xiahou Wu suddenly erupted with a wild aura. In the next instant, he was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins, charging into the ranks of the Grand Immortal sect. Xiahou Wu didn't even draw his sword. His iron fists constantly punched out. Each time his fist struck out, it was accompanied by a miserable cry. Brat, you're courting death. In the blink of an eye, Xiahou Wu had killed several disciples of the Grand Immortal sect. This scene infuriated Luo Zhao. Luo Zhao circulated his powerful energy, wanting to attack Xiahou Wu. But at this time, Fang Chen took action, blocking Luo Zhao's attack. You're definitely going to die today. Even if your big brother Tai Yun comes, it's useless. Luo Zhao furiously roared at Fang Chen. Luo Zhao's next attack was extremely sharp. But in front of Fang Chen, it wasn't even worth mentioning. The 7th level of the Fire-Water Sword art. Swish! A boundless sword light instantly appeared in front of Luo Zhao. Luo Zhao did his best to block, but in the end, he was still injured by the sword light. In the blink of an eye, Xiahou Wu had killed several of the Grand Immortal sect's disciples. Seeing Fang Chen fight with Luo Zhao, he sent a fist towards Luo Zhao's back. Luo Zhao was being suppressed by Fang Chen. His body kept retreating. Suddenly, he received a powerful punch. With a poochie sound, he spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Damn it! Luo Zhao was incomparably furious. He was unwilling to accept this. Was he really going to die here? Luo Zhao took out a communication jade pendant. He wanted to send the news to his senior apprentice brother Luo Can, but before he could activate it, he was killed by Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu. Puchi Fang Chen's hidden star sword ruthlessly stabbed into Luo Zhao's chest. Xiahou Wu's fist was even more ferocious, directly smashing into Luo Zhao's head. After killing Luo Zhao, Xiahou Wu and Fang Chen exchanged a glance, then turned and left. Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu's combined strength was too tyrannical. Unless they encountered the head disciples of the 9 two-star sects, no one would be able to defeat them. Just as Fang Chen killed Luo Zhao, he suddenly noticed that there was something moving in the distant plains. Eh? What is it? Fang Chen was greatly alarmed. Immediately, he looked over and discovered that there was an old tree that was rapidly moving not far from Luo Zhao's group. This tree can move. Fang Chen was incomparably shocked. When Fang Chen saw the bloodstains on the moving tree, he instantly understood. Quickly chase it. Fang Chen realized a problem. This tree had actually stealthily absorbed the blood of the Grand Immortal sect's disciples when they had killed Luo Zhao. Not only could this tree move, but it could also absorb the blood of martial artists. This tree was definitely not ordinary. Chase it. Xiahou Wu used his movement technique. Side by side with Fang Chen, they quickly chased after the tree. At this time, the tree seemed to have a mind of its own. Its roots were all above the ground, and it was rapidly moving, as if it was afraid of Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu chasing it. It can move and it can even absorb blood. Fang Chen's eyes flickered, and he pushed his speed to the limit. This tree was so strange. He had to chase it. Perhaps it was an old tree that had gained sentience, or perhaps it was some kind of immortal tree. Thinking of the immortal tree, even Fang Chen immediately gave up on that idea. How could an immortal tree appear in the divine illusion space? Chapter 349. This tree was 3 meters tall and 1 meter thick. Although its body was relatively large, its movement speed was not just for show. It was especially fast. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu had lost track of it. But they didn't give up. They had encountered such a miraculous tree with great difficulty, so how could they let it go so easily? It's fleeing in this direction. Continue chasing, Fang Chen said in a low voice. Afterwards, his and Xiahou Wu's figures flashed and they once again chased. Roughly 2 hours later, Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu finally stopped. The two of them were panting from exhaustion. There was still no trace of the tree, but Fang Chen had a premonition that the direction they were heading in was precisely the direction the tree had fled in. This damn tree, its speed is too fast. Xiahou Wu gasped for breath. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes, his face filled with helplessness. He had already decided that when he had time, he would definitely train in a movement technique. Otherwise he wouldn't have the slightest advantage in terms of speed. Xiahou Wu, I feel that it's near us, Fang Chen faintly said. But we can't find it. Are we going to continue chasing? Xiahou Wu asked. I have an idea. Fang Chen's eyes brightened. Under Xiahou Wu's attentive gaze, Fang Chen swiftly found a demonic beast. Without another word, he directly killed the demonic beast and placed the demonic beast's corpse on the empty ground. At this time, Fang Chen had opened a large hole in the demonic beast's corpse. Blood was unceasingly flowing out. Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu walked to a distant rock and sat down. Let it take the bait, Xiahou Wu asked. I don't know if it'll work. Let's try it, Fang Chen said. However, what made Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu speechless was that even after the demonic beast's blood had flowed out, the old tree still hadn't appeared. This made Fang Chen suspect that the old tree had long since fled. However, he could faintly sense that there was a special aura in the air. He had once felt this aura from the old tree's body. It's gone. Xiahou Wu looked at the distant corpse and asked. Maybe it doesn't like the blood of demonic beasts, Fang Chen said to himself. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he took out the hidden star sword and slashed it across his palm. A sword mark appeared on his palm, and drops of blood flowed out from the sword mark. Fang Chen dripped his blood onto the stone. Seeing this, Xiahou Wu followed Fang Chen's method and dripped his own blood onto the stone. Because Xiahou Wu had absorbed the life-blood essence of a Yellow Springs sect protector, his blood had changed color. A normal person's blood was bright red, but Xiahou Wu's blood was actually red with a tinge of black. Seeing Xiahou Wu's blood, Fang Chen instantly felt a bloodthirsty killing intent. He could not help but turn his head to look at Xiahou Wu. I'm fine, I can control myself. Xiahou Wu nodded his head and said. Fang Chen didn't say anything else. After doing all this, he followed Xiahou Wu into the distance and sat down cross-legged, waiting for the old tree to take the bait. Time slowly passed, but the blood on the stone didn't move at all. This made Fang Chen wonder whether or not the old tree had already left. After about an hour, in the forest beside the stone, an old tree suddenly swayed. It seemed to be struggling, but in the end it made a decision. It carefully moved closer to the stone. The old tree clearly knew that Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu were intentionally baiting it. But in front of the blood, it didn't have the slightest ability to resist. After enduring for an hour, it finally couldn't endure it any longer and stealthily began to absorb the blood. The old tree had just begun to move when Fang Chen discovered it. However, he didn't make a sound, afraid of alerting the snake. What kind of joke was this? Although Fang Chen's soul was only at the middle stage of the red level, his soul had once reached the middle stage of the orange level. It had been forcefully compressed to the early stage of the red level. It could be said that even the orange-level souls of some of the current martial artists couldn't compare to Fang Chen's red-level soul. When Fang Chen felt the old tree move, a strange smile appeared on his face. The old tree was afraid of alerting Fang Chen and Xia Houwu, so it didn't dare move too quickly. It took a full minute for the old tree to get close to the stone. When the old tree got close to the stone, a branch suddenly fell from the old tree and landed on the stone. Hiss hiss hiss, the old tree happily absorbed Fang Chen's blood. In the blink of an eye, the blood was completely absorbed by the old tree. After absorbing Fang Chen's blood, the old tree felt exceptionally refreshed. It even glanced at Fang Chen. This mysterious guy, how could his blood be so delicious? Next was the absorption of Xia Houwu's blood. When the old tree's branches and leaves came into contact with Xia Houwu's blood, the old tree suddenly let out a miserable cry. Hearing this cry, Fang Chen and Xia Houwu both moved. They directly jumped up and appeared in front of the old tree. At this time, the branches of the old tree that were resting on the stone were charred, as if they had been burned by flames. The old tree's branches and leaves were charred. It was clear that they had been burned by Xia Houwu's blood. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen turned his head and looked thoughtfully at Xia Houwu. It hurts. At this moment, the old tree was in endless pain. Its body swayed and it retracted its branches and leaves. It wanted to escape, but it was surrounded by Fang Chen and Xia Houwu. The old tree suddenly spoke, causing Xia Houwu and Fang Chen to be shocked. Could it be that this old tree had become a spirit? How could it speak the human language? Fang Chen had read many records of the continent. He had a certain understanding of the ancient sword continent. It was said that a long, long time ago, when the ancient sword continent did not have much life, there was the legend of the Immortal tree. Could it really be the Immortal tree? Fang Chen was shocked. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the old tree continued to speak. You two brats don't know shit. After saying that, the old tree slipped away and prepared to escape. However, Fang Chen was already prepared. With a flash of his body, he clenched his fist and grabbed the burnt branch of the old tree. Ah, it hurts! The old tree miserably cried. Voila! The old tree was very decisive. It endured the pain and cut off the burned branches and leaves. Then it quickly fled. Chase! Fang Chen looked at the broken branch in his hand. He was stunned for a moment. Then he loudly roared and chased after it with Xia Houwu. This time, no matter what, they could not allow the old tree to escape. From the fact that the old tree could speak, move, and even absorb the blood of human cultivators, the old tree was definitely not ordinary. Let's see how you escape this time. Xia Houwu angrily roared and circulated all the energy in his body. It revolved around his feet and he quickly chased after the old tree. Whoosh! Whoosh! After chasing for about an hour, Fang Chen and Xia Houwu saw the old tree enter a mountain valley in front of them. Let's go, Fang Chen directly said when he saw the old tree enter the mountain valley. Then Fang Chen and Xia Houwu entered the mountain valley. When the two of them entered the mountain valley, they instantly felt their surroundings change. Where is this? Fang Chen felt his vision darken. He opened his eyes and turned his head to look behind him. He saw that there was no entrance to the mountain valley. The place he was in was a sealed space. This space was extremely small. He could see the end of it with a single glance. This entire space was filled with a sinister aura. No, to be more accurate, this sinister aura was death qi. What a dense death qi! Just where have we come to? Fang Chen looked around, his expression grave. The old tree is gone, said Xia Houwu. Fang Chen nodded. Just as he was preparing to search for the old tree, he suddenly saw a dense crowd of skeletons at the end of this space. Skeletons? How can there be so many skeletons? Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. At the same time, He completely understood that the dense death qi in this sealed space was most likely produced by these skeletons. Within this sealed space, it was completely dark. The air was filled with an incomparably dense death qi. If he absorbed this death qi for a long time, it would definitely have an effect on his body. Just as Fang Chen was observing the densely packed skeletons in the distance, Xiahou Wu suddenly raised his head towards the sky. With a furious roar, his eyes turned scarlet, and his entire body emitted a terrifying killing intent. Not good! Fang Chen cried out inside. The death qi here had aroused the bloodthirsty killing intent in Xiahou Wu's blood, making him somewhat unable to control himself. Xiahou Wu, hold on! Fang Chen roared at Xiahou Wu. A trembling sound caused Xiahou Wu's head to instantly clear. Fang Chen, the death qi here will arouse the bloodthirsty killing intent in my blood, said Xiahou Wu. Let's find a way out from these skeletons, said Fang Chen. Xiahou Wu nodded and the two of them quickly advanced. In just a moment they appeared at the end of this sealed space. There was a large amount of skeletons here. These skeletons had clearly died a long time ago. Their bodies were filled with endless death qi. Just as Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu were approaching, a battle erupted among the skeletons. There were 5 skeletons that were facing off against a large amount of other skeletons. Roar! Within the large amount of skeletons, there was a silver skeleton. It angrily roared at the 5 skeletons, its body emitting a wild aura. The 5 skeletons didn't retreat. In the next instant, a huge battle erupted. The 5 skeletons were fighting against a large amount of other skeletons. They're having an internal conflict. Fang Chen exchanged a glance with Xiahou Wu. However, just as the 5 skeletons were fighting against a large amount of other skeletons, Fang Chen's expression finally became gloomy. That was because he had noticed that the clumsy techniques the 5 skeletons were using were exactly the same as a certain sword technique of his sword-worshipping sect. They're the disciples of my sword-worshipping sect who died in the divine illusion space. Fang Chen's eyes flashed. It wasn't just Fang Chen. Even Xiahou Wu had noticed the abnormalities of these 5 skeletons. Looking at the other skeletons, there were some skeletons whose techniques were exactly the same as those of some sect in the outside world. Xiahou, do it! Seeing this scene, Fang Chen shouted furiously. Chapter 350. Although these skeletons had been dead for a long time, they still retained some of their memories from when they were alive. Their every action was puzzling. However, Fang Chen didn't care about that at this moment because he discovered that the 5 skeletons were using the sword reverence sect's cultivation technique. It was very likely that they were disciples of the sword reverence sect. And among the large number of skeletons, there were skeletons using the iron sword sect's cultivation technique. Originally, Fang Chen hated the iron sword sect. Now that he discovered the iron sword sect's disciples, Fang Chen naturally wouldn't be merciful. Kill them for me! Fang Chen shouted in a low voice. He took out the hidden star sword and fiercely displayed the wild and domineering water and fire sword technique. At the same time, Xiahou Wu also displayed a powerful cultivation technique. The two of them joined forces and helped the 5 skeletons block the attacks of the large number of skeletons. Perhaps because they were already dead, as skeletons, their strength wasn't even 1/10 of when they were alive. Therefore, they couldn't block the attacks of Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu. Bang 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 in the blink of an eye, Fang Chen killed all the disciples of the Iron Sword sect. During this process, Fang Chen was surprised to discover that among the large number of skeletons, there were disciples of the Daluo sect and Haiyun sect. This made Fang Chen directly start a massacre. Sure enough, there's a problem, Fang Chen said in a low voice as he fought. These skeletons had been dead for so long, but they were still able to join forces to deal with the disciples of the Sword Reverence sect. This made Fang Chen instantly recall the matter of the 3 two-star sect joining forces to kill the disciples of the Sword Reverence sect. Xiahou Wu, don't hold back. Kill them all! Fang Chen roared. Not only was Fang Chen furious, Even Xiahou Wu was furious. With the two of them joining forces, even if a large number of skeletons attacked together, they were still no match for them. After half an hour, except for the 5 skeletons of the Sword Reverence sect, the rest of the skeletons were all killed by Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu. After killing these skeletons, the deathly aura in the entire sealed space became even denser. At this moment, Xiahou Wu's eyes were scarlet red. His entire body was emitting a bloodthirsty killing intent. His body was trembling, but he did his best to stabilize his emotions. Xiahou, are you alright? Fang Chen turned his head to look at Xiahou Wu and asked. Nothing, Xiahou Wu said in a heavy voice. Fang Chen nodded. He glanced at the skeletons on the ground and walked towards the 5 skeletons from before. Can you hear me? Fang Chen looked at the 5 skeletons and asked. The 5 skeletons nodded one after another, but they didn't say anything, as if they couldn't speak. You guys are disciples of the Sword Reverence sect? Fang Chen asked. The 5 skeletons nodded again. Fang Chen was startled. Soon after, he asked, How did you get here? This sealed space was too strange. Martial artists who had been dead for such a long time were actually able to continue living in this way. He wanted to thoroughly understand this. The 5 skeletons pointed at the completely dead skeletons on the ground and gestured. However, Fang Chen didn't understand. Roar. Just as Fang Chen was questioning the 5 skeletons, an incomparably terrifying roar suddenly came from the sealed space. As soon as this roar appeared, it caused the 5 skeletons to tremble. Bang! At this moment, the 5 skeletons actually crawled on the ground. Their skeletons were unceasingly trembling. What happened? Fang Chen was extremely puzzled as he looked at the 5 skeletons. Xiahou Wu's eyes were scarlet as he surveyed the surroundings. What a strong deathly aura! Suddenly, Fang Chen cried out in alarm. Around him, the dense deathly aura swept towards the depths of the sealed space. Ho-ho! When the deathly aura was absorbed, even the deathly aura on the 5 skeletons was absorbed. Gotcha! In a short moment, the 5 skeletons died on the ground. Fang Chen was shocked to discover that the deathly aura in the sealed space had actually disappeared. There must be a problem, Fang Chen said solemnly. Then he brought Xiahou Wu with him, and quickly rushed towards the depths of the sealed space. After arriving at this sealed space, Fang Chen increasingly felt that this place was extraordinary. If this was the outside world, the dead cultivators wouldn't be able to survive in this way. Could it be because of this deathly aura? But where did this deathly aura come from? Fang Chen was completely puzzled. When Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu arrived at the depths of the sealed space, they suddenly stopped. Their eyes were filled with shock. Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. He had been in the ancient sword continent for so long, but this was the first time he had seen such a strange thing. How is this possible? Fang Chen's pupils shrank as he involuntarily cried out. It wasn't just Fang Chen. Even Xiahou Wu had a face full of shock. How could there be such an existence in the depths of this sealed space? At this time, in the depths of this sealed space, an old tree was quietly taking root. Of course, if it was just an old tree, Fang Chen wouldn't have been so shocked. What shocked Fang Chen the most was that this old tree was actually taking root on a corpse. Correct, it was a corpse. This corpse contained an extremely dense deathly aura. Fang Chen could clearly sense that if an ordinary cultivator touched this deathly aura, they would definitely die. This old tree is taking root on this corpse. Fang Chen was incomparably shocked. This corpse was a supreme expert when it was alive. Xiahou Wu was extremely puzzled. His bloodthirsty eyes stared at the old tree. The old tree was taking root on the corpse, constantly absorbing the berserk deathly aura. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen was even more shocked. He had never heard of a large tree being able to absorb deathly aura. Just what was going on? Are you an immortal tree? Fang Chen did his best to calm his excitement as he slowly asked. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the old tree suddenly opened its mouth. You two humans actually followed me here. What is this place? Why is there so much deathly aura here? Fang Chen hastily asked. The branches of the ancient tree swayed as it quickly absorbed the death aura from the corpse. It did not pay attention to Fang Chen. Xiahou Wu, who was at the side, took a step forward and directly said, "Let me pull him up and we will know everything." After saying that, Xiahou Wu directly appeared in front of the corpse filled with deathly aura. His hand reached out and grabbed the old tree. Roar! Xiahou Wu angrily roared. Using all the power in his body, he wanted to pull out the old tree. But it was useless. Even after using all the power in his body, the old tree did not move in the slightest. "Little fellow, your blood is a bit special. It can touch the deathly aura. But with your strength, you're unable to pull me out." The old tree sneered at Xiahou Wu's actions as if it was mocking him. Fang Chen also noticed that when Xiahou Wu had touched the old tree, his blood had released a special aura that had blocked the deathly aura's invasion. It seems it should be because of the yellow spring sex protector's essence blood. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes as he looked at Xiahou Wu and the old tree. Then Xiahou Wu continuously tried to pull out the old tree, but it was to no avail. Fang Chen wanted to try, but he had only just stepped forward when he was attacked by the dense deathly aura. He was unable to resist the deathly aura and was forced to retreat. How can I take back the old tree? Fang Chen was completely puzzled. He had many questions, but he believed that as long as he could pull out the old tree, some of his questions would be answered. "Brat, if you are willing to let me drink enough of your blood, I will be able to answer your questions," said the ancient tree as it looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen was startled, speechless. In just an hour, the old tree had completely absorbed the deathly aura within the corpse. Just how big of an appetite did that require? If it absorbed his blood, wouldn't it drain him dry? Although Fang Chen's head was filled with questions, he wouldn't do such a stupid thing. "Fang Chen, I'll try again," said Xiahou Wu. Then Xiahou Wu once more unleashed his wild energy, but he was still unable to pull out the old tree. At this time, Xiahou Wu finally gave up. "Fang Chen, this old tree is too strange. I can't pull it out." Xiahou Wu was covered in sweat. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the old tree. "If you come with me, I can let you suck a lot of my blood." Fang Chen began to tempt the old tree. But the old tree didn't listen to him. It just remained silent. Seeing that, Fang Chen felt a burst of helplessness. But at this time, the little mouse appeared. It looked at the old tree and began to chirp. "You want to try?" Fang Chen suspiciously asked. The little mouse nodded. With a swoosh, it jumped from Fang Chen's shoulder onto the old tree's corpse. Then it jumped back onto the old tree. Seeing the little mouse, the old tree didn't seem to care in the slightest. Chirp! The little mouse extended its little claw, and in front of Fang Chen's dumbfounded gaze, it cut its little claw. Drops of blood dripped onto the old tree. Hiss! When the little mouse's blood dripped onto the old tree instantly trembled. "This is..." The old tree let out a startled cry. Looking at the little mouse, its voice was filled with disbelief. After dripping a few drops of blood, the little mouse stopped. It jumped down from the old tree and then swaggered over to Fang Chen. "Wait a moment." The old tree did its best to suppress its shock. "Where did this little mouse come from?" "If you want to know, I won't tell you." Fang Chen laughed mischievously. "Xiahou, let's go," Fang Chen said to Xiahou Wu. Then the two of them and the mouse directly left. Seeing this scene, the old tree was a little anxious. It jumped out of the corpse and moved quickly to catch up to Fang Chen. "Don't go. I've decided to go with you and see the outside world," the old tree solemnly said. "Just now we spent so much effort but you ignored us. Now you're finally willing to pay attention to us." Fang Chen looked at the old tree and faintly smiled. "Sorry, we don't want you anymore." After saying that, Fang Chen turned and left. He naturally knew that the reason the old tree wanted to go with them was completely because of the little mouse's blood. But at this time, He was intentionally keeping them in suspense. Wait a moment. Don't you want to know the secret of this place? I can tell you. The old tree moved and appeared in front of Fang Chen. Chapter 351. Hearing the old tree's words, Fang Chen finally stopped in his tracks. The little mouse stood on his shoulder and looked at the old tree with a smile. What is this place? Fang Chen directly asked his first question. The old tree pondered for a moment before answering in a deep voice. This is a cursed land. Who cursed the cursed land? Fang Chen continued to ask. The old tree slowly said, a long, long time ago, a supreme being came here. When this supreme being came here, he was about to die. He was unwilling to die just like that. Before he died, he swore that he must be resurrected. Otherwise, this place will be filled with death chi. This Almighty was extremely powerful. He could destroy a world with a flip of his hand. In the end, he died. Not long after his death, this place was filled with a dense aura of death. This is a sealed space. Every 6 years, the divine illusion space opens. Many cultivators come here, and as soon as they enter, they will be corroded by the aura of death and die a miserable death. As more and more cultivators die, the death chi here becomes even denser. It is also because of this dense death chi that cultivators can continue to live in the form of skeletons after death. Moreover, they can still retain some memories of their lives. I see. Fang Chen frowned and said, Then what kind of tree are you? Hearing Fang Chen's words, the old tree's branches swayed and said, I was originally a psychic tree. When I was psychic, I just happened to appear here. Later on, due to the corrosion of the aura of death, my insides underwent a great change. In the beginning, I tried my best to stop the aura of death from invading, but later on, I discovered that the aura of death could actually increase my cultivation. After so many years, I should be considered a Banxianshu. On the ancient sword continent, the most powerful type of tree was the immortal tree. Each immortal tree had existed for a very long time. It was said that the immortal tree could bring the dead back to life. There weren't many of them on the ancient sword continent. Of course, there were also many psychic trees. They tried their best to become immortal trees. However, since ancient times, how could it be that easy to become an immortal tree? Thus, many psychic trees were stuck at the final checkpoint. They were known as Banxianshu. Fang Chen had never imagined that there would actually be a Banxianshu in the divine illusion space. Banxianshu. Xia Houwu was also astonished. What's with that corpse? Fang Chen continued to ask. Banxianshu shuddered at the mention of the corpse. He said solemnly, that corpse belonged to an expert who had fallen here. It was because of his curse that this place became like this. Just now, after you killed those skeletons, you startled that expert. He sucked away all the death chi in this space. Fortunately, I took root in his corpse and absorbed it all, said Banxianshu with an evil smile. Fang Chen was startled. He thought back to the scene just now. The corpse that Banxianshu had taken root in contained an aura that made him inexplicably tremble. So that corpse belonged to an expert who had fallen here. The reason that Brat was able to enter this place without being injured is because he has a special kind of blood within him. As for you, I can't see through it, said Banxianshu calmly. Fang Chen's heart shook slightly. Hearing Banxianshu's words, Fang Chen instantly understood that the reason he wasn't affected by the death chi was because of the golden heart within him. When he had entered this place, the golden heart had trembled slightly and an invisible aura had spread out. At that time, Fang Chen hadn't thought too much about it. If this continues, this fallen expert will definitely be able to absorb enough death chi to revive. But the two of you have completely ruined his revival plan, said Banxianshu. Fang Chen and Xiaohu were startled. They immediately looked at the Banxianshu. But it's fine. The death chi within his body has all been absorbed by me. For now, there won't be any strange movements. We have to find a way to leave this place as soon as possible. Banxianshu continued, Of course, there is another reason. I just absorbed too much death chi. I need to absorb some human martial artist's blood to balance it out. Bangxianshu was an old tree that had lived for countless years. It knew a lot, and because it had been in this sealed space for a long time, it had to absorb both death chi and human blood to balance it out. This time, it had gone out to absorb human blood. But it hadn't expected that Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu would discover it. At this point, the Bangxianshu had already explained everything. Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu were lost in thought. The little mouse was chirping nonstop. "Why do you want to come with us?" Fang Chen suddenly asked. Bangxianshu was silent for a moment. Then it said, "Because of the little mouse in your body. The blood of this little mouse is a great supplement for me. A single drop of its blood is equivalent to the blood of tens of thousands of martial artists." Fang Chen heard this and nodded. Bangxianshu's words shouldn't be false. After all, Fang Chen also knew how miraculous the little mouse was. "Okay, then you can come with us," said Fang Chen. "I want to follow Brother Mouse." Bangxianshu didn't give Fang Chen any face and directly said. Fang Chen was startled. This Bangxianshu was too shameless. "Brother Mouse, you have to protect me in the future." Bangxianshu laughed and said to the little mouse. The little mouse chirped and gestured to the Bangxianshu. The Bangxianshu shook its head at first, but it quickly nodded. Seeing the Bangxianshu nod, the little mouse gave the Bangxianshu a drop of its blood. After the Bangxianshu absorbed the blood given by the little mouse, it was full of energy and was extremely excited. "You two little guys are really lucky." Bangxianshu looked at Fang Chen and said, "I don't know where you got Brother Mouse to make him follow you so wholeheartedly. I won't waste words with you. I promised Brother Mouse that I would give you an opportunity. But this opportunity is accompanied by a certain amount of danger. Do you dare accept?" "What opportunity?" asked Fang Chen. "Let's talk about you first. Your blood doesn't fear death chi. This opportunity is extremely important to you, but you'll have to obtain it yourself." Bangxianshu looked at Xiahou Wu. "Do you see that corpse? Underneath that corpse is a tomb. It's a tomb that the expert who died prepared for himself. But he didn't use it. Your opportunity is inside the tomb. Go find it yourself," Bangxianshu said. Fang Chen looked at Xiahou Wu. He was a bit worried. Xiahou Wu thought for a moment and then said to Fang Chen, "Brother Fang, you don't need to worry about me. Once I obtain my opportunity, we'll join hands and take revenge for the Reverence Sword Sect's disciples." "All right." Fang Chen nodded. Under Fang Chen's gaze, Xiahou Wu's bloodthirsty killing intent surged. He flipped over the corpse and entered the tomb. Bangxianshu continued, "Your opportunity is on this mountain peak. But I have to tell you in advance that this mountain peak is extremely special. If you don't obtain your opportunity, don't blame me. Since you know there's an opportunity, why don't you go yourself?" asked Fang Chen. "Do you think I don't want to? I'm bored to death here all day. In these past years, I've become extremely familiar with this space and learned of many places with opportunities. But the two places I pointed out are extremely suitable for you and that little fellow," said Bangxianshu. Fang Chen was silent for a moment. In the end, he chose to explore. Fang Chen walked towards the mountain peak behind the corpse. The little mouse sat on Fang Chen's shoulder. As for Bangxianshu, he quickly moved. He chuckled and said, "Brother Mouse, when are you going to give me another drop of blood?" Hearing Bangxianshu's shameless words, Fang Chen directly chose to ignore him. It was a bit easier than he had expected. Fang Chen easily reached the top of the mountain peak. Only after reaching the top did Fang Chen realize that this mountain peak was completely bare. There was nothing there. Fang Chen looked around doubtfully as he muttered to himself, "I have to search for opportunities here." Just as Fang Chen stepped onto the mountain peak, his expression suddenly changed. That was because the python sword within his spatial ring was trembling slightly. Yes. Ever since Ancestor Bronze's remnant consciousness entered the python sword, he had fallen into a coma after being severely injured. Who would have thought that he would actually tremble now? Could there be something here that attracted Ancestor Bronze's attention? Fang Chen was puzzled. Just as Fang Chen took a few steps forward, the python sword trembled again. After careful analysis, Fang Chen discovered that the python sword seemed to be guiding him. However, Ancestor Bronze was still in a coma, so it was very difficult for it to guide him. Fang Chen carefully listened to the python sword's trembling. Finally, he determined a direction. A trace of a smile appeared on his face as he quickly moved forward. Not long after, Fang Chen appeared in an open space. This was already the edge of the mountain peak. Fang Chen stopped here because after arriving here, the python sword seemed to be impatient. The opportunity must be here, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Then, he took out the hidden star sword and started to dig the ground. As Fang Chen dug, the Banxianshu behind him was filled with shock. What a monster! An hour later, Fang Chen had already dug out a very deep pit. Finally, at a certain moment, Fang Chen discovered that there was something in the pit. Then Fang Chen carefully took the thing out of the hole. It was a wooden box. After the baptism of time, the wooden box was only a little old. It wasn't damaged at all, which surprised Fang Chen. As Fang Chen held the wooden box, the python sword became even more impatient. Fang Chen opened the wooden box. Immediately, a multicolored light spread out from the wooden box, causing the entire mountain peak to be confused. This is Chapter 352. Fang Chen saw a thumb-sized black particle inside the wooden box. This black particle emitted a terrifying aura. Crash! Suddenly, the black particle disappeared from Fang Chen's palm. Following that, a wild aura escaped from Fang Chen's body. I'm finally awake. Suddenly, a voice entered Fang Chen's ears. Fang Chen immediately understood that the bronze ancestor had awakened. Senior, you're awake? Fang Chen asked. Fang Chen, it's all thanks to you that I was able to obtain something so precious. Ha ha ha, after sleeping for so long, I'm finally awake. The bronze ancestor was very happy. Fang Chen vaguely knew that the black particle was an extremely precious treasure. But since the bronze ancestor didn't say anything, Fang Chen didn't ask. Fang Chen was also very happy that the bronze ancestor had awakened. Where's the black particle? You actually lost it? Banxianshu saw the black particle disappear and hurriedly asked. Fang Chen waved his hand, indicating that the black particle had disappeared. This scene left Banxianshu speechless. You brat, you can't even grasp such an opportunity. If you had swallowed that black particle, your strength would have skyrocketed. You would be invincible in the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. Now that the particle is gone, your opportunity is gone. Banxianshu was speechless. Banxianshu naturally didn't know that the python sword contained the bronze ancestor's remnant will. So he was speechless for Fang Chen. Such an opportunity had actually been wasted by Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen didn't care about Banxianshu's words. He was currently listening to the bronze ancestor's teachings. The bronze ancestor had been asleep for a long time. The first thing he noticed when he woke up was that Fang Chen had become a soul cultivator. How long has it been since I last saw you? You've actually condensed a soul seed. The bronze ancestor was puzzled when he saw the soul seed in Fang Chen's mind. Fang Chen laughed mischievously. The bronze ancestor said, "But you're too useless. With a single glance, I can tell that your soul has been compressed. But after so long, you're still a mid-first level soul cultivator. What a disgrace." Hearing the bronze ancestor's words, Fang Chen frowned. "Ancestor, my cultivation speed is already fast enough. Forget it. Since you've awakened me, I'll help you," the bronze ancestor said. In the next moment, Fang Chen felt that his body was no longer under his control. He sat down cross-legged. Then, Fang Chen felt the soul seed in his mind tremble. Fang Chen closed his eyes. He believed in the bronze ancestor. The moment Fang Chen closed his eyes, a wild aura drilled into Fang Chen's mind. Then, the soul seed in Fang Chen's mind began to grow. At the same time, the soul in Fang Chen's mind was also rapidly changing. After about an hour, Fang Chen's soul had advanced from the mid-red class to the late-red class. This also meant that Fang Chen's soul cultivation had advanced from the mid-first level to the late-first level. A soul practitioner at the late stage of the first rank was equivalent to a martial artist at the late stage of the Qi High realm. Before his breakthrough, Fang Chen's strength was enough to easily kill a martial artist at the late stage of the Qi High realm. Now, Fang Chen was confident that he could fight against the top disciples of the two-star sect. What a powerful feeling! Fang Chen felt that his body was filled with powerful energy. His face was full of surprise. With the help of the bronze ancestor, his strength had skyrocketed in a short period of time. "Thank you, ancestor," Fang Chen said gratefully. "You've awakened me and I've helped you increase your cultivation. We're even now. I never like to owe anyone a favor," the bronze ancestor said slowly. "However, after helping you, my remnant consciousness has weakened a lot. I need to recuperate. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important." Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded respectfully. "You'd better leave this place as soon as possible." The bronze ancestor stopped talking after saying this. Fang Chen didn't know what the bronze ancestor meant, but he still nodded and turned to look at the Bankxianshu. The Bankxianshu's leaves were swaying as it looked at Fang Chen in shock. "Kid, hurry up and tell me how your soul improved." The Bankxianshu could clearly sense that Fang Chen's soul had just experienced a qualitative leap. But it was very puzzling. Fang Chen clearly hadn't done anything, so how had his soul improved? Fang Chen glanced at the Bankxianshu. "There are many things you don't know. When will my friend come out?" Fang Chen changed the topic. The Bankxianshu thought for a moment and said, "The opportunities in the tomb are very important to that kid. Perhaps the next time we meet, he'll be stronger than you. However, you don't need to wait here. Once that kid receives the inheritance, he'll come out from another place." Fang Chen glanced at the entrance of the tomb. After which, he nodded and said, "In that case, let's leave this place." Of course, if they wanted to leave, they still had to rely on the Bankxianshu. The Bankxianshu led Fang Chen and the little mouse out of the sealed space an hour later. They had come out from the entrance of the valley. "What a mystical place," Fang Chen said as he glanced at the valley. After negotiating with the Bankxianshu, Fang Chen put the Bankxianshu into a special interspatial ring. Fang Chen had originally intended to put the Bankxianshu into his own interspatial ring, but the Bankxianshu refused. It only wanted to stay with the little mouse. After dealing with the Bankxianshu, Fang Chen quickly left this place. Fang Chen's gaze was deep as he looked into the distance. He resolutely embarked on his journey. This experience had allowed Fang Chen's soul cultivation to increase to a level where he could fight against a 9th-level Qi High warrior. This allowed Fang Chen's strength to increase in all aspects. "It's time to avenge the dead disciples of the Reverence Sword sect," Fang Chen said coldly. His words were filled with a wild killing intent. Fang Chen found a direction and quickly walked on the plains. Time passed bit by bit. During this time, Fang Chen met many disciples from other sects. After asking around, he finally found out where the 3 big sects were staying. "The Haiyun sect?" Fang Chen said softly and quickly moved forward. One day later, Fang Chen appeared at the foot of a mountain. He raised his head and saw that there were many disciples on the mountain peak. Looking at their clothes, they were disciples of the Haiyun sect. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Fang Chen climbed up the mountain peak and aggressively walked towards the disciples of the Haiyun sect. "Who are you?" Seeing Fang Chen suddenly appear, the disciples of the Haiyun sect asked coldly. "The person who will kill you." As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, a wild aura suddenly erupted from his body. In the next moment, the hidden star sword in his hand shot out. With Fang Chen's current strength, wherever the hidden star sword passed, there would be miserable screams. The ordinary disciples of the Hai Yun sect couldn't withstand it. Who are you? Why do you dare to attack my Hai Yun sect? Aren't you afraid that the Hai Yun sect will take revenge? An outstanding disciple of the Hai Yun sect roared angrily. My name is Tai Nyo. Tai Yun is my big brother. As soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, the hidden star sword suddenly waved, and the few remaining disciples of the Sea Cloud sect were all killed. However, Fang Chen purposely waited for a moment to give the disciples of the Hai Yun sect the time to send a message. As expected, after killing all the disciples of the Hai Yun sect, Fang Chen found that one of the disciples had a communication jade pendant in his hand. Good, I'll wait for you here. Fang Chen grinned. In a certain place in the divine illusion space, a group of martial artists had just returned from a ruin. They were all in a sorry state. The leader of these people was the second strongest of the Hai Yun sect's younger generation. His strength was on par with the cloud-covering Han Yang Fan. He was called Hai Huan. Senior brother Hai Huan, our harvest this time wasn't small. Especially senior brother Hai Huan. With such a great harvest, it won't be long before you reach the peak of the 9th level of the Qi Hai realm. Senior brother Hai Huan, what should we do next? The disciples all laughed. Hai Huan's face was also full of smiles. This ruin was much better than he had imagined. He had obtained a great harvest, but just as Hai Huan was about to speak, his communication jade pendant suddenly vibrated. He took it out and saw that it was a message from a disciple of the Hai Yun sect. However, when Hai Huan picked up the communication jade pendant and listened to the message, a wild killing intent erupted from her body. Senior brother Hai Huan, what's wrong? A disciple asked in confusion. A martial artist called Tai Nyo killed many disciples of our Sea Cloud sect. Chapter 353. Hearing Hai Huan's words, the expressions of the Sea Cloud sect's disciples changed. Their eyes were filled with anger. Damn it, someone actually dared to kill our Sea Cloud sect's disciples. They're really courting death, shouted a disciple. Senior brother Hai Huan, we're going to get revenge. Hearing that, Hai Huan nodded his head. A trace of a strange color appeared on his gloomy face. He immediately said, I want to see what kind of courage this Tai Nyo has to kill a disciple of our Sea Cloud sect. As soon as Hai Huan's voice fell, he led the Sea Cloud sect's disciples to quickly advance according to the communication jade pendant. Hai Huan was a bit worried that the culprit would escape, but he didn't know that Fang Chen had never thought of leaving. He had been waiting for them to arrive. A day later, Hai Huan led the Sea Cloud sect's disciples to the plains in front of the mountain peak. Senior brother Hai Huan, is this the mountain peak in front of us? Asked a disciple. Not bad. It's really getting more and more interesting. Hai Huan narrowed his eyes and raised his head to look at the figure sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak. His face revealed a trace of femininity. After killing my Sea Cloud sect's disciples, he still hasn't fled. Either he's powerful or he's stupid, said Hai Huan coldly. However, I believe he's the second type. As soon as Hai Huan's voice fell, she quickly led the disciples of the Sea Cloud sect up the mountain peak. At this moment, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. When he saw the Sea Cloud sect's disciples arrive, a faint smile appeared on his face. They're a bit later than I thought, muttered Fang Chen to himself as he looked at the Sea Cloud sect's disciples. Brat, you're Tai Nyo? Asked Hai Huan coldly when he saw Fang Chen. The atmosphere on the mountain peak instantly froze. The Sea Cloud sect's disciples glared angrily at Fang Chen. As long as Fang Chen made the slightest move, they would attack him together. Yes, I'm Tai Nyo, said Fang Chen. Did you kill my Sea Cloud sect's disciples? Hai Huan couldn't see through Fang Chen. He narrowed his eyes and asked icily. Fang Chen turned his head to look at the corpses behind him. Then he pointed his finger. If you're talking about trash, then it should be me. When he heard Fang Chen call him trash, Hai Huan's heart burned with fury. He said each word clearly. Brat, do you know what you're doing? I know. Aren't they just the disciples of the Sea Cloud sect? Fang Chen said in a relaxed manner. My big brother once said that the disciples of the Sea Cloud sect were merely chess pieces that he used. Now that he's done using them, they're worthless. Fang Chen. Those who didn't believe that Tai Nyo was Tai Yun's little brother finally had a huge change in expression. This was especially true for Hai Huan. His eyes were filled with astonishment as he said, "Brat, is what you said true? Did your big brother Tai Yun really say that?" Hai Huan didn't care whether Tai Nyo's identity was true or false. Just based on his courage to stand here, it meant his strength was definitely extraordinary. It was extremely likely he was related to the Iron Sword sect. At this time, Hai Huan pinched the communication jade pendant and asked the chief disciple of the Sea Cloud sect, Hai Tian. Senior apprentice brother Hai Tian, there's a disciple here who calls himself Tai Nyo. He killed many of my Sea Cloud sect's disciples, and from his tone, it seems the Iron Sword sect has always been using us. Once they're done using us, they'll exterminate us, said Hai Huan. In the blink of an eye, Hai Tian replied, you should be careful. Ever since the three great sects surrounded the Sword Reverence sect, Tai Yun's expression has been strange. This Tai Nyo might be telling the truth. If you can kill him, then kill him. If you can't, then wait for me. When he heard Hai Tian's words, Hai Huan already believed half of what Fang Chen had said. At the moment, he hated the Iron Sword sect even more. Despicable! Roared Hai Huan. It's not just you who will die. All the Sea Cloud sect's disciples in the divine illusion space will die. Only by killing you will no one know about the Sword Reverence sect's encirclement, sneered Fang Chen. My big brother Tai Yun is already hunting down your Sea Cloud sect's disciples. Have you noticed that the number of disciples you have is constantly decreasing? Continued Fang Chen. Brat, a mere Iron Sword sect wants to wipe out our Sea Cloud sect in one fell swoop? What wishful thinking. No matter what your relationship with Tai Yun is, you will definitely die today, Hai Huan said coldly. A wild aura instantly gushed out from his body. Your Sea Cloud sect is trash in my big brother's eyes. Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant, continued Fang Chen. Fuck! Hearing Fang Chen's words, the Sea Cloud sect's disciples finally couldn't bear it any longer. One of the disciples suddenly roared. Then, he activated all the strength in his body and directly attacked Fang Chen. Just how powerful was Fang Chen right now? Seeing this Sea Cloud sect's disciple courting death, he naturally wouldn't be polite. The hidden star sword in his hand danced, and a water flame's sword light accurately pierced that disciple's head. Bang! That disciple's head shattered and blood sprayed out, shocking many of the Sea Cloud sect's disciples. You should be proud to be able to die to the Iron Sword sect's peerless sword technique. Fang Chen gripped the hidden star sword and grinned. I'll kill you, you bastard. Immediately, several cultivators were infuriated and joined forces to attack. They could be considered outstanding members of the younger generation in the Sea Cloud sect. But when they faced Fang Chen, banging sounds rang out. Hai Huan looked over and saw that his Sea Cloud sect's disciples didn't even have a chance to fight back. They were all killed by Tai Nyo. At this moment, Hai Huan finally realized that something was wrong. He narrowed his eyes, looked at Tai Nyo, and said coldly, Kid, since you want to die, then I, Hai Huan, will let you know what it means to be a true expert. As soon as Hai Huan's voice fell, a wild aura surged out of his body. In the next moment, specks of blue light appeared on Hai Huan's fists. As soon as those specks of blue light appeared, they roared like the sea. Hoo-hoo! The aura around Hai Huan's body rose wildly. When it reached its peak, Hai Huan suddenly roared and punched out with both his fists. When Hai Huan's fists blasted out, two blue fist shadows appeared and wrapped around them. Hai Huan's strength was about the same as the cloud-covering hand of the flying Immortal Pavilion, Yang Fan. If even Yang Fan wasn't a match for Fang Chen, it was obvious that Hai Huan wouldn't be able to defeat Fang Chen. If it was Hai Tian, I might be a little afraid. However, if it's you, only death awaits you. Fang Chen watched Hai Huan's menacing attack as he spoke. As soon as his voice fell, Hai Huan's fists appeared in front of him. When the blue fist lights on Hai Huan's fists came into contact with Fang Chen's body, a sinister smile appeared on Hai Huan's face. Brat, no matter how strong you are, you will definitely die if you are hit by my fists. Hai Huan seemed to have already seen the scene of his fists blasting Fang Chen to death. His eyes were burning with passion. I'm afraid you will be the one to die. Just as Hai Huan's face was full of smiles, a discordant voice suddenly entered Hai Huan's ears. Then, Hai Huan was shocked to discover that his fists seemed to be frozen in the air and couldn't move forward. Ha! Hai Huan roared and urged all the power in his body into his fists, wanting to bombard Fang Chen's body. However, he was only a centimeter away from Fang Chen. His fists couldn't move forward. How is this possible? The smile on Hai Huan's face faded and was replaced by a look of fear. However, before he could think of a way to deal with it, Fang Chen's hidden star sword ruthlessly pierced his chest. When Fang Chen stabbed with the hidden star sword, he instantly used a 100-meter ice seal. Hai Huan was directly frozen. When the ice seal disappeared, Hai Huan was shocked to discover that his chest had been pierced by the hidden star sword. Hai Huan's eyes were filled with disbelief. He never thought that he would be killed by this martialist in front of him in one blow. Who are you? Hai Huan's mouth was bleeding and his voice was hoarse. A dead person doesn't need to know too much, Fang Chen said softly. With a poochie sound, he pulled out the hidden star sword. Hai Huan slowly fell to the ground. Just as Hai Huan fell to the ground, a soul flew out from his mind. Before Fang Chen could swing the hidden star sword, the little mouse rushed out of the interspatial ring and swallowed the soul in one gulp. No! A miserable cry came out of the soul before it was digested by the little mouse. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen was stunned. This little mouse was too powerful. It could even swallow a martialist's soul. While Fang Chen was in a daze, the Banxianshu also came out of the interspatial ring and directly took root on Hai Huan's corpse. It sizzled as it absorbed Hai Huan's blood. Hai Huan had just died, so his blood was still very fresh. The Banxianshu shouted loudly as it absorbed the blood. It was too comfortable. Hai Huan's death completely shocked the disciples of the Sea Cloud sect. Senior brother Hai Huan is actually dead. How is this possible? Is he a devil? He killed senior brother Hai Huan in one move. Quickly run. Suddenly, a disciple shouted. Instantly, all the disciples who were in shock came to their senses and ran away. However, how could Fang Chen let them go? You were also involved in the siege of the Sword Reverence sect. As soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, the hidden star sword danced. The 7th level of the fire and water sword art was instantly displayed. In the blink of an eye, all the disciples that Hai Huan had brought were killed by Fang Chen. The entire mountain peak was covered with the corpses of the Sea Cloud sect's disciples. The Banxianshu shouted in pleasure as it continuously absorbed the fresh blood. Chapter 354. After killing Hai Huan and the others, Fang Chen did not leave the mountain peak. He was waiting for Hai Tian and the others to arrive. With his current strength, if he were to fight alone, he would not be afraid even if he met Hai Tian. He believed that Hai Tian would know about the situation here and would be on his way. Fang Chen stood quietly on the mountain peak. His deep eyes looked at the endless blue sky. His thoughts gradually returned to the past. When he came to the Golden Crown Nation, he was only 17 years old. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. Now, he was 19 years old. In these 2 years, Fang Chen used his own efforts to reach the 6th level of the Qi High Realm from the 9th level of the Qi Transformation Realm. Although his cultivation was only at the 6th level of the Qi High Realm, his true strength was comparable to the chief disciples of the 9 major two-star sect. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was one of the best of the younger generation in the Golden Crown Nation. And all of this only took 2 years. I wonder how Tian Xian is doing. At this moment, Fang Chun thought back to everything that had happened in the Xingfeng Nation. He thought back to Tian Xian, who was taught by him in the Heavenly Fire Tribe. I wonder how his cultivation is now. Fang Chun said to himself. Back then, before Fang Chun left, he had left the water and fire swordplay to Tian Xian. If Tian Xian could successfully cultivate the water and fire swordplay to the second level before the age of 25, he would be his first disciple. Back then, Tian Xian was only a 10-year-old child. Now, he was only 12. There was still a lot of time left for Tian Xian. Fang Chun did not think too much about it. Then, he thought of the Fang clan in the Xingfeng Nation and his mother. After the divine illusion space closes, I will go to the Luo clan to look for her. Fang Chun said in a low voice. While Fang Chun was thinking about the past, the strongest of the younger generation in the Haiyun sect, Hai Tian, was rushing towards the mountain peak where Fang Chun was at. You dare to kill the disciples of the Haiyun sect? You are courting death. Hai Tian said in a cold voice as he sped forward. His eyes were filled with bloodlust, which was extremely frightening. Apart from Hai Tian, the flying celestial pavilion was also searching for Tai Nyo in the divine illusion space. They had already announced that they would find Tai Nyo at all costs and kill him. The man called Tai Nyo had killed their flying immortal pavilion's cloud-covering hand Yang Fan. This caused the entire flying immortal pavilion to be furious, especially the head disciple of the flying immortal pavilion. He even told Fang Yen that as long as he met Tai Nyo, he would definitely make him regret it for the rest of his life. Of course, other than these two sects, other sects were also searching for opportunities within the divine illusion space. The divine illusion space opened once every 6 years. Each time it opened, it would only be open for half a year. The disciples of the sect naturally wouldn't waste any time. Over the years, there had been many disciples who had obtained opportunities in the divine illusion space. As long as they didn't die, they would all become core disciples of the sect. This caused the disciples of the sect to do their best to search for opportunities. Once they found their own opportunities, it meant that they would be able to soar into the sky. Among the 9 two-star sects, the Reverence Sword sect had been annihilated by 3 two-star sects. This had shaken the entire divine illusion space, but it still couldn't stop the disciples from searching for opportunities. In a certain area, 2 martialists were moving forward. Their faces were full of smiles. Luo Yu, you've gained quite a lot. A man beside Luo Yu said with a smile. Brother Luohan, you've gained quite a lot too. Luo Yu said with a smile. Before entering the divine illusion space, he had been together with Luohan. After entering the divine illusion space, the two of them had been together. The two of them were quite lucky. Not long after entering the divine illusion space, they had encountered a great opportunity. It took them a full 2 months to successfully accept the inheritance of this place. Now, the two of them had reached the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. This made the two of them very happy. It's only been 2 months and our cultivation has increased. If we obtain more inheritances, our cultivation will definitely increase greatly. Who knows, we might even be able to compete with Luogong. Luo Han said happily. Our strength will surpass Luo Gong sooner or later. Luo Yu clenched his fist and said in a deep voice. The Luo family was one of the 9 two-star sects. Among the 9 two-star sects, it was considered one of the top powers. To be able to become the top expert of the younger generation of the Luo family, it was enough to show how strong Luo Gong was. Luo Gong was only 20 years old and his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. This time, after entering the divine illusion space, Luo Gong's goal was to enter the martial marquee list. Actually, before entering the divine illusion space, Luo Gong's strength was already comparable to the experts of the Martial Marquis list. If there were no accidents, Luo Gong would definitely be able to increase his strength and enter the Martial Marquis list. At that time, the Luo family would definitely become the leader of the 9 two-star sects. A 20-year-old expert of the Martial Marquis list was too young. It was enough for the Luo family to continue for 100 years. However, Luo Yu and Luo Han were also the top experts of the younger generation of the Luo family. Although their cultivation wasn't as high as Luo Gong's, their talent was outstanding. As long as they were given time, they would definitely be able to catch up to Luo Gong. Continue searching for remnants and breaking through, Luo Yu said. Okay. Just as Luo Yu and Luo Han were preparing to leave, a red-clothed female suddenly appeared in their line of sight. When the two of them saw the red-clothed female, their pupils shrank and they said, "Why is she here?" The person who had come was none other than the only person in the younger generation of the Luo family who could contend against Luo Gong. "The two of you have gained quite a bit." The red-clothed female looked at the two of them and slightly nodded her head. "Liuli, why are you here?" Luo Han asked. "I just happened to pass by here," Luo Liuli said. After the three of them greeted each other, Luo Liuli left. Luo Yu looked at Luo Liuli's back and wanted to say something, but hesitated. Once Luo Liuli was far away, Luo Han asked, "Luo Yu, what did you want to say?" "Brother Luo Han, do you still remember the disciple from the sword sect who defeated me in Jianzhou City?" Luo Yu asked. "Of course I remember. His name is Fang Chen," said Luo Han. "That person called Fang Chen has always been searching for a woman called Luo Liuli. I originally wanted to tell Liuli about this," said Luo Yu. Why is he looking for Liuli? Could it be that they know each other?" Luo Han was puzzled. "I also don't know," said Luo Yu. Luo Yu and Luo Han continued walking as they chatted. Unknowingly, the two of them had arrived in front of a mountain peak. Suddenly, Luo Han saw a person sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak. His expression changed and he said, "Luo Yu, look at the peak. There's a person there." "Let's go take a look," said Luo Han. In a short while, the two of them reached the peak. "Do you know this brat?" Luo Han stared at Fang Chen icily. "I don't know him," said Luo Yu. Hearing that, Luo Han's eyes brightened. "It seems he's a disciple from an ordinary sect." As he spoke, Luo Han appeared in front of Fang Chen. "Brat, I'm in a good mood today. Hand over your spatial ring and I'll let you live." Fang Chen had been waiting for Hai Tian to arrive. He hadn't expected two unexpected cultivators to arrive. When he saw Luo Yu, his eyes flickered. He slowly stood up and said, "Are you sure you want to rob me?" "Nonsense. If we don't rob you, who will we rob?" Luo Han's face darkened. "You have to pay a price for robbing me. For example, these people." Fang Chen moved aside, allowing Hai Huan and the others' corpses to appear in front of Luo Han. Yes. At the beginning, Luo Han and Luo Yu had seen a few corpses, but they hadn't looked carefully. They had thought they were ordinary disciples' corpses. But now that they heard Fang Chen's words, they looked over and saw that Hai Huan was among those corpses. "You killed Hai Huan?" Luo Yu's heart was filled with dread. "Then who do you think killed her?" Fang Chen smiled. I don't believe you killed Hai Huan," Luo Han sneered. He thought Fang Chen was just trying to scare them. He was a disciple of the Luo family. How could he be afraid of an ordinary cultivator? Luo Yu, attack together. "Kill him!" shouted Luo Han. His aura suddenly exploded out, and he directly attacked Fang Chen. Courting death. Fang Chen's eyes flickered. He had sensed Luo Han's killing intent. Seeing Luo Han's attack, he suddenly punched out. Bang! Luo Han's body was sent flying. He crashed to the ground, heavily injured. His face was filled with terror. "Damn it!" cursed Luo Han. This time, he had kicked an iron plate. Luo Yu directly ran over to Luo Han and helped him up. She turned to Fang Chen and said, Brother, we're disciples of the Luo family. Please give the Luo family some face and let us off. Does the Luo family have some face? Sneered Fang Chen. My big brother is the Iron Sword Sect's Tai Yun. Do you think I'm afraid of the Luo family? Brother, if you kill us, the Luo family won't let the Iron Sword Sect off, said Luo Yu. Humph, my Iron Sword Sect has long since had thoughts of unifying the Golden Crown Nation. Once the Divine Illusion space closes, my Iron Sword Sect will attack your Luo family, said Fang Chen. Luo Han and Luo Yu's expressions were ashen. Then what will it take for you to let us off? Let you off? Sneered Fang Chen. A wild aura suddenly erupted from his body. Luo Yu and Luo Han were filled with regret. Why had they provoked this killing god? However, they had secretly sent a message to the Luo family's disciples that Luo Yu was no longer here. I've already sent a message to the Luo family. If you dare touch the two of us, the Luo family's disciples won't let you off, threatened Luo Yu. You're threatening me? Fang Chen's eyes were icy. He took out the hidden star sword and walked step by step toward Luo Yu and Luo Han. Seeing Fang Chen's icy gaze, Luo Yu trembled and shouted, Liuli, save me! Originally, Fang Chen had wanted to kill Luo Han and Luo Yu. But when he heard Liuli's name, he instantly stopped and looked at Luo Yu. Who is Liuli? Luo Liuli? Chapter 355. When Fang Chen heard the name Liuli, his expression constantly changed. He pressed the hidden star sword against Luo Yu's throat and coldly asked, Who is Liuli? Yes. Seeing Fang Chen so anxious, Luo Yu suddenly realized something. You're Fang Chen? Impossible. He can't possibly have such tyrannical strength. Luo Yu suddenly said. Fang Chen. Even Luo Han, who was standing at the side, was shocked. Tell me, who is Liuli? Fang Chen's voice was ice-cold. Fang Chen. You're definitely Fang Chen. Only you would care so much about Liuli. Luo Yu wildly laughed when he saw Fang Chen's anxious expression. At this moment, Luo Yu even forgot that he was still in danger. Fang Chen fiercely waved the hidden star sword. With a swoosh, Luo Han instantly died. Killing people without blinking was exactly what Fang Chen was doing right now. Tell me, who is Liuli? Fang Chen roared furiously. At this moment, Luo Yu was finally a little afraid. He looked at Fang Chen, his body constantly trembling. If I tell you, can you let me go? Speak. Fang Chen roared once more. Liuli is called Luo Liuli. She's a member of my Luo family. Luo Yu's body trembled as he spoke. But at this moment a wild roar came from the distance. Tainyo, you're courting death. This roar directly startled Fang Chen. He icily looked into the distance. At this moment, a figure appeared on the distant plains. That figure was the head disciple of the Sea Cloud sect, Hai Tian. Whoosh! Taking advantage of Fang Chen's inattention, Luo Yu's figure flashed and he directly rushed down the mountain. As long as he could reach Hai Tian, he would be saved. Hai Tian, save me! Luo Yu roared. When he saw that Luo Yu had escaped, Fang Chen's eyes turned completely cold. He held the hidden star sword in his hand and suddenly chased after Luo Yu. If Luo Yu was saved by Hai Tian, she would definitely reveal her identity. Swish! The great Luo soul slaughter flame was instantly unleashed. A wild spiritual flame shot out and drilled into Luo Yu's head, burning her soul. How dare you! Seeing Fang Chen attack Luo Yu, Hai Tian, who was rushing over, roared furiously. Hai Tian is... Luo Yu knew that he wouldn't be able to live. He wanted to tell Hai Tian about Fang Chen's identity, but before he could finish speaking, he was pierced by Fang Chen's sword and instantly lost his life. The instant Fang Chen killed Luo Yu, his body moved horizontally, and a large crater appeared where he had been standing. Tainyo, you dare to kill a disciple of my Sea Cloud sect? Today, even the gods won't be able to save you. Hai Tian was overbearing as he roared furiously. I've been waiting for you. Fang Chen squinted his eyes and looked at Hai Tian as he said coldly. With Fang Chen's current strength, he wasn't afraid of Hai Tian in a one-on-one fight. He had been waiting here for Hai Tian's arrival. Good, very good. I really want to know where your courage comes from. Hai Tianxing's voice was cold and threatening. Swish. As soon as Hai Tian's voice fell, he suddenly erupted with an extremely tyrannical aura. This was the first time Fang Chen fought with a warrior at the peak of the 9th level of the Qi High Realm, but Fang Chen wasn't afraid at all. Seeing Hai Tian's fierce attack, Fang Chen held the hidden star sword tightly in his hand. His eyes were filled with passion. Just in time. The 7th level of the Fire and Water Sword art was pushed to the extreme by Fang Chen. The hidden star sword shot out a wild fire and water sword light. 1, 2, 3. A total of 7 thick fire and water sword light floated side by side in the sky. Raging Sea Fist. Suddenly, Hai Tian roared and clenched his fist. The wild qi around him gathered on his fist. In the next moment, specks of blue light appeared on his fist. These specks of light contained an aura as majestic as the sea. You should be proud to die under my raging sea fist. Hai Tian sneered. Both of his fists suddenly brandished. As Hai Tian brandished his fists, the surrounding air dissipated in all directions. Crack! As the air dissipated, the space seemed to be distorted. Hai Tian's fists flew across the air and appeared in front of Fang Chen. At this moment, the star-concealing sword in Fang Chen's hand controlled the 7 sword lights of water and fire, and suddenly merged them into one sword light of water and fire. After doing all this, the sword light of water and fire advanced side by side with the star-concealing sword, directly bombarding Hai Tian's fist. Dong! The whole earth trembled. After the two collided, the wild qi soared into the sky. The fire and water sword light collided with Hai Tian's fists and shattered. However, Hai Tian's fists were also shaken to the point of pain. After Hai Tian's fists smashed the fire and water sword light, he paused for a moment. It was this pause that allowed Fang Chen's hidden star sword to shoot over. Bang! Fang Chen's hidden star sword fiercely slashed at Hai Tian's fists. With a crack, the blue light on Hai Tian's fists was instantly sent flying. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Fang Chen and Hai Tian were forced to retreat at the same time. However, when Fang Chen was retreating, he suddenly stomped. His body rotated 180 degrees in the sky and moved forward again. The hidden star sword in his hand pierced towards Hai Tian. Yes. Seeing this scene, Hai Tian's expression changed slightly. In a hurry, he used the raging sea fist. With a bang, Hai Tian's body was sent flying. When Hai Tian did his best to stabilize his body, a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. He coldly asked, "You're not a disciple of the Iron Sword sect. Who are you?" "The person who will kill you." Fang Chen sneered and raised his sword to attack once more. Fang Chen had already understood Hai Tian's true strength. Although Hai Tian was the strongest of the Hai Yun sect's younger generation, Fang Chen was confident that he could defeat him. "To be able to force me to this extent, your strength is at least on the level of a chief disciple of one of the 9 great 2-star sects. Who are you?" Hai Tian coldly asked as he watched Fang Chen launch his attack. Fang Chen didn't say anything. What responded to Hai Tian was a sharp fire and water sword light. This time, when Fang Chen used the fire and water sword technique, he suddenly activated the Daluo Soul Slaughter Flame. Whoosh! The spiritual flame instantly condensed and appeared in front of Hai Tian's head. It wanted to drill into his mind. No! Hai Tian also sensed the tyrannical power of this spiritual flame. With a furious roar, the aura around his body suddenly skyrocketed, and a majestic black fog emerged from his body. "Brat, you're the first person of the younger generation to force me to this extent." When the black mist appeared around Hai Tian, his aura also soared. Crack! The black mist directly blocked the spiritual flame. After a stalemate, the spiritual flame was extinguished by the black mist. Your strength is on par with Luogong's. I never thought that I would meet such a powerful cultivator like you in the divine illusion space, Hai Tian said in a gloomy voice. When the black mist came out of his body, Fang Chen discovered that Hai Tian seemed to have become a different person. Even his tone was different. In these past years, anyone who knew my secret has died. You're no exception. Hai Tian's eyes were filled with black mist. Fang Chen frowned. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar aura. You're a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. At this moment, Fang Chen finally realized that the Hai Tian in front of him was no longer the Hai Tian of the Sea Cloud sect. He had been possessed by a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. Brat, it seems you understand my Yellow Spring sect quite well, said Hai Tian sinisterly. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the sky. It seems that your Yellow Spring sect has already infiltrated the Sea Cloud sect. You're very smart, but you know too much. Today, you'll definitely die. Hai Tian laughed sinisterly. When he had revealed his identity, he had already made preparations to kill this person. Furthermore, he was confident that this person wouldn't be able to escape from his palm. Do you think you can kill me? Fang Chen suddenly asked as he looked at the sky. Killing you will be as easy as crushing an ant. As Hai Tian spoke, the black mist around him surged. What do you think will happen if I spread the news that the Sea Cloud sect is colluding with the Yellow Spring sect? Fang Chen smiled faintly. You won't have that chance. Hai Tian's black mist surged as he walked step by step toward Fang Chen. He was filled with killing intent. 7th level of the Water Flame Sword Art. Fang Chen knew he couldn't be careless. He directly activated the 7th level of the Water Flame Sword Art and then used the Daluo Soul Slaughter Flame. Crack! Hai Tian's palm was filled with a black aura. Under Hai Tian's control, this black aura collided violently with the Waterfire Sword Light. At the same time, Hai Tian's other hand reached out, wanting to kill Fang Chen. Daluo Soul Slaughter Flame, 2nd level. Just as Hai Tian's attack was about to reach Fang Chen, the latter urged his late red class soul to condense a spiritual flame and use the Daluo Soul Slaughter Flame. Fang Chen had long since comprehended the Daluo Soul Slaughter Flame. He had comprehended the 2nd level of the Daluo Soul Slaughter Flame when he was dealing with Hai Tian. The reason he was so confident in escaping despite knowing that his opponent was a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect was because of the Daluo Soul Slaughter Flame. The 2nd level of the Daluo Soul Slaughter Flame was several times stronger than the 1st level. Caught off guard, Hai Tian's palm was instantly burned by the spiritual flame. Damn it! Roared Hai Tian furiously. While Hai Tian was wearing down the soul flame attack, Fang Chen leaped and left the mountain peak, disappearing into the forest behind the mountain peak. Brat, you won't be able to escape. Hai Tian destroyed the spiritual flame and chased after Fang Chen. Now that Fang Chen knew his identity, how could he let Fang Chen escape? Chapter 356. 3 days later, Fang Chen appeared miserably in a cave. In the past 3 days, he had been constantly avoiding Hai Tian's pursuit. Damn it! Fang Chen couldn't help cursing. After Hai Tian had been possessed, his strength had caught up to the Martial Marquis rankings. He was no match for him. Fortunately, his Daluo Soul Killing Flame had broken through to the 2nd level at the critical moment. Otherwise, he would have lost his life. Fortunately, although he was in a sorry state, he had still managed to escape. Once this news spreads, your Sea Cloud sect's disciples will definitely become the target of public criticism. A vicious light flashed through Fang Chen's eyes. After another day, a major piece of news instantly swept through the entire divine illusion space. Countless martialists were discussing this piece of news. Have you heard? Someone fought a huge battle with the Sea Cloud sect's Hai Tian. Apparently, Hai Tian has been possessed by a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. What do you mean Hai Tian has been possessed by a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect? Didn't the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect exterminate them a long time ago? It's not just that. It's said that the entire Sea Cloud sect is connected to the Yellow Spring sect. I don't know if that's true or not. Many disciples were discussing this in a certain trading area. However, they still weren't sure if this news was true or false. However, half a day later, they heard another piece of news. They were finally certain that the Sea Cloud sect was colluding with the Yellow Spring sect. Heavens, the Sea Cloud sect is a 2-star sect, but they're actually colluding with the Yellow Spring sect. Once I leave, I'll definitely report this to my sect. That's right. The Yellow Spring sect is too dangerous for the ancient Sword Continent. The Sea Cloud sect is actually colluding with them. They're helping the evildoers. Let's join forces and kill the Sea Cloud sect's disciples. Many martial artists were filled with righteous indignation. Some disciples had even personally witnessed the Sea Cloud sect's disciples being possessed by a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. The Sea Cloud sect became a target for everyone. Within the divine illusion space, all the sect's disciples were searching for the Sea Cloud sect's disciples. As long as they found them, they would kill them without mercy. At this moment, in a certain region of the divine illusion space, a white-robed man was leaning against a tree. His expression changed slightly when he heard the news. The Sea Cloud sect is actually colluding with the Yellow Spring sect, said the white-robed man. Killing intent shot out of his eyes. Senior Brother Luogong, the news of the Sea Cloud sect colluding with the Yellow Spring sect has already been confirmed. Right now, all the disciples of the Sea Cloud sect are being hunted down by the disciples of the other sections. What about our Luo family? Asked another disciple. You dare to collude with the Yellow Spring sect? You really don't want to live anymore. Pass down my orders. If you encounter any disciples of the Sea Cloud sect, kill them without mercy, Luogong said coldly. At the same time, the chief disciples of the other 2-star sects also expressed their intentions to pursue and kill the disciples of the Sea Cloud sect. However, in another part of the divine illusion space, the disciples of the Daluo sect were furious when they heard this news. How could that idiot Hai Tian reveal his identity? Roared Luo Kansas. Just who was able to force Hai Tian to reveal his identity? Asked Tai Yun. His eyes flickered as he pondered. Hai Tian's strength can't be considered lacking amongst us. Someone who could force him to reveal his identity would at least be on the same level as Luogong, said Luokan unhappily. You suspect that Luokan did this? Asked Tai Yun. Of course, there's another possibility. But that possibility is very small, said Luo Kansas. What possibility? Asked Tai Yun. Your good little brother Tai Nyo. Luo Ken looked at Tai Yun. Hearing that name, Tai Yun's expression sank. He icily said, this Tai Nyo purposely said he was my little brother in order to draw more hatred towards me. Furthermore, I heard that he killed the cloud covering Han Yang Fan with a single attack. His strength should be around the same as ours. Now isn't the time to discuss this. What should we do? Asked Luo Kansas. Now that things have gotten to this point, we have to find Hai Tian before everyone else finds him and then kill him, said Tai Yun. Hai Tian's existence could expose their identities, so in order to hide their identities, they didn't hesitate to kill him. We need to act quickly, said Luo Kansas. Let's go now. Tai Yun nodded. In just 3 days, the Sea Cloud sect's disciples that had entered the divine illusion space had all been annihilated. Everyone hated the Yellow Spring sect, and after learning that the Sea Cloud sect had colluded with them, they naturally wouldn't show mercy. At this time, in a hidden place, Hai Tian's expression was sinister and infuriated. Damn it, it's all because of that damnable fellow, roared Hai Tian. However, just as Hai Tian was infuriated, 2 auras stealthily arrived. Hai Tian raised his head and saw that Tai Yun and Luo Ken had arrived together. You've come at the right time, said Hai Tian. Hai Tian, how did you expose your identity? Tai Yun was a bit unhappy. It's a martial artist called Tai Nyo. He's very strong, and if I hadn't exposed myself, I wouldn't have been able to defeat him. I had no choice but to expose myself. I originally wanted to kill him, but he escaped," said Hai Tian. Hearing Hai Tian's words, Luo Can and Tai Yun exchanged glances, their eyes filled with doubt. "Just who is this Tainyo? Why have we never heard of him before?" asked Luo Kansas. "Could it be Jian Feng?" Ever since the Sword Reverence sect's disciples had been annihilated and Jian Feng had escaped with heavy injuries, no one had seen him again. Hearing Tai Yun mention Jian Feng, their eyes brightened. Luo Can said, "That's extremely likely. Perhaps Jian Feng didn't die and instead profited from that disaster. His strength has increased explosively." "Let's go find Tainyo right now and kill him," said Hai Tian. "All right." Hai Tian was the first to move. But he hadn't even taken a few steps when he sensed something was wrong. When he turned around, a sharp sword had stabbed into his body. "You!" Hai Tian's eyes widened as he stared at the two of them. At this time, Luo Can's fist smashed into Hai Tian's head. Caught off guard, Hai Tian was heavily injured. He wanted to resist, but Tai Yun and Luo Can didn't give him a chance. "If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for revealing your identity. You almost ruined our plan," said Tai Yun icily. Just as Tai Yun finished speaking, the sharp sword in his hand slashed down on Hai Tian's head. Hai Tian lost his life. Less than half a day after Hai Tian's death, Tai Yun and Luo Can appeared at a certain trading point with a head in their hands. "Everyone, the Sea Cloud sect colluded with the Yellow Spring sect. The Sea Cloud sect's disciples were all killed by us. With the two of us working together, we killed Hai Tian." While speaking, Tai Yun directly threw Hai Tian's head at the trading point. Countless martial artists immediately came over. Once they confirmed it was Hai Tian's head, they were all delighted. As expected of the peak experts of the junior generation, senior apprentice brothers Tai Yun and Luo Can really are outstanding, laughed a disciple. "Exactly. If everyone could be like senior apprentice brothers Tai Yun and Luo Can, that would be great." Hearing the discussions of the disciples, Tai Yun and Luo Can exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with complicated emotions. The matter of the Sea Cloud sect's disciples had come to an end. After learning that all the disciples of the Sea Cloud sect, including Hai Tian, had died, they continued to search for opportunities. Of course, at this moment, many people in the divine illusion space were searching for Tainyo. Where is Tainyo? How dare he kill a disciple of the flying immortal pavilion? He's really courting death. That's right. Tainyo offended the flying immortal pavilion. He's dead for sure. If the eldest senior apprentice brother of the flying immortal pavilion makes a move, he won't live. A piece of trash actually dares to provoke the flying immortal pavilion. Somewhere in the divine illusion space, the disciples of the flying immortal pavilion were clamoring to kill Tainyo. In two other places, the Iron Sword sect and the Great Luo sect had joined forces to search for Fang Chun. They were also clamoring, calling Fang Chun a coward who was afraid of death. They were constantly insulting Fang Chun. The other was the imperial capital's Luo family. After learning that Luo Yu and Luo Han had died at the hands of a martial artist called Tainyo, Luo Gong finally spoke. "Find Tainyo and kill him." The capital's Luo family would not allow anyone to blaspheme them. Although Luo Yu and Luo Han were nothing in Luo Gong's eyes, they were still members of the Luo family. For a time, the entire divine illusion space was filled with denunciations of Tainyo. As for the main character, Tainyo, he was hiding in a hidden cave, healing. One day, Fang Chen was healing when he suddenly sensed an aura approaching. He shot to his feet and vigilantly looked at the entrance of the cave. Just at this moment, the entrance of the cave flashed and a figure entered. "There's someone here." The newcomer frowned slightly. Her beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings and discovered Fang Chen. "Who are you?" asked the newcomer when she saw Fang Chen. "And who are you?" asked Fang Chen. I am Luo Liuli from the capital's Luo family. The person who came said. She had originally come from an ancient ruin, and when she passed by this place, she sensed an obscure aura, which was why she came here. Luo Liuli, you're the Luo Liuli that Luo Yu spoke of. Fang Chen was startled. You recognize me? Luo Liuli opened her mouth. Hearing Luo Liuli's words, Fang Chen shook his head slightly as a sliver of disappointment flashed in his eyes. When he first heard the two words Liuli from Luo Yu, he was very excited. But when he learned that this person was Luo Liuli from the Luo family, Fang Chen had been very disappointed. This woman was only in her 20s. She didn't match his mother's age. It was just that they had the same name. Who are you? Luo Liuli stared at Fang Chen. I'm Tai Nyo, said Fang Chen. You're Tai Nyo? Luo Liuli was clearly shocked. She hadn't expected this person to be Tai Nyo. Luo Yu and Luo Han were killed by you. Luo Liuli's eyes were ice-cold as she icily said. I'll take revenge for them. Luo Liuli roared and unleashed a fierce attack. Red figures filled the sky, and a wild aura attacked Fang Chen. Fang Chen's hidden star sword suddenly danced and stabbed out, directly breaking Luo Liuli's attack. You're not my match. For some unknown reason, Fang Chen couldn't bear to attack Luo Liuli. Could it be because her name is the same as my mother's? Fang Chen pondered. Bang! Fang Chen put away his hidden star sword and punched out, forcing Luo Liuli back. He shook his head. You're not my match. Leave. Luo Liuli's eyes flashed with shock. Although she had only managed to dispel it for a short moment, she already knew she wasn't Tai Nyo's match. But she didn't understand why Tai Nyo wanted her to leave. Tai Nyo, you're the second person in the younger generation to be able to so easily dispel the secret art Aunt Liuli taught me. I'll definitely defeat you. Chapter 357. Aunt Liuli. Fang Chen's eyes widened and he hastily asked, Aunt Liuli? Is her name Luo Liuli? Luo Liuli had just been about to leave when she saw Fang Chen's anxious expression. She nodded lightly. Of course. My Aunt Liuli is also a member of the Luo family, so of course she's called Luo Liuli. My name is also the exact same name that my father gave me back then to commemorate my Aunt Liuli. Boom! Fang Chen's head exploded. His eyes burned. The Aunt Liuli Luo Liuli spoke of was extremely likely his mother. Why are you asking about my Aunt Liuli? Luo Liuli looked warily at Fang Chen. Can you tell me more about your Aunt Liuli? Fang Chen tried his best to suppress his excitement as he asked slowly. Do you want to know? Luo Liuli suddenly asked. Fang Chen nodded heavily. But at this moment, Luo Liuli's figure flashed, and she left the cave. Wait for the day I defeat you. Luo Liuli left, leaving behind those words. Fang Chen was incomparably excited, and he was unable to calm down for a long time. If it could be said that Luo Liuli had disappointed him, then this Aunt Liuli she spoke of had reignited his hope. The age matches. It's extremely likely she's my mother. Fang Chen was incomparably excited. He watched as Luo Liuli left, but he didn't chase after her. He knew that even if he caught up to Luo Liuli, he wouldn't be able to obtain any useful information from her. Furthermore, he was still in the divine illusion space. Even if he learned something, he wouldn't be able to leave. Once the divine illusion space closes, I'll definitely pay a visit to the Luo family, thought Fang Chen. After Luo Liuli left, her eyes flickered as she looked in the direction of the hidden cave in the distance. She muttered to herself, this Tai Nyo is so strange, and from his appearance, he doesn't seem like a bloodthirsty person. Whatever. I'll leave the matter of getting revenge for Luo Yu and Luo Han to brother Luo Gong, said Luo Liuli. After Luo Liuli left, Fang Chen walked out of the cave, looking as if his soul had left his body. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The divine illusion space had already been open for 3 months. It would close. During this period of time, Fang Chen had been cultivating. Finally, under his tireless efforts, his soul strength had reached the pinnacle of the red class. After his soul had reached the pinnacle of the red class, Fang Chen's strength had skyrocketed once again. If he were to face Tai Yun and the others now, he would definitely be able to kill them easily. At this time, Fang Chen also heard the news. He had become a warrior that everyone wanted to beat up. Iron's Word Sect, Daluo Sect, Luo Clan and Flying Immortal Pavilion? Fang Chen mumbled to himself. Those 4 sect's disciples had been clamoring that if he appeared, they would definitely kill him. The Luo family is most likely related to Mother. For now, I won't clash with them. Since that's the case, I'll start with the Iron Sword Sect and the Daluo Sect, said Fang Chen. 3 days later, Fang Chen found one of the Daluo Sect's strongholds. He could hear the clamoring of the Daluo Sect's disciples even from a distance. That bastard Tai Nyo must be afraid of our Daluo Sect and doesn't dare to appear. That's right. If Tai Nyo appears, I'll be able to kill him in a moment. So many days have passed. Tai Nyo must be hiding in some corner, not daring to appear, said the Daluo Sect's disciples. There were other sects' disciples present. They couldn't stand the clamoring of the Daluo Sect's disciples. Tai Nyo was able to kill the Flying Immortal Pavilion's cloud-covering Han Yang fan in one blow. If he really does appear here, you'll probably suffer a calamity, said a disciple. Our Daluo Sect isn't afraid of a mere Tai Nyo. If he appears, I'll definitely kill him. TCH, you're just talking. If Tai Nyo appears, I bet you won't attack him, said the hidden disciple. I'll wait here for Tai Nyo to appear, said the Daluo Sect's disciple disdainfully. As they were speaking, Fang Chen had already mixed into the crowd. Looking at the Daluo Sect's disciples, he had an urge to laugh. Do you really want Tai Nyo to appear? Asked Fang Chen. Nonsense. As long as Tai Nyo appears, Senior Apprentice Brother Luo won't even need to do anything. We'll be able to kill him. The Daluo Sect's disciples were insufferably arrogant. The surrounding sect's disciples all shook their heads. They didn't say anything else. Just at this moment, Fang Chen took a step forward and appeared in front of the Daluo Sect's disciple. Brat, hurry up and scram. This is my Daluo Sect's territory. The Daluo Sect's disciple was already unhappy. Seeing Fang Chen approach, he icily roared. The Daluo Sect's disciples really are arrogant. Fang Chen smiled. Brat, don't meddle in other people's business. Otherwise I'll kill you as well, shouted the Daluo Sect's disciple. The only thing you dare to do is shout here. If Tai Nyo appears, he'll be able to kill you with one hand, said Fang Chen. Bullshit. If he appears, I'll suppress him with one hand, cursed the Daluo Sect's disciple. Fang Chen had a strange smile on his face. He walked over to the Daluo Sect's disciple who had shouted the loudest. Brat, are you going to scram or not? The Daluo Sect's disciple's eyes widened. Didn't you say you'd suppress me with one hand? Asked Fang Chen. Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant. The Daluo Sect's disciple suddenly sensed something was wrong. He turned to Fang Chen. You're Tai Nyo, shouted the Daluo Sect's disciple. Correct, I'm Tai Nyo. Now that I've appeared, weren't you going to suppress me with one hand? Asked Fang Chen. Hurry and inform Senior Apprentice Brother Luo Can, roared the Daluo Sect's disciple. At the same time, the surrounding Daluo Sect's disciples all attacked Fang Chen. Insignificant tricks. Fang Chen extended his palm, and a wild aura appeared in the sky. Then Fang Chen pressed down. Pitiful cries rang out one after another. When the surrounding disciples saw this, they were all shocked. So he's Tai Nyo. He suppressed the Daluo Sect's disciple with one hand. Who told them to be arrogant? Now that Tai Nyo has appeared, they won't be able to be arrogant anymore. Serves them right. The Daluo Sect's disciples have been too arrogant these past few years. Many of the surrounding disciples secretly said. Under the pressure of Fang Chen's palm, the Daluo Sect's disciples died one by one. The arrogant Daluo sect's disciple did his best to resist. Crack! His bones shattered, and he miserably screamed, "Tai Nyo, senior apprentice brother Luo Can will be here soon? If you dare kill us, senior apprentice brother Luo Can won't let you off." Even now, he was still using Luo Can to threaten Fong Chen. "I'll wait here for Luo Kansas." Fong Chen pressed down with his palm, and miserable screams rang out. Blood flowed across the plains. The Daluo sect's disciples had all been killed by Fong Chen. After killing the Daluo sect's disciples, Fong Chen calmly stood there, waiting for Luo Can to arrive. Tai Nyo is really strong. He suppressed the Daluo sect's disciples with one hand. "I'm really looking forward to his battle with Luo Kansas. Tai Nyo's strength is already comparable to Luo Can's. He's waiting for Luo Kansas." In the past half a month, the Daluo sect and Iron Sword sect have been clamoring to kill Tai Nyo. Now that Tai Nyo has appeared, it seems like he's taking revenge. Tai Nyo is too strong. Among the younger generation, besides Luo Gong, no one can match him. Because this plain was relatively close to a certain trading point, the martialists who heard the news all rushed over to watch Tai Nyo. As time passed, more and more martialists gathered on the plain. They knew that a storm was coming. From the fact that Tai Nyo could suppress the Daluo sect's disciples with a flip of his palm, he was already very strong. Furthermore, he hadn't left and was waiting for Luo Kansas. This meant that he had the confidence to fight Luo Kansas, a pinnacle showdown. This will definitely be a pinnacle showdown. Tai Nyo and Luo Can will fight. Regardless of the outcome, Tai Nyo's name will definitely resound throughout the divine illusion space. Just as the disciples were discussing, the space in the distance suddenly fluctuated. A wild aura instantly rushed over. "Tai Nyo, you've finally appeared." A thunderous voice rang out in everyone's ears. The leading figure of the Daluo sect's younger generation, Luo Can, had arrived. Chapter 358. He was the leader of the younger generation of the Daluo sect and one of the 9 childs of the Golden Crown Nation. The 9 childs of the Golden Crown Nation were the strongest of the younger generation. They were the chief disciples of the 9 two-star sect. Jian Feng from the sword-worshipping sect was also one of the 9 childs. However, his strength could only be considered below average among the 9 child. Luo Can's strength was stronger than Jian Feng's by a notch. He came with an aggressive aura. "I don't care if you are Tai Nyo, you will die today." Luo Can's body flashed and appeared on the plain in an instant, facing off against Fong Chen. "You are finally here. You are much slower than I expected." Fong Chen squinted his eyes and said casually. There was no fear in his voice. When his soul reached the peak of the red rank, his soul cultivation level also increased, reaching the peak of the first rank. It was not an exaggeration to say that a peak of the first rank could easily kill a warrior at the peak of the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. It could even be said that Fong Chen's current strength was close to Luo Gong's. Against Luo Gongbi, Luo Can was nothing to be afraid of. Today, he would start a massacre to avenge the dead disciples of the worshipping sword sect. "Since you want to die faster, I will fulfill your wish." Luo Can's eyes were red as he looked at Fong Chen and said coldly. At this moment, some of the warriors hiding in the dark started to make bets. "Anyone want to bet on Tai Nyo to win, 1-5? Bet on Luo Can to win, 1-3. A disciple shouted secretly. Hearing this, the crowd started to place their bet. "I bet 1 million mid-grade spirit stones on Luo Kansas. I bet 2 million mid-grade spirit stones on Tai Nyo." "You idiot, Luo Can is one of the 9 childs. Tai Nyo is a new warrior. If he loses, you will be in trouble." "I bet 5 million mid-grade spirit stones on Luo Kansas." Most of the warriors here bet on Luo Can because they did not believe in Tai Nyo. They would rather bet on Luo Kansas. Of course, there were also some martial artists who believed that Tai Nyo was a dark horse that could stay dark until the end. There were even some who bet their entire fortune on Tai Nyo's victory. "Did you hear that?" They are all supporting me. Your chances of winning are extremely small. In fact, you could even say that there is none. Luokan sneered when he heard that. Then, Luokan turned around and looked at the person who had placed the bet. After that, he said, "Can I bet on myself?" Of course. This martial artist was also stunned. He originally wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to earn a sum of money, but he did not expect that even Luokan would be attracted. "Alright, I'll bet 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones. I win." Luokan flicked his wrist and threw out a spatial ring. This spatial ring contained 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones. Hearing Luokan's words, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Luokan was worthy of being the top expert of the younger generation of Daluo sect. 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones. If he won, he would be able to earn 3,000,000 high-grade spirit stones. This was definitely a huge sum. Seeing that Luokan had made his move, Fang Chen grinned and said, "If that's the case, I'll place a bet as well. I'll bet 1,000,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones." In Fang Chen's spatial ring, there were still more than 3,000,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones. A mere 1,000,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones was nothing. Of course, the reason why Fang Chen used mid-grade spirit stones to bet was because he did not have any high-grade spirit stones on him right now. When Fang Chen threw the spatial ring to the person who had placed the bet, he was completely stunned. Fang Chen had actually placed a bet of 1,000,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones. This martial artist was stunned for a moment. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "All right, I accept both of your bets." Since they wanted to earn spirit stones, they had to have enough courage. After Fang Chen and Luokan had placed their bets, the two of them were surrounded by a dense aura. They were confronting each other, as if a battle would break out at any moment. Suddenly, Luokan said, "Tainyo, I'll give you a chance. If you kill yourself in front of me, I'll leave your corpse intact." "You want me to kill myself? Do you have the strength to do so?" Fang Chen sneered and said. The reason why he had been chased by Hai Tian back then was because Hai Tian had been possessed by a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. But now, his strength had increased once again. Even if he met the leader of the 9 young masters, Luo Gong, he would not be afraid. "Alright, then you can die." Luokan roared furiously. Suddenly, a wild aura appeared around Luokan's. He slowly raised both of his hands. On his palms there was an extremely dense spiritual energy. The Daluo sect's secret art, the Daluo Absolute Killer, was an extremely tyrannical secret art. As the leader of the younger generation of the Daluo sect, he had naturally cultivated the Daluo Absolute Killer to a certain level. Once the Daluo Absolute Killer was used, his hands would instantly grab the enemy's neck, then he would use force to break the enemy's neck. This cultivation technique was very unyielding. Usually, when the disciples of the Daluo sect sparred, there would be deaths. Luokan had used the Daluo Absolute Killer right from the start. It was enough to show how much he valued Tainyo. Luokan is actually using the Daluo Absolute Killer. "I wonder what method Tainyo will use to block it," a disciple exclaimed. "Just watch and you'll know." Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at Luokan, who was filled with a ruthless aura. There was a scarlet halo on his hands. This halo was the symbol of the Daluo Absolute Killer. "Daluo Absolute Killer, huh?" Fang Chen's eyes flashed with a playful smile as he muttered to himself. Just at this moment, an impatient voice rang out from the spatial ring. It came from the python sword. "You actually dare to take out such a trashy cultivation technique? What a disgrace. Hurry up and deal with him," said the Bronze ancestor impatiently. Old Ancestor Bronze said impatiently. The reason why he said that was because he knew that Fang Chen's strength was enough to crush his opponent. Fang Chen nodded when he heard that. A murderous aura surfaced in his eyes. In the next moment, the hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand suddenly danced. Whoosh! When the 7th level of the Waterfire sword art was displayed, a majestic sword light shook the heavens and earth. When the sword light struck the Daluo Absolute Killer, it instantly shattered the Daluo Absolute Killer. Bang! Luo Kan was forced to retreat. His eyes were filled with shock. How is this possible? Luo Kan thought that even if he couldn't kill Tai Nyo with the Daluo Absolute Killer, he would still be able to severely injure Tai Nyo. But now, it seemed that his thoughts were too naive. Daluo Absolute Killer, Absolute Killer! Luo Kan roared and frantically executed the ultimate move of the Daluo Absolute Killer. His hands carried an earth-shattering aura as they pressed down on Fang Chun. Daluo Soul Slaughtering Flame. Fang Chun didn't use the 7th level of the Waterfire Sword art. Instead, he used the Daluo Soul Slaughtering Flame. A soul cultivator at the pinnacle of the first-grade soul cultivator's soul slaughtering flame was no joke. Whoosh! In the sky, a terrifying soul aura instantly condensed into a fiery dragon. This fiery dragon pierced through the Daluo Absolute Killer and drilled into Luo Kan's head. Shortly after, a blood-curdling scream was heard. Luo Kan's attack stopped. His body was constantly trembling and his eyes were filled with fear. At this moment, he was fully mobilizing his soul to resist the attack of the Daluo Soul Slaughtering Flame. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Fang Chen's strength had once again shocked all the martialists. Tai Nyo is too powerful. In just 2 moves, Luo Kan couldn't even fight back. What a powerful battle. This is the strongest battle I've seen in my life. Who exactly is this Tai Nyo? His strength is already comparable to Luo Gong, the leader of the 9 great princes. When did such a heaven-defying martialist appear in our Golden Crown nation? He's too powerful. His soul-slaughtering flame made even me tremble. If he attacked me, he could kill me with a wave of his hand. On the plains, the spectating disciples were all shocked. Of course, after their shock, their hearts ached. Damn it, my spirit stones. It wasn't easy for me to obtain them in the divine illusion space, but I gave them away just like that. My 3 million middle-grade spirit stones. That's the majority of my wealth. For a few million middle-grade spirit stones, I almost died in some ruins. Damn it, I shouldn't have trusted Luo Kan back then. Many of the martialists who had bet on Luo Kan were howling. Although the battle hadn't ended, Luo Kan's defeat was already set. Luo Kan cried out miserably as he blocked the Daluo Soul Slaughtering Flame. How annoying! Fang Chun shook his head. He stabbed the hidden star sword at Luo Kan, preparing to end his life. However, something strange happened at this moment. A large amount of black aura suddenly surged out of Luo Kan's body. The moment this black aura appeared, Luo Kan seemed to have become a different person. The great Luo soul-killing flame in his mind was extinguished instantly. At this moment, Luo Kan gave off a sinister feeling. You've finally revealed your true body. Fang Chun narrowed his eyes at Luo Kan. When he had discovered that the Sea Cloud sect was colluding with the Yellow Spring sect, Fang Chun had guessed that the Iron Sword sect and Daluo Gate were also colluding with the Yellow Spring sect. Now it seemed that his guess had been correct. What Yellow Spring sect's aura? Could it be that the Daluo Gate is also colluding with the Yellow Spring sect? Damnable Daluo Gate, they're actually colluding with the Yellow Spring sect. They've really lost face for our Golden Crown nation. Iron Bull, kill Luo Kan and get rid of this scourge for our Golden Crown nation. This kind of vermin is the scum of our martial world. We have to kill them. Furthermore, we have to unite all the sect's disciples in the divine illusion space to attack the Daluo Gate. When the disciples discovered the Yellow Spring sect's aura on Luo Kan's body, they were all infuriated. Iron Bull, I'll personally kill you. Luo Kan's eyes were scarlet as he sinisterly looked at Fang Chun. It won't be long before this matter spreads throughout the entire divine illusion space. At that time, your Daluo sect will suffer the same fate as the Sea Cloud sect, being hunted down by all the disciples, Fang Chun said as he calmly looked at Luo Kan. Before that, I'll kill everyone who knows about this. Luo Can sinisterly smiled. Chapter 359. After revealing his true form, Luo Can's strength had soared. He was infinitely close to being on the martial marquee list. He was much stronger than Luo Gong, so he was confident that he could definitely kill Fang Chen and everyone else. Fang Chen's strength had increased a lot. He also wanted to test just how strong Luo Can was. "I'm afraid you don't have the ability." As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, the Daluo Soul Killer Flame was unleashed once again. In the sky, the peak red class soul instantly turned into a fire dragon and attacked Luo Can's. At the same time, Fang Chen's hidden star sword danced. He used the 7th level of the fire and water sword art to launch a two-pronged attack. Child's play. Seeing Fang Chen's attack, Luo Can sneered. Dense black fog appeared above his hands. Then, under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, he grabbed the fire dragon with both hands. Crack! After Luo Can grabbed the fire dragon, he directly crushed it. At this moment, the fire and water sword art appeared in front of Luo Can's crack. Luo Can was using all his strength to resist the fire dragon. Caught off guard, he was hit by the fire and water sword art. However, it wasn't a big deal. "Your strongest attack was blocked by me. What are you going to use to kill me?" Luo Can looked at Fang Chen coldly. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes, thinking about how to deal with his opponent. At this moment, old Ancestor Bronze said impatiently, "I hate the aura on his body. Kid, go ahead and attack. I will suppress his aura." Hearing this, Fang Chen's eyes lit up. He used the Daluo Soul Slaughter Flame and the Fire and Water Sword art. Seeing Fang Chen's attack, Luo Can's face darkened. The black fog around him surged. His heart was filled with killing intent. However, just as he was about to grab the fire dragon, a dazzling light suddenly shot out from Fang Chen's spatial ring and entered the black fog. Then, Luo Can let out a miserable cry. In the next moment, the black fog around Luo Can's body dissipated rapidly. "How is this possible?" Luo Can cried out involuntarily when he saw this scene. The reason why he was so powerful was because of the powerful souls of the members of the Yellow Spring sect. But now, the souls of the members of the Yellow Spring sect were being suppressed. Swish! As Luo Can screamed miserably, Fang Chen's water and fire sword light pierced into Luo Can's body. The fire dragon also burrowed into Luo Can's mind. Puchi Luo Can's body had been pierced through by Fang Chen's sword. His soul had also been burned by the fire dragon. Luo Can, who had been incomparably strong just a moment ago, had been instantly defeated by Fang Chen. Many of the martial artists present were dumbfounded at this scene. At this moment, it was as though a god of war had appeared. It was too tyrannical. Of course, he knew that it was all thanks to Ancestor Bronze, who had helped him suppress the aura of the Yellow Spring sect, greatly reducing Luo Can's strength. That was why he had been able to defeat Luo Can so easily. "Die!" Fang Chen shouted in a low voice. The star-hidden sword in his hand issued a sword cry, and then pierced into Luo Can's head. Bang! Luo Can's head exploded, and his soul was instantly torn apart. Blood spurted out and he lost his life. After doing all this, Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, the entire plane was in an uproar. Luo Can had actually been killed by Fang Chen. "Tai Nyo, you're too amazing. Tai Nyo, you've eliminated a scourge for the Golden Crown Nation. You're the hero of the Golden Crown Nation. That's great. Luo Can is finally dead." Many of the martial artists cheered after recovering from their shock. They had all treated Tai Nyo as a godlike existence. The entire plane was in an uproar. Fang Chen was panting for breath. After a long time, Fang Chen moved and picked up Luo Can's spatial ring. He threw it into his own spatial ring and then looked at the many martial artists on the plane. "I just bet that I've won." A brilliant smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. Suddenly, everyone remembered that they had bet on Luo Can's. Many of the martial artists who had bet on Luo Can were filled with regret. If they had known that Luo Can was colluding with the Yellow Spring sect, they wouldn't have bet on him. Now that Luo Can was dead, their spirit stones were also gone. Tai Nyo, you bet 1 billion middle-grade spirit stones. The odds are 1 to 5. That's 5 billion middle-grade spirit stones. But I don't have enough middle-grade spirit stones. Can I use high-grade spirit stones to make up for it? Although he had paid a lot of spirit stones to Fang Chen, in the end, he had also made a lot of money. After all, there were too many people who had bet on Luo, Kansas. Many of them didn't dare to believe Tai Nyo. Sure, said Fang Chen. According to the purity of your middle-grade spirit stones, I'll give you a ratio of 1 to 500 high-grade spirit stones. How about it? Asked the martial artist. Fang Chen nodded. This ratio was the same as Jianzhou City's, so he gladly agreed. In the end, Fang Chen received 1 million high-grade spirit stones. These were all Luo Can's bets on him. According to the ratio of 1 to 500, 1 million high-grade spirit stones was equivalent to 500 million middle-grade spirit stones. Other than Fang Chen's capital, he was still short of 4.5 billion middle-grade spirit stones. Fortunately, there were many martial artists on the plains. Each of them had several million middle-grade spirit stones, so he still had 4.5 billion middle-grade spirit stones. Before Fang Chen had bought the Qi Sea fruit, he still had 3.5 billion middle-grade spirit stones. After exchanging them for 1 million high-grade spirit stones, he still had 3.5 billion middle-grade spirit stones left. Adding on the 4.5 billion middle-grade spirit stones and 1 million high-grade spirit stones, his wealth had already exceeded 8 billion middle-grade spirit stones. Such a huge sum was comparable to the wealth of some small sect. Fang Chen put away the spirit stones. He was full of smiles. Earning spirit stones this way was still the fastest. You should know what to do next, right? Fang Chen looked at them. Of course we know. Luo Can has been possessed by a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. His situation is the same as the Sea Cloud sect's Hai Tian. Their Daluo sect is most likely colluding with the Yellow Spring sect, said a martial artist. Everyone has the right to kill the Yellow Spring sect's remnant. We'll join forces with all the martial artists in the divine illusion space to kill the Daluo sect's disciples, shouted another martial artist. At this moment, the Daluo sect's disciples that Luo Can had brought with him wanted to take this opportunity to flee. But how could the disciples on the plains give them that chance? Daluo sect's disciples, kill them. Following a martial artist's roar, the other martial artists all attacked. In less than a minute, the Daluo sect's disciples were all killed. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. You can go and kill the Daluo sect's disciples. Fang Chen turned and left. Seeing Fang Chen's departing figure, the martial artists' eyes blazed. They also hoped that one day they could be as strong as Tai Nyo. In less than a day, the news of Tai Nyo's battle with Luo Can had spread throughout the entire divine illusion space. Countless disciples began to kill the disciples of the Daluo sect when they learned that the Daluo sect had colluded with the Yellow Springs sect. At this time, the most furious were the Iron Sword sect's disciples. In a hidden area, the Iron Sword sect's disciples were resting. Their leader, Tai Yun, was livid with rage. What a bunch of idiots! Tai Yun was infuriated. After the Sea Cloud sect had been exposed, they had joined forces to deal with the Sea Cloud sect's disciples. They had thought that they would be able to coexist peacefully, but now even the Daluo sect had been discovered. Damn Tai Nyo, it's all because of you. Tai Yun's heart burned with fury. Originally, they had all been looking for Tai Nyo. They had wanted to kill him, but they hadn't expected him to be so strong. Luo Can hadn't been able to escape after being exposed and had been killed by Tai Nyo. When Tai Yun learned of this, he immediately led the Iron Sword sect's disciples to hide. When they had attacked the Sword Reverence sect's 3 two-star sects, 2 of them had died. Now that only their Iron Sword sect was left, they would definitely be suspected by the other sects. Trash, you're still trying to ruin our plans even after death, roared Tai Yun. Now that Tai Nyo was so strong, even Tai Yun didn't dare to show himself for fear of being found by Tai Nyo. Senior apprentice brother Tai Yun, what should we do? Asked the Iron Sword sect's disciples. Let's hide for now. Once this matter passes, we'll think of a way to contact the Yellow Spring sect's members hiding in the Divine Illusion space, said Tai Yun. As expected, 3 days later, the Grand Immortal sect's disciples that had entered the Divine Illusion space had all been killed. Not a single one of them had survived. After the Grand Immortal sect's disciples were killed, there was suddenly news that the Iron Sword sect, the Grand Immortal sect, and the Sea Cloud sect had been working together. Perhaps they were related to the Yellow Spring sect. As soon as this news came out, it rapidly spread throughout the Divine Illusion space. Many disciples didn't even think about whether or not it was true. But when they thought about how the 3 two-star sects had joined hands to attack the Sword Reverence sect, they immediately felt that there was something fishy about this. Following that, many martial artists began to denounce the Iron Sword sect, demanding an explanation from their disciples. However, from the beginning to the end, they hadn't found a single trace of the Iron Sword sect's disciples. Only now did they realize that the Iron Sword sect's disciples had long since hidden themselves. Many disciples were searching for the Iron Sword sect's disciples as well as looking for opportunities. Even Fang Chun hadn't thought that the Divine Illusion Space's trial would end up like this. And now, only 3 months had passed since the Divine Illusion Space had opened. There were still 3 months before the Divine Illusion Space would close. No one knew what would happen in these 3 months. When the other 5 sects of the 9 two-star sects heard this news, they all fell silent. In the end, the 9 princes led by Luo Gong came to an agreement. If the martial artists of the other sects encountered the Iron Sword sect's disciples, they would immediately capture them. If they resisted, they would be killed without mercy. Luo Gong's prestige was the greatest amongst them, so his words were the loudest. At this time, on a certain plain, Luo Gong was leading the Luo family's disciples in search of an ancient ruin. This Tai Nyo is quite capable. What happened to the Sea Cloud sect and Daluo sect was all because of him, Luo Gong muttered to himself. Senior apprentice brother Luo Gong, who do you think this Tai Nyo is? He's so strong. According to the other sect's disciples, he seems to be comparable to senior apprentice brother Luo Gong, asked a Luo family's disciple. Luo Gong's deep eyes looked ahead as he shook his head. Could it be the Sword Reverence sect's Jian Feng? Asked another disciple. Luo Gong shook his head. His intuition told him that this Tai Nyo couldn't be Jian Feng. Chapter 360. On a certain hill there was a bluestone. Fang Qin sat cross-legged on the bluestone, conversing with old ancestor Bronze. He was the one who spread the news that Iron Sword sect was related to Yellow Spring sect. Back then, when the 3 great sect had surrounded Sword Reverence sect, he and Xiahou Wu had survived. He wanted revenge. Regardless of whether Iron Sword sect was related to Yellow Spring sect, he had to find Iron Sword sect. However, at this moment, Fang Chun was talking to Old Ancestor Bronze. Old Ancestor, what method did you use to suppress Luo Can's Yellow Spring sect's aura? Fang Chun asked, puzzled. Although I'm only left with a strand of remnant consciousness, the cultivation method I cultivated back then was a righteous cultivation method. The overwhelming righteousness in my body can restrain this evil aura. Evil aura. Old Ancestor Bronze said slowly. So that's how it is. Fang Chen nodded. I can only restrain these weak cultivators who have been possessed. If they were stronger, or if the members of Yellow Spring sect came personally, I wouldn't have been able to restrain them. After all, I'm just a strand of remnant consciousness. Old Ancestor Bronze's words were filled with sadness. It was quite tragic for a peerless expert of the past to end up in such a state. Old Ancestor, don't worry. As long as there's a chance, I'll definitely help you reconstruct your body. Fang Chen said. Old Ancestor Bronze heard this and said, The reason why I'm following you is because I can't see through you. A cultivator that even I can't see through will definitely achieve great things in the future. Whether or not I can be resurrected depends on you. Fang Chen nodded. Old Ancestor Bronze did not say anything else and went to rest. As for Fang Chen, he was preparing to search for the Iron Sword sect's disciples. As long as they were not eliminated, he would feel uneasy. Fang Chen walked on the open ground. He did not know where the Iron Sword sect's disciples were. Just like that, Fang Chen walked for 3 days. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. This was because he had encountered many disciples. One of them was in a miserable state. He stopped him and asked about the situation. From this miserable cultivator, Fang Chen learned a secret. In a mountain range ahead, a group of rat demons has appeared. They are fighting with human warriors. When Fang Chen heard this, his heart shook. Is this rat demon the descendant of the Red Cloud Beast King? Thinking of this, Fang Chen decided to go and see for himself. After all, he had promised the Red Cloud's Beast King that he would help take care of its offspring. Now that he heard the news, he naturally would not let it go. In this way, Fang Chen's speed was very fast as he rushed forward. Although he didn't know the exact location, he had learned the general direction from the warrior. As long as he was within a certain distance of the rat demon, the Scarlet Iron Token would guide him. After Fang Chen had walked for about 6 hours, the red iron token in his space ring finally reacted. The Scarlet Iron Token made a trembling sound. With a thought, Fang Chen took the Scarlet Iron Token out of his space ring. The Scarlet Steel Token in Fang Chen's hand trembled slightly before it finally pointed in a certain direction ahead. Is it there? Fang Chen looked at the Scarlet Iron Token and said. At this moment, the little mouse appeared on Fang Chen's shoulder. Its face was full of seriousness, as if it also knew about the rat demon. Brother Mouse, give me a drop of blood, the Banxianshu followed, smiling and trying to please the little mouse. It wanted to absorb the little mouse's blood. Fang Chen was speechless. This Banxianshu was like an old swindler, always following the little mouse. It was very annoying. However, at this moment, Fang Chen couldn't care less. He followed the Scarlet Iron Token's guidance, and moved forward quickly. After half an hour, Fang Chen came to a huge mountain range. As soon as he entered the mountain range, the little mouse cried out anxiously. You said you sensed the Scarlet Cloud Beast King's descendant? Fang Chen asked when he saw the little mouse's anxious expression. The little mouse quickly nodded. At this moment, the Scarlet Iron Token was also trembling violently. Fang Chen followed the Scarlet Iron Token's guidance, and quickly advanced through the mountain range. At this moment, in the depths of the mountain range, there was a group of cultivators fighting against the rat demons. Senior brother, these rat demons are too stubborn. We won't be able to kill them in a short time. A disciple ran up to one of the cultivators and asked in a low voice. These rat demons are protecting this place with their lives. There must be a great treasure here. Kill them all, we must kill them all, the cultivator said coldly. If there was someone here, they would definitely recognize that these cultivators were from the Wang clan of the Moon Continent. The young cultivator in the lead was the strongest of the Wang clan's younger generation. He was also one of the 9 princes of the Golden Crown country, Wang Bing. Mere rat demons dare to block the path of my Wang clan? You're courting death. Wang Bing calmly stood there. He believed that these rat demons were not qualified for him to act personally. Only the other disciples of the Wang clan would be able to deal with them. Time flowed by slowly. Some of the weaker disciples of the Wang clan died, while the rat demons also suffered casualties. These rat demons are more stubborn than I thought. Finally, after an intense battle, Wang Bing could no longer hold himself back and wanted to act. Roar. When the rat demons saw Wang Bing erupting with a powerful aura, they instantly retreated and formed a circle around him. They were fully aware of how powerful Wang Bing was. However, none of the rat demons retreated. This was their final territory. Once this place was invaded by the human cultivators, they would have no territory left. One by one, the rat demons let out roars of rage. They swore that even if they had to die, they would block the attack of the human cultivators. In the Moon Continent, the Wang clan was a transcendent power. Even among the 9 great two-star sects, the Wang clan could be considered one of the strongest, and Wang Bing was ranked 3rd among the 9 princes. From this, one could see how strong he was. As soon as Wang Bing acted, a majestic aura surged out of his body. A long spear suddenly appeared in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, he waved the long spear, instantly killing a rat demon that approached him. Roar! The rat demons let out furious roars. They wanted to surround Wang Bing, but Wang Bing was too strong. They had no way to block him. Following Wang Bing's attacks, several rat demons died miserable death. A sinister smile appeared on Wang Bing's face. At this moment, not far from the battlefield, Fang Chen was rapidly advancing. The closer he got to the rat demons, the more the scarlet iron token in Fang Chen's hand trembled. The little mouse was also incomparably anxious. So, as if it felt that Fang Chen's speed was too slow, the little mouse on his shoulder suddenly shot forward and directly burrowed into the depths of the mountain range. Just as Wang Bing was wantonly slaughtering the rat demons, his long spear was suddenly grabbed by a rat demon's claw. And, seeing this, a sinister smile appeared on Wang Bing's face. He immediately said, "You're courting death." Just as Wang Bing finished speaking, a majestic aura suddenly shot out from his long spear. He wanted to kill the little mouse, but he was wrong. The little mouse was also at the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. At this moment, a purple light exploded from its body. Suddenly, a tyrannical force was emitted from its body. Roar! The little mouse roared and actually blocked Wang Bing's attack. The rat demons behind the little mouse saw the little mouse suddenly appear and helped them block Wang Bing's attack. Their faces were filled with shock. The little mouse blocking Wang Bing's attack made Wang Bing extremely angry. Just as Wang Bing was about to use all his strength to kill the little mouse, Fang Chen appeared. The moment Fang Chen appeared, a scarlet light shot out from the scarlet iron token. When the rat demons saw this scarlet light, they all prostrated themselves on the ground, their faces filled with reverence. "Stop!" Fang Chen saw Wang Bing make a move and roared in a deep voice. Wang Bing didn't care about Fang Chen's roar at all. The long spear in his hand suddenly pierced towards the little mouse. Seeing this, Fang Chen's body flashed and he used all the strength in his body to grab the long spear. "I told you to stop!" Fang Chen glared at Wang Bing and roared in anger. "Kid, don't meddle in other people's business." Wang Bing pulled back his long spear and looked at Fang Chen coldly. "No matter what, the Wang clan of the Moon Continent is considered one of the 9 great two-star sects. I didn't expect the peak expert of the Wang clan's younger generation to be like this." Hearing Fang Chen's mocking words, Wang Bing's expression changed and he said, "Kid, since you know that I'm Wang Bing, then you should know the methods of my Wang clan. I advise you not to block my path." "These rat demons are under my protection," Fang Chen said in a deep voice. When he saw that some of the rat demons had died in the hands of Wang Bing, he was furious. "It seems like you won't cry until you see the coffin." Wang Bing gripped his long spear and said eerily. In Fang Chen's eyes, Wang Bing was nothing to be afraid of. "You're courting death." The long spear in Wang Bing's hand suddenly emitted a wild aura as he directly pierced towards Fang Chen. Crash! This spear contained Wang Bing's strongest attack, but it was out of Wang Bing's expectations. Fang Chen only lightly raised his hand and directly grabbed his long spear. "Who are you?" At this moment, Wang Bing finally knew how terrifying Fang Chen was. He asked coldly. "Tai Nyo," said Fang Chen softly. "What? You're Tai Nyo?" exclaimed Wang Bing. He had naturally heard of Tai Nyo's name. Recently, the divine illusion space had been abuzz. It was said that Tai Nyo's strength was comparable to Luogong's. At first, Wang Bing didn't believe it. But now, Wang Bing finally believed it. Just this move alone was enough to intimidate Wang Bing. Scram. I don't want to attack you, said Fang Chen icily. After all, the Moon Continent's Wang clan was one of the 9 two-star sects. He didn't want to become enemies with them. Let's go. Wang Bing glanced at Tainyo with his deep eyes, then turned and left. In just a moment, the Wang clan's disciples had all left. Fang Chen turned to look at the rat demons and raised the scarlet steel token. Roar. When the rat demons saw the scarlet steel token, they all raised their heads and roared. They were venting all the pent-up emotions in their hearts. This was the scarlet steel token of the scarlet steel ancestor. Anyone who had it was like the scarlet steel ancestor had personally come. Chapter 361. Fang Chen held the scarlet iron token in his hand and raised it high so that every rat demon could see it clearly. All the rat demons looked at the red steel token as if they were looking at their ancestor. They were very respectful and their eyes were full of piety. Seeing this, Fang Chen put away the red steel token and let Little Mouse communicate with them. Little Mouse nodded and gestured to the rat demons. The rat demons also communicated with Little Mouse. After a while, Fang Chen learned from the mouth of the Little Mouse that they were indeed from the bloodline of the Red Glow Beast King. In the past, their bloodline was very prosperous, but since the death of the Red Glow Beast King, many demon beasts came to snatch their territory. Moreover, their most important inheritance was also cut off because of this. Without the inheritance, their bloodline could not produce any powerful demon beast. Therefore, with the passage of time, they had declined to this point. Fang Chen looked around and saw that there were less than 100 rat demons. The bloodline of the Red Glow Beast King had declined to this point. If he had not come in time, the descendants of the Red Glow Beast King would have been completely wiped out. However, now that he was here, he had to fulfill the promise he made to the Red Glow Beast King. Fang Chen asked Little Mouse to pass the message. When the rat demons heard that Fang Chen was going to help them, they were very excited. All the rat demons bowed to Fang Chen to show their respect. After that, the rat demons learned that Little Mouse had received the inheritance of the Red Glow Beast King. They treated Little Mouse as the second Red Glow Beast King. As for the Little Mouse, he took on the role of wisdom and temporarily led this group of rat demons. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Little Mouse communicated with the rat demons for a while and learned that the rat demons were now in a difficult situation. Their territory used to be very big, but as time went by, most of it was occupied by other races. Only this small piece of territory is left? Fang Chen asked with his eyes wide open and looked around. Little Mouse quickly nodded when he heard this. Fang Chen was speechless. This territory could only accommodate a few dozen rat demons at most. If all of these rat demons were to hide within this territory, they would all perish in no time. Looks like we need to help them occupy some territory, Fang Chen muttered to himself. It was no wonder that when the rat demons saw that the Wang family wanted to attack their territory, they resisted with all their might. It was because this was their last bit of territory, and they absolutely could not compromise. Ask them about the strength of the demonic beasts around here, Fang Chen said to the Little Mouse. The Little Mouse nodded and communicated with the other rat demons. After a while, the Little Mouse passed on the information it received from the rat demon to Fang Chen. In this mountain range, there are 2 overlord races as well as 5 royal races. Fang Chen was incomparably shocked. There were actually so many races in this mountain range. No wonder their Scarlet Cloud Branch's territory was snatched away. You're saying that the Demon Dragon clan has been harassing the Scarlet Cloud Branch recently, wanting to snatch their last bit of territory? Fang Chen looked at the Little Mouse and asked. Little Mouse nodded, its eyes filled with anxiety. Don't worry, let them rest here. If the Demon Dragon clan dares to come, I'll take care of them. Fang Chen nodded. Just as Fang Chen finished speaking, a dragon's roar suddenly reverberated throughout the entire mountain range. When the rat demons heard the dragon's roar, their faces were filled with horror. The demon dragon race is here. Fang Chen frowned when he heard the dragon roar. Seeing the terror on the rat demons' faces, Fang Chen indicated for them not to be afraid. Then he stood at the front while the rat demons hid behind Fang Chen. The little mouse angrily stood on Fang Chen's shoulder. Roar! Not long after, a large group of monstrous beasts appeared in the territory of the Crimson Afterglow faction. These monstrous beasts looked a bit like dragons, but they weren't real dragons. They just had the word dragon in their names. They had nothing to do with real dragons. The Demon Dragon clan was a small clan in the Demon Beast world. But in the Divine Illusion space, they were a decent clan. Roar! The leader of the Demon Dragon clan roared at the rat demons. It seemed to be communicating with them. Looking at its furious face, Fang Chen guessed that the Demon Dragon clan was trying to get the Scarlet Cloud branch to hand over their territory. As expected, the little mouse translated the Demon Dragon clan's words to Fang Chen. They told the rat demons to scram. This territory belongs to them from now on. Fang Chen looked at the little mouse and asked. The little mouse nodded. Fang Chen sneered and said, "Tell them that from today on I'll protect this place. No matter how much territory they take from the Scarlet Cloud branch, I'll take it back double." The little mouse translated Fang Chen's words to the Demon Dragon clan's demon beast. After the latter heard it, it roared towards the sky. Suddenly, a majestic aura was emitted from the Demonic Dragon clan's demonic beast. Their auras were majestic, as if they wanted to fight Fang Chen. "You're courting death." Fang Chen could tell with a glance that the strongest demon beasts of the Demon Dragon clan were only at the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. In Fang Chen's eyes, they were nothing to be afraid of. Xiu Fang Chen didn't say anything. He took out the hidden star sword and used the 7th level of the fire and water sword arts. Wherever the sword light passed, the Demon Dragon clan's demon beasts would let out miserable cries. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen killed a few Demon Dragon clan's demon beasts. This scene caused the Demon Dragon clan's leader to be terrified. Roar! The Demon Dragon clan's leader roared towards the sky, indicating for everyone to retreat. After a while, the Demon Dragon clan's demon beasts all retreated. Seeing this scene, the Scarlet Cloud branch's rat demons were filled with excitement. "Let's go to the Demon Dragon clan's territory," Fang Chen said softly. On a small hill not far from the Scarlet Cloud branch's territory. With the small hill as the center, the Demon Dragon clan's territory was a few hundred miles wide. The Demon Dragon clan's leader was a demon beast at the peak of the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. His strength was similar to Luogong's. The Demon Dragon clan wanted to become a royal clan, but they didn't have enough territory, so they could only snatch it. As long as they could snatch the last bit of territory from the Scarlet Cloud branch, they would be able to become a royal clan. The Demon Dragon clan's leader could already see the Demon Dragon clan's appearance after becoming a royal clan. Just as the Demon Dragon clan's leader was thinking, a dragon's roar was suddenly heard. Its face was full of smiles. The Demon Dragon clan's warriors had returned. The Demon Dragon clan's leader quickly went out to welcome them. But when it saw the Demon Dragon clan's demon beasts in a sorry state, it was furious. After carefully understanding the situation, the Demon Dragon clan's leader knew that a human warrior had defeated them and protected the Scarlet Cloud branch. Roar! The Demon Dragon clan's leader was furious. It roared towards the sky. It wanted to personally lead its clan to the Scarlet Cloud branch's territory. However, before it could leave, Fang Chen brought the Scarlet Cloud branch's rat demons to the Demon Dragon clan's territory. "Tell them that from now on, the Demon Dragon clan will be the slaves of the Scarlet Cloud branch. This territory belongs to the Scarlet Cloud branch," Fang Chen said to the little mouse. The little mouse translated this sentence to the Demon Dragon clan's leader. The latter was immediately furious and roared crazily. "I knew you wouldn't agree." Fang Chen coldly snorted. His figure flashed and instantly erupted with a powerful force. The water and fire sword art and the great Luo soul killing flame were all displayed. After a fierce battle, Fang Chun successfully defeated the Demon Dragon Clan's leader. Submit or die. Fang Chun let the little mouse translate. The Demon Dragon Clan's leader's heart was filled with horror. After hearing this sentence, it immediately agreed to submit. Fang Chun made them swear an oath. All the demon beasts of the Demon Dragon Clan swore to be the slaves of the Scarlet Cloud branch forever. If they violate it, they will be struck by lightning. Fang Chun used tough means to help the Scarlet Cloud branch recover their lost territory. Moreover, he made the Demon Dragon Clan become the slaves of the Scarlet Cloud branch. This made the Scarlet Cloud branch's rat demons very excited. After spending 3 days, Fang Chun successfully reorganized the Scarlet Cloud branch and integrated the Demon Dragon Clan into it. Then, the little mouse gave the inheritance obtained from the Scarlet Cloud Beast King to the rat demons of the Scarlet Cloud branch. After receiving these inheritances, they were very excited. Finally, Fang Chun bid farewell to the rat demons and left the mountain range. After integrating the demon beasts of the Demon Dragon Clan, the Scarlet Cloud branch could be considered a royal clan in this mountain range. Normal royal clans would not dare to provoke them. Moreover, they were the descendants of the Scarlet Cloud Beast King. It would be easier for them to accept the inheritance. As long as they could accept the inheritance, they would be able to produce a demon beast of the peak 9th level of the Qi High Realm in a short period of time. At that time, they would be able to gain a firm foothold in this mountain range. Since he had already fulfilled his promise to the Scarlet Cloud Beast King, Fang Chun did not want to waste any more time here. He chose to leave and look for opportunities, as well as the disciples of the Iron Sword sect. However, before Fang Chun left, he told the rat demons of the Scarlet Cloud branch to inform him if they found any traces of the Iron Sword sect. As for how to inform them, naturally, the little mouse would act as the middleman. Not long after Fang Chun left, the entire divine illusion space began to tremble. At the center of the divine illusion space, a floating tower appeared. This tower had appeared without any warning, causing countless martial artists to be shocked. The floating tower seemed to be the core inheritance of the entire divine illusion space. After all the martial artists discovered the floating tower, they all rushed towards it. While the crowd was frantically rushing towards the floating tower, the disciples of the Iron Sword sect had also received the news in a secluded place. Their hearts were burning with anxiety as they jumped up and down. Senior Apprentice Brother Tai Yun, what should we do? There must be a powerful inheritance within the floating tower. We can't just give up like this, anxiously asked a disciple. That's right, Senior Apprentice Brother Tai Yun. Perhaps there are remnants of the Yellow Spring sect in the floating tower. Senior Apprentice Brother Tai Yun, what should we do? Many disciples were extremely excited when they saw the floating tower. They all wanted to go to the center of the divine illusion space to fight for the inheritance. At this time, Tai Yun's eyes were closed. Hearing those disciples' words, he opened his eyes slightly and raised his head to look at the floating tower in the sky. How could my Iron Sword sect miss such a grand occasion? Tai Yun's eyes shone with a terrifying golden light. That was because when the floating tower had appeared, Tai Yun's soul had trembled. Only he knew what that meant. There were members of the Yellow Spring sect hidden within the floating tower. Chapter 362. The Iron Sword sect had colluded with the Yellow Spring sect a long time ago. The Yellow Spring sect had many hidden forces within the Golden Crown Nation. It wasn't just them. Even the Daluo sect and Oceanic Cloud sect were the same. They had entered the divine illusion space with a mission, and that was to find the experts of the Yellow Spring sect hidden within the divine illusion space. They had to awaken them and plan to kill all the disciples of the sect. However, due to Tai Nyo's appearance, their mission had deviated. They hadn't found a single expert from the Yellow Spring sect, and they had even lost disciples from the Oceanic Cloud sect and Daluo sect. This was something they hadn't expected. Now that the floating tower had appeared, Tai Yun was prepared to take the risk. As long as he didn't encounter Tai Nyo, he had a chance of entering the floating tower. Once he entered the floating tower, he would definitely be able to awaken the slumbering Yellow Spring sect experts with his strength. At that time, the entire divine illusion space would be under his control. Success or failure would depend on this. Tai Yun was prepared to take the risk. He led the disciples of the Iron Sword sect out of their hiding place and hurriedly walked across a plain. However, just as Tai Yun's group left, a cultivator suddenly appeared at their hiding spot. If Fang Chen was here, he would have recognized this cultivator as the Sword Reverence sect's disciple, Jian Feng, who had escaped with serious injuries. The head disciple of the Sword Reverence sect and one of the 9 princes of the Golden Crown Nation, Jian Feng, had been recuperating during this time. A few days ago, he had finally fully recovered. Furthermore, he had profited from his misfortune. His strength had increased a lot, so he decided to take revenge. However, he had only just come out when he heard the major news. The Oceanic Cloud sect, the Daluo sect, and the Yellow Spring sect had colluded. All the disciples of the sect within the divine illusion space had been killed. Now, only the Iron Sword sect remained. Jian Feng was stunned when he heard this news. It took him a long time to recover, and he began to search for the Iron Sword sect. Today, he had come here by accident. As soon as he arrived, he sensed a familiar aura. Yes, the Iron Sword sect's aura. They've been here before. Jian Feng's expression changed slightly as he said coldly. The Iron Sword sect's aura had already been deeply imprinted in his mind. With a single sniff, he discovered the Iron Sword sect's aura. Then, he furrowed his brows and chased in a certain direction. The speed of the sword was very fast, and it didn't take long for him to see the figure in front. It really is the Iron Sword sect. Looking at the Iron Sword sect disciples, Jian Feng was overjoyed. He roared out, "Tai Yun, your death is here." Sure enough, after hearing Jian Feng's roar, Tai Yun stopped and turned around. When he saw that it was Jian Feng, who had been missing for a long time, his face became completely gloomy. "You're really lucky. However, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape this time," Tai Yun said in a gloomy voice. Then, he directly launched a fierce attack and fought with Jian Feng. Bang bang bang, in the blink of an eye, the two clashed countless times. Tai Yun discovered that Jian Feng's strength had increased a lot. "No wonder you dared to appear. So your strength has increased." Tai Yun narrowed his eyes and looked at Jian Feng as he laughed coldly. "Tai Yun, you killed a disciple of the sword-worshipping sect. Today I'll make sure your head falls to the ground." Jian Feng roared in rage. "What a foolish fellow!" Tai Yun looked at the sword and grinned. Immediately, a wild black aura gushed out from his body. The moment the black aura appeared, Tai Yun's aura skyrocketed. Yes. Seeing Tai Yun's change, Jian Feng's expression changed. Boom. In the next instant, Tai Yun's tyrannical power directly attacked Jian Feng. Jian Feng was shocked to find that he was unable to block Tai Yun's attack. Bang! Jian Feng's body was directly sent flying. He crashed to the ground, vomiting blood. "Jian Feng, what are you going to use to fight me?" Tai Yun looked down at Jian Feng and sneered. In the next instant, Tai Yun's figure flashed and he suddenly appeared in front of Jian Feng, wanting to kill him. Swish! At this crucial moment, the ground where the sword was located began to tremble violently all of a sudden, as a strong aura of death burst out from the ground. Rumble! A deafening sound entered everyone's ears. Tai Yun's expression was gloomy as he stared at the crack in the ground. He wasn't in a hurry to attack. Boom! The ground violently trembled, and the crack grew larger and larger. Finally, when the crack reached a certain size, a black figure drilled out of the ground. "I've finally come out!" That black figure wildly roared, as if he was venting. His body was filled with an extremely dense death aura, making him look like a dried corpse. "Who are you?" Tai Yun icily stared at that black figure. The black figure slowly turned around and looked at Tai Yun. He sinisterly smiled. The person who will kill you. Xiahou Wu. Jian Feng was the first to recognize that this person was Xiahou Wu. At this time, Xiahou Wu wasn't wearing any disguise. Senior apprentice brother Jian Feng. Xiahou Wu walked in front of Jian Feng and gently helped him up. Senior apprentice brother Jian Feng, are you alright? Humph, so it's a trash from the Sword Reverence sect. Tai Yun sneered upon learning that this person was the Sword Reverence sect's Xiahou Wu. Even your Sword Reverence sect's head disciple Jian Feng was unable to defeat me. Do you really think you can kill me? Xiahou Wu lightly patted Jian Feng's shoulder, indicating for the latter to step back first. After which, he took a step forward, staring at Tai Yun as he said, Back then, when you killed the disciples of my Reverence Sword sect, I swore that I would avenge them. Now, the time has come. Xiahou Wu's body was surrounded by a wild death aura. His blood was filled with a bloodthirsty killing intent. How can there be such a terrifying killing intent? Even Jian Feng behind Xiahou Wu felt his killing intent soar to the heavens. Just what had Xiahou Wu experienced? Why did it seem like he had walked out from a pile of corpses? Since you want to die, then I'll help you out. Tai Yun activated the black aura around his body and directly attacked Xiahou Wu. Back in that mysterious sealed space, Xiahou Wu had been guided by the Banxianshu to search for his own destiny. He had entered the tomb and obtained his destiny, but he hadn't been able to find the exit. Finally, after some effort, he had found the exit. He hadn't expected to see Tai Yun attacking Jian Feng. That infuriated Xiahou Wu. Originally, Xiahou Wu's blood was filled with a bloodthirsty killing intent. Even he was unable to control it. And this time, the inheritance he had received was a death aura inheritance. It caused his body to be filled with death aura, making him seem like a dead person. When Xiahou Wu was infuriated, his bloodthirsty madness was extremely terrifying. Rumble! The sword in Xiahou Wu's hand instantly turned scarlet as he entered his battle state. Bang! Bang! Xiahou Wu and Tai Yun fiercely fought. The former's berserk death aura caused even Tai Yun to feel a bit of fear. Damn it, how can he be so strong? After an intense battle, Tai Yun realized that Xiahou Wu was extremely strong. He was much stronger than Jian Feng. Furthermore, Xiahou Wu was extremely strange. Bang! After the two of them exchanged blows, Tai Yun retreated. Seeing Xiahou Wu about to attack, he loudly roared, Stop! Your blood contains the aura of the Yellow Spring sect. You have a relationship with the Yellow Spring sect. I am a member of the Yellow Spring sect. We can't kill each other, roared Tai Yun. The bloodthirsty killing intent in Xiahou Wu's blood became even more vigorous. Death aura filled his body, and some of the weaker disciples of the Iron Sword sect were unable to resist the corrosion of the death aura. They all collapsed to the ground, losing their life force. The Yellow Spring sect? You're talking about the Yellow Spring sect? Ah! When Xiahou Wu heard the three words Yellow Spring sect, it was as if he had gone mad, laughing loudly. Do you know what I hate the most? The thing I hate the most is the Yellow Spring sect. Xiahou Wu's eyes were scarlet as if he had gone insane. Every time Xiahou Wu spoke a word, the death qi around him would become stronger. Xiahou Wu would never forget what had caused him to become like this. It was the blood essence of the Yellow Spring sect's protector. Although you don't admit it, your body contains the aura of the Yellow Spring sect. If others learned of this, they definitely wouldn't let you live. Only by cooperating with me can you obtain what you want. Tai Yun did his best to persuade him. Cooperating with you can obtain what I want. Xiahou Wu's eyes were scarlet, incomparably bloodthirsty. Then can I take your life? Chapter 363. Hearing Xiahou Wu's words, Tai Yun knew that Xiahou Wu didn't have any thoughts of cooperating with him. His eyes flickered as he thought of a way to escape. The current Xiahou Wu had already entered a berserk state. He was not Xiahou Wu's match, so he had to escape. Boom! Without waiting for Xiahou Wu to act, the longsword in Tai Yun's hand suddenly drew a strange arc. In the next instant, Tai Yun's body borrowed the rebounding force to rapidly retreat. At the same time, a wild black chi surged out of his body. It all gathered at his feet and his speed soared. Only after Xiahou Wu had destroyed Tai Yun's attack did he discover that Tai Yun had long since disappeared. Damn it! Xiahou Wu's bloodthirsty eyes were filled with killing intent. His fury soared to the heavens. Clenching his fists, he charged into the crowd of Iron Sword sect disciples. Everywhere his fists passed, Iron Sword sect disciples would fall into pools of blood. Miserable cries continuously rang out. After a minute, Xiahou Wu stopped his slaughter. All the Iron Sword sect disciples had died under his fists. His eyes were scarlet. His blood was filled with a bloodthirsty killing intent. As he crazily slaughtered, he felt that he was increasingly unable to control the killing intent within his blood. Damn it! Xiahou Wu raised his head to the heavens. With a furious roar, he did his best to control the killing intent within his body. Time slowly passed and the scarlet killing intent around Xiahou Wu's body gradually dissipated. Seeing this scene, Jian Feng's face was filled with shock. At first he hadn't even looked at Xiahou Wu. Who would have thought that after such a short period of time, he would need Xiahou Wu to save him? Junior apprentice brother Xiahou. Jian Feng's face was filled with bitterness as he looked at Xiahou Wu. Senior apprentice brother Jian Feng, we are both disciples of the Sword Reverence sect. How can I watch you die at Tai Yun's hands? Xiahou Wu knew what Jian Feng wanted to say and directly said it. Afterwards, Xiahou Wu brought Jian Feng to the floating tower. At the same time, Fang Chen was also on his way to the floating tower. The little mouse kept chirping along the way, its little paw pointing at the distant floating tower. Behind the little mouse, the Banxianshu shamelessly followed to please the little mouse. The blood of the little mouse was very important to the Banxianshu. If it continued to absorb it, it was confident that it could evolve into a real immortal tree. At that time, it would be immortal. For the sake of immortality, what was a mere face? Moreover, it was a tree, so there was no such thing as face. When he discovered the floating tower, Fang Chen's face was full of excitement. His cultivation had reached a bottleneck. Once he obtained the inheritance of the floating tower, his strength would definitely skyrocket. Fang Chen estimated that the current him was even a bit stronger than Luo Gong. But there was still a bit of a difference between him and a martial marquis ranking expert. As Fang Chen was walking, the little mouse's eyes suddenly moved. In the next instant, the little mouse directly shot forward. Fang Chen didn't hesitate to follow the little mouse. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After passing over a small hill, the little mouse stopped. Fang Chen followed closely behind, following the little mouse's gaze. To his surprise, he discovered that behind the small hill, there was a green rock. On top of this green rock, there was a small piece of blood-red stone. This stone was like a dragon, lying quietly on top of the green rock. What is this? Fang Chen was puzzled. He didn't recognize this blood-red stone, but his intuition told him that its origin was definitely shocking. The little mouse gestured at Fang Chen and chirped. Fang Chen learned that the little mouse had told him that this stone was extraordinary. It was a priceless treasure, and it told Fang Chen to take it. Just as Fang Chen was carefully observing the scarlet stone, a soft gasp of surprise came from the python that had transformed into a sword. Oh, you actually managed to find a blood dragon stone in this kind of place. Your luck isn't bad. Ancestor Bronze was also startled when he sensed the blood dragon stone. Ancestor, do you recognize this stone? Asked Fang Chen hastily. This stone isn't much to me, but it's extremely important to you. It's said that blood dragon stones only appear in places where the dragon race live. Once a cultivator refines a blood dragon stone, their physical strength will increase dramatically. I'm very surprised to find a blood dragon stone here, said Ancestor Bronze. Although Ancestor Bronze had only briefly introduced the blood dragon stone, Fang Chen's eyes lit up. This blood dragon stone could increase one's physical strength. Right now, Fang Chen's soul had reached a bottleneck. His cultivation base had also reached a bottleneck. Only his physical body seemed to be able to grow stronger. "Can I refine this blood dragon stone?" asked Fang Chen. "Of course you can. Your physical body has reached a 3-star Dao body. Refining this blood dragon stone shouldn't be a problem," said Ancestor Bronze. After hearing Ancestor Bronze's words, Fang Chen pushed off the ground with the tip of his foot and leaped onto the blue stone. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the blood dragon stone. "Kid, are you tired of living?" Suddenly, Ancestor Bronze's furious roar entered Fang Chen's ears, causing him to halt his attack. "Ancestor, what's wrong?" asked Fang Chen. "I already told you that this blood dragon stone grew with the dragon race. It said that it was originally an ordinary stone. However, the dragon race's ancestor once dripped his blood into it, turning it into a blood dragon stone. Therefore, this blood dragon stone contains a vast amount of power. If you rashly try to take it, you'll definitely suffer a backlash," explained Ancestor Bronze. "Then how do I take it?" asked Fang Chen. "Just do as I say," said Ancestor Bronze. However, as soon as Ancestor Bronze's voice fell, the little mouse's figure flashed and jumped onto the green rock. Then, it grabbed the blood dragon stone with its claws and handed it to Fang Chen, while Fang Chen was dumbfounded. However, when the little mouse grabbed the blood dragon stone, a scarlet aura suddenly emerged from the stone. It wanted to enter the little mouse's body. However, at that moment, a purple halo appeared on the little mouse's claws. Then, the scarlet aura dissipated. "Ancestor, didn't you say that I can only take it if I do as you say?" asked Fang Chen in a daze. "This little mouse can't be judged by common sense," said Ancestor Bronze. He was also in a daze. The little mouse handed the blood dragon stone to Fang Chen and couldn't stop laughing. However, it didn't realize that its claws had been cut by the blood dragon stone and were bleeding. "Ha ha ha!" Before the little mouse could react, the Banxianshu moved in front of the little mouse. Its branches wrapped around the little mouse's claws and sucked the blood from them. In the blink of an eye, the Banxianshu had absorbed all the blood from the little mouse's claws. At this moment it said with satisfaction, "It's really delicious." Seeing the Banxianshu like this, Fang Chen was speechless. Fang Chen ignored the Banxianshu and took the blood dragon stone. Immediately, he felt a wild aura enter his palm. Then, Fang Chen heard a faint dragon's roar. Dragon's roar? Fang Chen was confused. He looked around and didn't find any traces of the dragon clan. "Stop looking, kid. How could a mere dragon clan appear in the ancient sword continent?" "What a joke," said Patriarch Bronze, who knew what Fang Chen was thinking. "Then tell me, Patriarch, where did this blood dragon stone come from?" asked Fang Chen. "Perhaps it came from the outer realms." Patriarch Bronze's voice was filled with melancholy when he mentioned the outer realms. Fang Chen wanted to ask, but after thinking about it for a moment, he didn't ask. Patriarch Bronze then told Fang Chen how to refine the blood dragon stone. Fang Chen started refining it. Fang Chen sat cross-legged on a small hill, holding the blood dragon stone in his hand. His 3-star Dao body was activated, and his physical strength reached its peak. At this moment, the wild aura in Fang Chen's sea of qi burst out of Fang Chen's body and entered the blood dragon stone. Surrounded by the majestic spirit qi, the blood dragon stone seemed to be refined by Fang Chen. However, before the blood dragon stone was refined, Fang Chen discovered that the golden heart had begun to rapidly beat. "What's going on?" Fang Chen thought to himself, feeling extremely confused. Just as Fang Chen was pondering this, the blood dragon stone in his hand completely disappeared. In the next moment, Fang Chen discovered that the blood dragon stone had been devoured by the golden heart. Damn it! Fang Chen had an urge to curse. He had finally obtained a blood dragon stone, but it had been devoured by the golden heart. He was speechless. "Kid, your heart is very special. Even I can't see through it," said Patriarch Bronze. Fang Chen wasn't in the mood to pay attention to Patriarch Bronze. He carefully stared at the golden heart. He originally thought that the golden heart would directly devour the blood dragon stone. However, under Fang Chen's gaze, the golden heart actually spat out a small piece of the blood dragon stone. You swallowed such a large piece, but you left me with less than a fifth. Fang Chen looked at the small piece of blood dragon stone that the golden heart had spat out. He wanted to cry. Brat, your heart really is miraculous. Look carefully at this fifth blood dragon stone, exclaimed Ancestor Bronze Dragon. Upon hearing Patriarch Bronze's words, Fang Chen noticed the blood dragon stone that the golden heart had spat out. Although this blood dragon stone was much smaller, Fang Chen could sense that it was even purer. Could it be that the golden heart helped me refine it? Fang Chen was pleasantly surprised. This blood dragon stone might not be a fifth of its original size, but its purity is much higher than before. Its effects aren't any weaker than before. Hurry up and refine it, urged Patriarch Bronze. At the same time, Patriarch Bronze's remnant will sent out a strand of his will. It silently emerged from the python's sword and entered Fang Chen's body. He wanted to see just what was so special about Fang Chen's heart. However, before his will could approach the golden heart, he sensed a wild, attractive force. In the next moment, his will was instantly absorbed. Arg! It hurts! Patriarch Bronze's miserable cries rang out from the python's sword. I painstakingly recovered a bit of my will, but who would have thought that a portion of it would be absorbed by this bastard's heart? Now I'm back to my original state, cried Patriarch Bronze. Kid, give me some of your high-grade spirit stones. I want to absorb them, said Patriarch Bronze. Fang Chen also sensed Patriarch Bronze's weakness, so he directly tossed over 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones. As for Fang Chen, he focused on refining the blood dragon stone. Chapter 364. The process of refining the blood dragon stone was exceptionally smooth. Perhaps it was because the golden heart had been refined before. Of course, this was just Fang Chen's guess. 2 hours later, Fang Chen had completely refined the blood dragon stone. At this time, Fang Chen discovered that his physical body's strength had increased once again. When he checked his body, he was shocked to discover that his Dao body had reached the late stage of a 3-star Dao body. As expected of a blood dragon stone, Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. If he had refined a few more blood dragon stones, his physical body might have reached the 4-star Dao body. If his physical body reached the 4-star Dao body, then he would be able to crush all the disciples in the divine illusion space just by relying on the strength of his physical body. After his physical body reached the late stage of a 3-star Dao body, Fang Chen started to cultivate his divine demon body. As expected, his school of fiend god body refinement had smoothly attained the 2nd level, and this caused Fang Chen to be extremely delighted. My current strength is comparable to a powerhouse on the martial marquee list, Fang Chen said confidently. Of course, the powerhouse on the martial marquee list that he was talking about was the person at the bottom of the list. As for the martialists at the top of the list, the difference was too great. After that, Fang Chen took the little mouse and continued onward. 3 days later, Fang Chen arrived at the plains below the floating tower. This was the most central location of the divine illusion space. The floating tower was floating below this plane. When Fang Chen arrived, he was shocked to discover that there was already a sea of people here. Almost all the martialists had arrived. Fang Chen's arrival naturally attracted many martialists. Most of them turned to look at Fang Chen. It's Iron Bull. He has finally appeared. Iron Bull is here. I thought he wouldn't appear. Iron Bull has offended many people. I wonder how he will deal with this. Many of the martialists started discussing when they saw Iron Bull appear. Some of the 2-star sect disciples also looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen ignored the crowd and walked to a corner, looking at the floating tower. Since everyone was waiting here, the floating tower naturally couldn't be entered. At this moment, a group of people walked towards Fang Chen. The disciples of the Flying Immortal Pavilion were prepared to seek justice from Fang Chen. The person in the lead was the head disciple of the Flying Celestial Pavilion, Cloud Arranging Palm Yang Shu. He was the cousin of Cloud Covering Palm Yang Fan. Ever since he heard that his cousin had died at Tainyo's hands, Cloud Arranging Palm Yang Shu had been paying attention to Tainyo. Now that he had met Tainyo, he naturally wanted to seek justice. "You're Tainyo?" Yang Shu narrowed his eyes as he looked at Fang Chen. "Not bad," Fang Chen said. "Did you kill Yang Fan?" Yang Shu asked. The onlookers all looked at Fang Chen. Some of them were gloating, thinking that Yang Shu was going to flip out. However, there were also some who thought that Yang Shu wasn't a match for Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded, directly admitting to it. "Yang Fan is my cousin. Shouldn't you give me an explanation for killing him?" asked Yang Shu. Fang Chen didn't have the slightest fear. He looked at Yang Shu and said, "Yang Fan wanted to steal my chi-si fruit and was killed by me. What's there to say? Could it be that he's only allowed to steal from others and not be killed by others? Your Flying Celestial Pavilion really is tyrannical." Fang Chen's counterattack infuriated Yang Shu. He looked at Fang Chen and said, "Brat, don't think that just because you defeated a few peak geniuses you can be so arrogant in front of my Flying Celestial Pavilion." Upon hearing Yang Shua's words, Fang Chen turned his head and coincidentally saw the Wang soldier from the Wang clan of the Moon Continent. "Before you, he also wanted to fight against me. You can ask him what the outcome was," Fang Chen said softly as he pointed at the royal armament. Following Fang Chen's finger, the crowd discovered that the person Fang Chen was pointing at was actually Wang Soldier. "The leader of the Wang family's younger generation, Wang Soldier," exclaimed the crowd. At this time, Wang Soldier's expression was constantly changing. He was filled with hatred for Tainyo, but he knew that Tainyo was too strong. He wasn't a match for him, so he could only swallow his anger. "Brother Yang, don't be impulsive." Wang Soldier walked over to Yang Shuo and said in a low voice, "Yes." When Yang Shuo of the Firmament Palm heard this, his expression slightly changed. A trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes. If even Wang Bing said this, then it seemed like Wang Bing had lost the battle with Tainyo. "I didn't really fight with him, but I know that I'm not a match for him," Wang Soldier continued. Hearing Wang Soldier's words, Yang Shua's eyes flashed. Wang Soldier's strength was on the same level as his. Even if he fought Wang Soldier, he wouldn't be able to easily win. But now, Wang Soldier had lost to Fang Chen without even fighting. For something like this to happen to Wang Soldier was too strange. Could it be that Tainyo's strength was really on par with Luogong? After weighing the pros and cons, Yang Shuo coldly snorted. "Wait until the divine illusion space ends. My Flying Immortal Pavilion will definitely get justice." After saying this, Yang Shuo brought the Flying Immortal Pavilion's disciples and left. Seeing this, the crowd was startled. Tainyo had already reached this level? Even Yang Shuo didn't dare to fight him? As soon as Yang Shuo of the Firmament Palm left, another figure appeared. The appearance of this figure instantly caused an uproar on the entire plain. "Tainyo!" The white-robed Luo Gong looked at Tainyo. "Luo family's people," said Fang Chen when he saw Luo Gong. "Brother Luo Gong." Just as Luo Gong appeared in front of Fang Chen, Luo Liuli also appeared. She softly called out to Luo Gong. "Liuli?" asked Luo Gong. Luo Liuli glanced at Tainyo, then at Luo Gong. "I met Tainyo before. We fought and he let me go." Luo Liuli's voice was very soft, but it was still heard by the crowd. Their faces were filled with shock. "Luckily I didn't attack." At this time, Yang Shuo thought to himself. If he hadn't listened to Wang Soldier's advice and attacked, the one who would have lost face would have been him. Thinking of this, he turned and smiled at Wang Soldier to express his thanks. "You said he was merciful to you?" asked Luo Gong, frowning. He doesn't seem like someone who would willfully kill the innocent. He killed Luo Yu and Luo Han. Perhaps there's a secret behind this, said Luo Yuli. Tai Nyo had let her go, and now she was pleading for Tai Nyo. I'll give you a chance to explain, said Luo Gong calmly. Luo Yu and Luo Han wanted to steal my treasure, so I killed them. There's nothing to explain, said Fang Qin firmly. Luo Gong glanced at Luo Yuli and said, Liuli, step back first. Leave this to me. Luo Yuli was a bit anxious, but she couldn't do anything against Luo Gong. Although Luo Yu and Luo Han were in the wrong, they're still members of the Luo family. Since you killed them, you'll naturally avenge them. I, Luo Gong, am not an unreasonable person. You let Liuli go once, so I'll give you a chance. I'll only throw 3 punches. If you can block them, I'll let you go, said Luo Gong. Hearing this, Fang Qin was slightly angered. Did Luo Gong really think he was invincible in the younger generation? Luo Gong, I don't want to become enemies with your Luo family, said Fang Qin coldly. Hearing this, many cultivators thought that Tai Nyo was afraid of the Luo family. However, they didn't know that the reason Fang Qin didn't want to become enemies with the Luo family was because Luo Liuli was most likely his mother. You don't have a choice, said Luo Gong forcefully. Seeing Luo Gong's attitude, Fang Qin was also a bit angry. He directly said, Fine, since you want to fight, then don't blame me for not giving you face. I, Tai Nyo, will stand here and let you, Luo Gong, do whatever you want. If you can make me, Tai Nyo, take half a step back, then I, Tai Nyo, will lose. I will immediately kill myself in front of you, Fang Qin said in a heavy voice. Hearing Fang Qin's words, the crowd was in an uproar. Was Tai Nyo challenging Luo Gong? What kind of joke is this? Even if Tai Nyo is strong, under Luo Gong's attack, it's impossible for him not to retreat. Tai Nyo is going overboard. Is he trying to impress the crowd? If he retreats half a step, then he loses. I think he's going to lose. What arrogance, but I don't know if he can do it. Let's wait and see. Many martial artists thought Tai Nyo was just boasting. They didn't believe him at all. Luo Gong wasn't just a peak expert of the Luo family's younger generation, he was also the head of the Golden Crown Nation's 9 princes. His strength was second only to those on the martial marquee list in the Qi Si realm. This time, if nothing unexpected happened, Luo Gong would definitely be able to enter the martial marquee list. Tai Nyo actually dared to challenge Luo Gong. If Luo Gong could force him back half a step, then he would admit defeat. Furthermore, if he lost, then he would have to kill himself. Too arrogant. Many people were thinking this inside. The flying Immortal Pavilion's firmament Pom Yang Shua was secretly delighted. He had been thinking about how to deal with Tai Nyo. He hadn't thought that this idiot would take the initiative to provoke Luo Gong. He was truly courting death. Hearing Fang Qin's words, Luo Gong was also startled. Then his expression became incomparably grave. Are you sure you're speaking the truth? You're still the strongest expert of the Luo family's younger generation. Can you not be so wishy-washy? Said Fang Qin impatiently. Since Luo Gong didn't want to give him face, why should he give him face? Tai Nyo, you can't. Just at this time, Luo Yuli spoke out. Tai Nyo had helped her before, so she couldn't just watch as Tai Nyo lost. It's fine. I, Tai Nyo, will stand here today. If anyone wants to fight, then feel free to try. I, Tai Nyo, am not afraid of anyone, said Fang Qin passionately. Just at this time, 2 people appeared on the plains, Xiahou Wu and Jian Feng. Brother Feng. Xiahou Wu recognized Fang Qin at a glance and secretly said in his heart. At this time, Xiahou Wu just happened to hear Fang Qin and Luo Gong's conversation. He clenched his fists, preparing for battle. As long as Fang Qin was in danger, he would immediately take action to stop Luo Gong. But before that, he still believed in Fang Qin. The latter wasn't a martial artist who would shoot without thinking. Chapter 365. At this moment, All the cultivators on the plains were staring at Tai Nyo and Luo Gong. Tai Nyo was too arrogant. He actually dared to say that if he took half a step back, he would be fine. That was provoking Luo Gong. At this moment, a cold glint flashed across Luo Gong's eyes as a wild aura spread out from his body. "All right, I want to see just how capable you are," said Luo Gong icily. Luo Gong had only just finished speaking when a wild aura suddenly appeared on his palm. That aura wrapped around his palm, and then he slammed it forward. Rumble! Although it looked like a simple palm, it actually contained a boundless aura. Sensing that powerful aura, the surrounding cultivators couldn't help but retreat. They were a bit unable to bear that power. Seeing Luo Gong attack, Fang Chun directly activated his 3-star Dao body. His defense reached its peak. At the same time, Fang Chun clenched his fist and punched at Luo Gong's palm. Bang! Under the dumbfounded gazes of the crowd, Luo Gong and Fang Chun's fists collided, causing a huge explosion. When the boundless aura in the sky dissipated, the crowd was shocked to discover that Tai Nyo hadn't retreated even half a step. On the contrary, Luo Gong had retreated. "Is Tai Nyo's strength really that great?" someone exclaimed. "Tai Nyo is very powerful. Perhaps it really is as he said, and he won't take half a step back." Many cultivators changed their opinion of Tai Nyo at this moment. They even believed that Tai Nyo could create a miracle. "I've underestimated you. But now you won't have any more chances. If I can't make you retreat with this attack, then it'll count as my loss." Luo Gong narrowed his eyes. At this moment, Luo Gong was completely infuriated. As the head of the Golden Crown Nation's 9 princes, he was unrivaled in the younger generation. He hadn't expected his attack to be blocked by Tai Nyo. When Luo Gong said that, an even wilder aura surged out of his body. Then he clenched his fist, and that boundless aura drilled into his fist. At that moment, specks of light appeared on his fist. These specks of light gave off a shocking aura. This punch was Luo Gong's strongest punch. This punch was enough to kill a normal warrior of the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. When all the cultivators saw this punch, their expressions changed drastically. Only Fang Chen's expression remained the same from start to finish. "Drink!" As Luo Gong roared furiously, his fists surged towards Fang Chen with earth-shattering force. Boom! Fang Chen used all of his strength to block Luo Gong's attack. A shocking explosion sounded out as a berserk aura filled the entire plains, and Fang Chen and Luo Gong were covered by that berserk aura. "What's going on? Did Luo Gong win?" Following a disciple's exclamation, the other disciples also exclaimed one after another. At this moment, the center of the plain was enveloped by a wild aura. They simply couldn't see the situation inside. They were very curious as to who had won. Crash! After a long time, the wild aura in the center of the plain finally dissipated. When all the aura had dissipated, everyone was shocked to see that Tai Nyo and Luo Gong were standing on the plain without moving. Their 4 fists were pressed against each other. Neither of them retreated. A disciple exclaimed. Wang Bing and the others were even more shocked. Tai Nyo and Luo Gong's strength had completely surpassed their own. Even if Wang Bing and Yang Shuo joined hands, they still wouldn't be a match for Tai Nyo. Crack! Just when everyone thought that the two of them were even, a cracking sound rang out. A bloody mark appeared on Luo Gong's fist, and when the mark appeared, blood immediately flowed out. Bang! When the bloody mark appeared on Luo Gong's fist and blood flowed out, Luo Gong's body was unable to withstand that tyrannical qi and finally retreated half a step. But this half step caused Luo Gong's expression to become very ugly. In the end, he had still lost to Tai Nyo, and this made him very uncomfortable. I lost. Luo Gong looked at Fang Chen with a helpless expression. His voice was hoarse. Seeing this scene, the entire plain was in an uproar. Tai Nyo really had won against Luo Gong. Even Luo Gong's full-strength attack hadn't caused Tai Nyo to retreat half a step. If nothing unexpected happens, Once the divine illusion space closes, Tai Nyo will become the strongest expert of the Golden Crown Nation's younger generation. He might even be able to enter the martial marquis ranking. Yeah, he'll definitely be one of the 9 princes. Furthermore, he'll be number 1. Such a young expert on the martial marquis ranking. Truly shocking. The spectating cultivators all began to discuss. As for Luo Gong, after glancing at Tai Nyo, he shook his head and turned to leave. Tai Nyo's powerful attack had won everyone's approval. At this moment, countless disciples were shouting Tai Nyo's name. Brother Tai Nyo, you're too strong. Admirable, admirable. Brother Tai Nyo, with your strength, you can definitely enter the martial marquis ranking. To be able to cultivate with someone who'll definitely enter the martial marquis ranking in the future is truly a wonderful thing. However, before Fang Chun could say anything, the floating tower suddenly trembled. Boom! The floating tower trembled, causing the ground to tremble. Everyone looked at the floating tower. The floating tower is moving. Could it be that it's about to open? Asked a disciple. Countless cultivators were looking at the floating tower. They knew that the inheritance within the floating tower was the true peak inheritance of the divine illusion space. Just at this moment, a clear voice rang out in everyone's ears. Everyone, for all of you to be able to come here, it means that all of you are fated to obtain the inheritance left behind by my master. However, my master's inheritance is not something that ordinary people are qualified to obtain. Only 9 people can enter the floating tower. Suddenly, a white illusory figure appeared above the floating tower. Everyone was startled. They realized that this white figure was the floating tower's tower spirit. A tower with a tower spirit was definitely not simple. This floating tower actually has a tower spirit? Many cultivators were shocked. For a tower to have a tower spirit, its level definitely surpassed that of a spirit weapon. Only 9 people can enter? Asked Wang Bing. Correct. Only 9 people can enter. In other words, the majority of you won't be able to enter the floating tower, continued the tower spirit. Tower spirit, may I ask if anyone can try? Asked the head disciple of the flying immortal pavilion, Yang Shuo. The tower spirit shook its head slightly and said, only the strongest 9 of you can enter the floating tower. Alright, I won't waste any more words. Since the Master's remnant consciousness has chosen me to appear in this year's competition, it means that there must be some fated people among you. You can compete among yourselves. When the strongest 9 have been selected, I will open the floating tower. Upon hearing the tower spirit's words, everyone's eyes were filled with fervor. Just at this moment, Fang Chun suddenly said, I, Tai Nyo, will take one of the spots. Does anyone have any objections? Everyone was speechless. Even the head of the 9 princes, Luo Gong, wasn't his match. You're asking us if we have any objections? Even if we did, would we dare say anything? With your strength, you're unrivaled here. Everyone shook their heads. Some disciples even bluntly said, if Brother Tai Nyo can't take a spot, then no one here has the qualifications to take a spot. That's right. We all agree that Brother Tai Nyo will take a spot. Just as they were speaking, 9 yellow matrices appeared at the front. The tower spirit said, those who obtain a spot can stand on the matrices. Hearing the tower spirit's words, Fang Chun took a step forward and stood in front of the yellow tower. On the yellow matrices. Next, Luo Gong stood on the yellow matrices. No one dared to stop him. Next was the Moon Continent's Wang family's Wang Bing. Although Wang Bing wasn't as strong as Tai Nyo, he was still one of the 9 princes. Next was the head disciple of the flying immortal pavilion, Yang Shuo. After the 4 spots were occupied, the 5th person to walk up the praying mat was Luo Liuli in a red dress. Seeing Luo Liuli walk up the praying mat, many disciples were stunned, but they soon reacted. Although Luo Liuli wasn't one of the 9 princes, her strength couldn't be underestimated. The disciples of the other sect were envious. The Luo family had taken 2 spots. How were the other sects supposed to live? The next to walk up was a man in black clothes. Although he didn't stand out, no one dared to look down on him. Because he was also one of the 9 princes, the head disciple of one of the 9 two-star sects minor divine peak, Xinjiang. After Xinjiang, another one of the 9 princes, the head disciple of the Mo Shi sacred mountain, Mo Shang, also walked up. In this way, other than Tai Nyo's, the other 9 mats were taken by the disciples of the two-star sect. Because the Great Luo sect and the Ocean Cloud sect had been destroyed, there were still 2 mats left. These 2 mats made the eyes of countless disciples burn. They didn't dare to fight for the previous mats, but they naturally had to fight for the last 2 mat. I, Liang Bing, will take a mat. Who do you think you are, Liang Bing? This mat is mine. A series of angry roars rang out as an earth-shattering battle broke out on the plains. Countless martialists were fighting over the 2 praying mat. Of course, the warriors fighting were all at the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. Those below the 9th level of the Qi High Realm had already been eliminated. Rumble, rumble, rumble on the plain, deafening sounds rang out. Occasionally, warriors would be injured. After a long time, there were even warriors dying. Seeing this scene, the experts on the mats didn't say anything. At this moment, 2 figures quietly appeared in front of the mats and stood on the last 2 mats. Suddenly, the chaotic battlefield quietened down. All the cultivators fixed their gazes on the 2 people on the prayer mat. Jian Feng and Xia Hou. Some disciples recognized the 2. Fang Chen, who was on the mats, smiled when he saw the 2. Sorry to disturb you. You can continue. Xia Hou said expressionlessly to the warriors who had stopped fighting. Chapter 366. Xia Hou's casual words filled the hearts of the many cultivators who had just been engaged in an intense battle with rage. They had painstakingly fought with their lives on the line to fight for these 2 seats. Who would have thought that this Xia Hou would actually step onto the yellow seat without saying a word? Green praying mat. Jian Feng is one of the 9 young masters. Does he have the right to step onto the yellow praying mat? But you, Xia Hou, what right do you have to step onto the yellow praying mat? Green praying mat? A warrior asked coldly. That's right, Xia Hou, you are only a normal disciple of the Reverence Sword sect. What right do you have to step onto the yellow praying mat? Green praying mat. Although Xia Hou's appearance had caused all the martial artists present to be surprised, at this moment, they were more concerned about the inheritance of the floating tower. Therefore, even if Xia Hou was the fish that escaped the net when the 3 great sects annihilated the Sword Reverence sect, they wouldn't say anything. I, Xia Hou, am standing right here. Whoever is not convinced, feel free to try. Xia Hou said in a deep voice. His eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty coldness. Let me teach you a lesson, this yellow praying mat? You don't have the right to touch it. Suddenly, a mid-Qi High warrior's body flashed and jumped in front of Xia Hou. With a flick of his wrist, a majestic Qi emerged from his body. Crash! Seeing the swift and fierce attack of this martial artist, all the gazes of the martial artists stopped on Xia Hou's body. They had originally thought that Xia Hou would be frightened, but on the contrary, there was not the slightest trace of fear on Xia Hou's face. Yellow? Fang Chen, who was in the first position on the green praying mat, was not worried about Xia Hou at all. Xia Hou was already very strong. After that, Xia Hou went to accept the inheritance, and the 2 had not met. Now that Xia Hou had appeared, he must have completely accepted the inheritance, and his strength would only be stronger. Too weak. Xia Hou saw that the warrior's attack was about to make contact with his body. He shook his head slightly and punched out fiercely. When Xia Hou punched out, his entire body was instantly filled with an extremely wild and unrestrained aura of death. This death qi shocked the young warriors on the praying mat. Fang Chen's pupils shrank. How could the death qi on Xia Hou's body be so dense? What kind of inheritance did he accept? Bang! With a loud bang, the mid-Qi High warrior was sent flying by Xia Hou. He fell to the ground, his face pale, his breath weak, and he spat out blood. This is just a lesson. Next time, I won't hold back. Those who want to attack me, you better be prepared to die. Xia Houwu's powerful fist had directly intimidated countless martial artists. Some of the martial artists who had been clamoring fiercely actually had thoughts of retreating at this moment. They did not dare to challenge Xia Houwu. Oh my God, how can Xia Houwu be so strong? He sent a mid-stage Qi-Hai warrior flying with a single punch. Xia Houwu must have obtained some powerful inheritance, otherwise he would not be so strong. What exactly did he experience? Why is there an extremely dense aura of death around him when he attacks? If I get too close to him, I will be corroded by this aura of death. Even though I am so far away from him, I can still feel the terror of this death qi. This Xia Houwu is truly a terrifying martial artist. Xia Houwu's powerful performance caused countless disciples on the plains to cry out in shock. They could not accept it at this moment. However, after the commotion, there were some martial artists who were not afraid of death, who stood up and challenged Xia Houwu. Xia Houwu, you may be strong, but I do not believe that you can send me flying with a single punch. This martial artist was a late-stage Qi-Hai warrior. He belonged to the second tier of the Nine Lord. On Xia Houwu's face, a sinister smile suddenly appeared. Xia Houwu, you do not have the qualifications to touch the praying mat. The martial artist roared. The aura around his body surged wildly. Immediately after, his attack appeared in front of Xia Houwu. The sinister smile on Xia Houwu's face disappeared and was replaced by a bloodthirsty killing intent. A shocking killing intent erupted from Xia Houwu's body. His eyes were filled with a scarlet-red color. A wild death qi directly gathered on his fist as he ferociously punched out. Puchi Xia Houwu's fist actually pierced through the martial artist's chest and into his back. The martial artist's entire body was in pain. His life force was quickly dissipating. His eyes were filled with fear. Hiss hiss hiss, the wild death qi drilled into the martial artist's body. In the blink of an eye, the martial artist was corroded by the death qi. Bang! Xia Houwu pulled out his fist and the martial artist's body fell heavily onto the ground. In a short while, the death qi had completely corroded his body. Killing a late-stage Qi-Hai warrior with a single punch, Xia Houwu's strength had completely shocked everyone. Even Shun Jiang and the others who were on the praying mat were also shocked. Who else? Xia Houwu withdrew his death qi and looked at the crowd with his scarlet eyes. Being looked at by Xia Houwu, countless martial artists retreated. They did not dare to look at Xia Houwu. After a long while, no one dared to challenge him. Xia Houwu had successfully used his strength to obtain a seat. At this point, the strongest 9 had all been born. The 9 of you are the strongest 9. Next, I will open the floating tower. Whether or not you can obtain my master's inheritance will depend on your luck. The tower spirit said. Just as the tower spirit was speaking, in a dark corner far away, Tai Yun was hiding. He did not dare to appear. If he did, he would definitely be hunted down by Xia Houwu. But he was waiting for an opportunity. As long as the floating tower opened, he would be able to kill one of them with lightning speed and enter the floating tower. Once he entered the floating tower, he would not be afraid of anyone. Success or failure will depend on this. Tai Yun's deep eyes stared closely at the floating tower. At this moment, the tower spirit waved its hand and threads of spirit qi entered the floating tower. Immediately, the floating tower opened and a staircase appeared from the floating tower. It continued to extend until it reached the ground. You can enter now, said the tower spirit. As soon as the tower spirit finished speaking, several martial artists began to move. The first to move were Luo Gong and Luo Liuli, followed by Wang Bing and the cloud-pushing palm of the flying Immortal Pavilion, Yang Shu. Then, Fang Chen and Xia Houwu looked at each other, and the three of them quickly entered the floating tower. Finally, it was Xinjiang and Emoshang. Xinjiang took the lead. Seeing this, Magic Shang also prepared to climb up the escalator. However, at this moment, a wild aura suddenly appeared, followed by a black shadow. As soon as the black shadow appeared, it launched a fierce attack on Magic Shang. Pucci! In the blink of an eye, the black figure heavily injured Mo Shang and then directly killed him. Tai Yun, so it's him. Tai Yun was originally stronger than Mo Shang. Adding on the Yellow Spring Sex aura, killing Mo Shang was extremely easy. After Mo Shang was killed, Xinjiang was startled. He immediately shouted, "Tower Spirit, this person is committing murder here. Are you not going to do anything?" Mo Shang's relationship with Xinjiang had always been good. Seeing Mo Shang die, he was infuriated. "Tower Spirit, didn't you say that only the strongest 9 people can enter the floating tower? Since I was able to kill Mo Shang, that means I'm stronger than him." "He doesn't have the qualifications to enter the floating tower," said Tai Yun. The Tower Spirit nodded and said, "Let's go in." Tai Yun's figure flashed and he stepped onto the staircase. Xinjiang was infuriated, but he was also a bit afraid of Tai Yun. He directly entered the floating tower. Once Tai Yun entered the floating tower, the staircase vanished and the floating tower closed. The Tower Spirit stood at the top of the floating tower, looking down at those disappointed martial artists. "Although you don't have the qualifications to enter the floating tower, my master has left behind an opportunity for you," said the Tower Spirit. "What opportunity?" asked a martial artist. Crash! The Tower Spirit flicked its wrist, and the entire plane instantly changed its appearance. This place became a sealed space, and the surroundings were filled with extremely dense spiritual qi. "This is a cultivation holy land that my master once set up. You can cultivate here until the divine illusion space closes," said the Tower Spirit. Seeing this cultivation holy land, the disappointed martial artists were all delighted. "Haha, as expected of a cultivation holy land. I feel like my strength will definitely increase if I cultivate here. Not bad, I've been stuck at a bottleneck for so long. I'll definitely be able to break through this time. Although I can't obtain the floating tower's inheritance, being able to cultivate here is already pretty good. I have to seize this time to cultivate and break through as soon as possible." Immediately, countless martial artists sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate in a race against time. Seeing this, the Tower Spirit smiled slightly. Fang Chen and the others had entered an illusory realm after entering the floating tower. Furthermore, no one was with anyone else. "This is an illusory realm." Fang Chen looked around and said softly. At this moment, the Tower Spirit's voice rang out. "The floating tower is actually an independent space. This independent space is a natural illusory realm. Back then, my master spent a great deal of effort to bring this natural illusory realm into the floating tower. My master's inheritance is within this illusory realm. Whoever can find it will obtain my master's inheritance." The Tower Spirit's voice rang out among the 9 people. Immediately, their eyes burned with desire as they began to search for the inheritance. Of the 9 people, only Tai Yun wasn't in a hurry to find the inheritance. After entering the floating tower, he had felt an attractive force. "It must be a member of the Yellow Spring sect," thought Tai Yun. Following this attractive force, Tai Yun quickly advanced. Although this was an illusory realm, the members of the Yellow Spring sect could sense each other's auras without any obstruction. Soon, Tai Yun appeared in a hidden area. Here, he felt an even denser aura of the Yellow Spring sect. "I wonder which fellow disciple has come." Suddenly, a dark voice rang out in Tai Yun's ears. Chapter 367. The gloomy voice entered Tai Yun's ears and a smile appeared on his face. "Iron Sword Hall Master." Tai Yun replied. They were in the floating tower and there was a Tower Spirit. They did not dare to speak directly and used the Yellow Spring sect's unique voice transmission technique. Hearing the words, "Iron Sword Hall Master," the gloomy voice sounded again. come in." As he spoke, a suction force enveloped the Iron Sword Hall Master and Tai Yun disappeared. When Tai Yun opened his eyes, he found himself in a pitch-black space. In front of him stood a burly figure. "You are?" the Iron Sword Hall Master asked. "Guardian Wu Xian," the figure said softly. Hearing that, the Iron Sword Hall Master was shocked. He immediately said, "So it's Guardian Wu Xian." Guardians were considered top experts in the Yellow Spring sect. At their peak, every Guardian was an expert at the peak of the condensing reality realm. However, after that battle, most of the members of the Yellow Spring sect died. Only a few members survived. They were seriously injured and fell into a deep sleep. Over the years, as time passed, the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect began to slowly awaken. Guardian Wu Xian was one of them. "Guardian Wu Xian, why are you here?" the Iron Sword Hall Master asked. "It's all because of that damned old thing. I was seriously injured by him in that battle. If I did not use some kind of heaven-defying technique, I would have died." Speaking of himself, Guardian Wu Xian said coldly. He was furious. "I'm afraid that even he doesn't know that after the battle back then, I'll be struggling at death's door in his tower. However, because of that, I'm unable to leave this place. Even though my injuries have healed over the years, I'm still unable to leave," Protector Wu Xian said. "Guardian Wu Xian, how can I help you?" the Iron Sword Hall Master asked. Guardian Wu Xian said, "I want to take over a warrior's body and use his body to escape. However, in this floating tower, my cultivation is suppressed to the first condensing reality realm. If the 8 of them join forces, I am afraid I will not be able to take over their body." Hearing Guardian Wu Xian's words, the Iron Sword Hall Master nodded slightly and said, "Guardian Wu Xian, do you have any good ideas?" Hearing that, Guardian Wu Xian nodded slightly. A crisis was approaching, but the other 8 did not know. They were all trying their best to find the inheritance in the floating tower. Time passed by bit. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In this half a month, Fang Chun and the others did not gain anything. Tai Yun didn't make a move either. They were waiting for the best opportunity. On a certain day half a month later, Fang Chun actually met an acquaintance in the dreamland. When Luolioli, who was dressed in a red dress, saw Fang Chun, a trace of surprise flashed across her beautiful eyes. "Why are you here?" Luolioli looked at Fang Chun and directly asked. "I was looking for an inheritance and accidentally came here," Fang Chun said bluntly. Luolioli gently nodded and said, "This is a natural illusory realm. It's very mystical. It's impossible for us to see through it with our strength." Fang Chun nodded when he heard this. Natural illusions were many times more powerful than man-made ones. In other words, natural illusions were flawless and had no flaws. However, Fang Chun didn't believe there was such a thing as a flawless illusion in this world. Even if it was a natural illusion, Fang Chun believed there would definitely be flaws. He was looking for those flaws. As long as he could find those flaws, he would have hope of finding the inheritance. "Let's search together," said Liuli. Fang Chun nodded. "Sure. One more person means one more power." Then Fang Chun and Luo Liuli searched for the inheritance together. It was at this time that the little mouse fell into a deep slumber. A purple halo appeared on its body. It seemed to be transforming. With the Banxianshu protecting it, Fang Chun wasn't worried about the little mouse's safety at all. At this time, in a certain natural illusion, the head disciple of Little Divine Peak, Shen Jiang, was carefully advancing. Suddenly, he saw a figure appear in front of him. "Not good, it's Tai Yun." When he saw Tai Yun, his figure flashed and he prepared to flee. He had clearly seen Tai Yun easily kill Mo Shang. Tai Yun's strength was countless times greater than his. "You want to run?" After waiting for half a month with great difficulty, a martial artist finally showed up. How could Tai Yun let him escape so easily? Swish. Within the tower, Tai Yun did not dare to escape and reveal his identity. Seeing that Xinjiang was trying to escape, Tai Yun's figure flashed and directly chased after him. Just as Xinjiang was about to disappear from his sight, an invisible fluctuation of aura came out from the ground and directly drilled into Xinjiang's body. Swish! Xinjiang, who was moving forward quickly, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his body. While he was hesitating, Tai Yun caught up. Tai Yun, what are you doing? Xinjiang knew he couldn't escape, so he icily asked Tai Yun. You'll know in a bit. While speaking, Tai Yun displayed a tyrannical power, wanting to capture Xinjiang. How could the latter allow himself to be captured without putting up a fight? Damn it! Roared Xinjiang. A wild aura surged out of his body. But just as he was about to circulate his spiritual qi, he suddenly felt a burst of pain. What's going on? Cried Xinjiang. Each time he tried to circulate his spiritual qi, his body would hurt. If he couldn't circulate his spiritual qi, he would die at Tai Yun's hands. Don't waste time. As soon as Tai Yun finished speaking, he grabbed Xinjiang and punched him in the neck. Xinjiang immediately fainted. Then Tai Yun's figure flashed and he disappeared into the darkness. At this time, at the highest point of the floating tower, there was a layer of gray mist. Within that mist was an illusory figure. It was the tower spirit. As expected, I've always felt the aura of the Yellow Spring sect hidden within the tower. But I couldn't find it. So it was here. The tower spirit had seen everything Tai Yun had done. But it didn't have any offensive power. It could only control the floating tower to trap the members of the Yellow Spring sect. It couldn't stop them. I must find a way to get rid of them, the tower spirit said. When Xinjiang woke up, he found himself in a dark space. His surroundings were dark, and there were two figures in front of him. Tai Yun. Xinjiang recognized one of the figures. It was Tai Yun, who had captured him previously. As for the other figure, Xinjiang didn't recognize it. Protector Wu Xian, can we begin? Tai Yun smiled. Protector Wu Xian nodded and said, yes. Just as Protector Wu Xian said that, a majestic spirit appeared in his mind and floated in the sky. Feeling this strong spirit, Xinjiang's heart skipped a beat. Under Xinjiang's gaze, this soul was actually moving closer to him. His expression greatly changed as he finally realized what they were trying to do. You guys! Xinjiang resisted with all his might. But he was subdued by Protector Wu Xian. I'd advise you not to resist. Otherwise, you will die without a burial ground. Protector Wu Xian said coldly. The moment Protector Wu Xian's spirit entered Xinjiang's mind, Xinjiang felt the dense aura of the Yellow Spring sect. His pupils shrank and he said, You are the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. You found out a bit late. Tai Yun chuckled and said coldly, No. Xinjiang let out an unwilling roar. But in the end, he was unable to resist Protector Wu Xian. A short while later, Xinjiang's spirit was completely devoured by Protector Wu Xian. Then, Protector Wu Xian's spirit completely possessed Xinjiang's body. After the possession, Protector Wu Xian's body suddenly turned into specks of starlight and entered Xinjiang's body. Congratulations, Protector Wu Xian. You've been reborn. Tai Yun was full of smiles. Protector Wu Xian nodded slightly. This body is not bad. Protector Wu Xian, why don't you raise this body's cultivation level to the condensing reality realm? Tai Yun asked. Protector Wu Xian's cultivation level was at the 9th condensing reality realm when he was at his peak. He was very powerful. In the entire Jin Guan country, there was probably no one who could be his opponent. However, in this evil floating tower, his cultivation level was suppressed to the 1st condensing reality realm. Even so, he was still very powerful. Although he had been reborn, Xinjiang's cultivation level was only at the peak of the 9th Qi High realm. If Protector Wu Xian wanted to raise his cultivation level, he could easily condense a Dharma idol in Xinjiang's Dantian and reach the 1st condensing reality realm. However, He didn't want to do that for now. He still wanted to use Xinjiang's identity to leave the floating tower smoothly. Let's talk about it after we leave the floating tower. Protector Wu Xian finished speaking and brought Tai Yun with him. In a flash, they appeared in the natural illusion. On the other side of the natural illusion, Fang Chen and Luo Liuli were moving forward. Suddenly, Luo Liuli's body stopped. She noticed a glowing place in front of her. There's something up ahead, Luo Liuli said in a sweet voice. Fang Chen was startled. He looked over and discovered that not far away there was a glowing place. Let's go and take a look, Fang Chen said. After a while, Fang Chen and Luo Liuli appeared in the glowing place. On the flat ground there was a stone. This stone was glowing. Do you think this is the inheritance of the floating tower? Luo Liuli asked. Fang Chen was about to speak when suddenly Ancestor Bronze, who was inside the python sword, said, "This is obviously a trick. How can it be the inheritance? Kid, you must not touch this glowing stone. It will be dangerous." Hearing Ancestor Bronze's words, Fang Chen felt a lingering fear. If it wasn't for Ancestor Bronze, he might have thought that this glowing stone was the inheritance of the floating tower. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, Luo Liuli's small white hand reached towards the glowing stone. "Be careful." In a moment of desperation, Fang Chen grabbed Luo Liuli's hand. Chapter 368. In a moment of desperation, Fang Chen grabbed Luo Liuli's small, fair hand and stopped her from moving. Luo Liuli's face flushed as Fang Chen held her hand. She lowered her head, feeling a little shy. Only now did Fang Chen realize his rudeness. He hastily let go of her hand and said, "This glowing stone isn't the inheritance. It's just a decoy. Once you touch it, it'll be very dangerous." Luo Liuli's expression gradually returned to normal. She curiously asked, "How did you know?" Fang Chen smiled. "It's a secret." Fang Chen continued forward with Luo Liuli. However, Fang Chen continued to chat with Ancestor Bronze as they walked. "Ancestor, since you recognize this glowing stone as a decoy, do you know where the true inheritance is?" asked Fang Chen. "Of course I do. Don't you know who I am?" said Ancestor Bronze. "Then why didn't you tell me earlier? You made me bitterly search for half a month." Fang Chen was speechless for a moment. "I'm tempering you. I can't let things go so smoothly for you," said Ancestor Bronze. In truth, even Ancestor Bronze hadn't been able to find the inheritance when he first entered. He had only vaguely sensed where the true inheritance was after half a month of searching. Of course, he naturally wouldn't tell Fang Chen who he was. He was Ancestor Bronze, an existence who had suppressed an era. How could he lose face in front of a junior? After chatting with Ancestor Bronze for a bit, Fang Chen quickly followed the direction Ancestor Bronze had pointed out. Although this was a natural illusion, it wasn't much for Ancestor Bronze. Given old Ancestor Bronze's current state, it would be impossible for him to break through the illusion. However, seeing through the illusion was a piece of cake for him. After walking for about 2 hours in the dreamland, Fang Chen finally came to a stop. Seeing Fang Chen stop, Luo Liuli asked, "Did you find the inheritance?" "The inheritance should be here," Fang Chen said faintly. He frowned and looked around. It was empty. There was nothing. "Ancestor, where is the inheritance?" Fang Chen secretly asked. "Follow your current direction and take 3 steps forward. Then, turn left and take 1 step. Then, turn right and take 2 steps, Ancestor Bronze said. Fang Chen nodded. Then, he followed old Ancestor Bronze's instructions and walked slowly. At this moment, the tower spirit was observing all the cultivators in the tower amidst the gray mist. When he saw Tai Yun and Xin Jiang appear, his eyes turned cold, and a murderous intent emerged from the illusion. "Remnants of the Yellow Spring sect, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply," the pagoda spirit muttered to himself. Even though he now knew of the existence of the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect, he was still the pagoda spirit. There was no way he could deal with the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. He could only rely on the help of others. I wonder which warrior will be able to obtain Master's inheritance. If it's really not possible, I can guide them a little. The Tower Spirit's face was filled with anxiety as he turned to look at the location of the inheritance. When he saw what he saw, he was incomparably shocked. That was because there were two figures in the inheritance. Those two figures were naturally Fong Chen and Luoliuli. Did they find the inheritance? Or did they just happen to pass by? The Tower Spirit was filled with anxiety as he stared at the two of them. However, just as Fong Chen stepped forward, a smile appeared on the Tower Spirit's face. He was very excited. Fong Chen's steps were exactly the same as the location of the inheritance. How is this possible? He actually found it in such a short time. The Tower Spirit was incomparably shocked. Under the Tower Spirit's gaze, Fong Chen successfully found the inheritance. At this time, Fong Chen was on the ground, following Ancestor Bronze's guidance. When he stood on a very inconspicuous ground, the ground suddenly trembled and the pagoda spirit appeared. "Little fellow, you're not bad. You were actually able to find the inheritance." The Tower Spirit looked at Fong Chen with satisfaction. This sudden change caused Luoliuli's face to reveal a shocked expression. He really found the inheritance. Luoliuli looked at Tainyo with a complicated expression. "Senior." Fong Chen recognized the Tower Spirit and respectfully greeted him. "Little fellow, since you found the inheritance, you have the qualifications to accept my master's inheritance. However, my master's inheritance is extremely powerful. If you can't accept it, you'll suffer a cultivation deviation," said the Tower Spirit. Fong Chen nodded, and then the Tower Spirit looked at Luoliuli. "Little fellow, according to the rules, you should be the one to find the inheritance. But my master once said that if someone else finds the inheritance at the same time, then the lady has to go first." Hearing the Tower Spirit's words, Luoliuli was stunned. The master of the floating tower had actually set such a rule. "Since it's your master's rule, then let Luoliuli go first." Fong Chen nodded. "Tainyo, you found it first. You should be the one to accept it," said Luoliuli a bit embarrassedly. "This is my master's rule. How can it be changed? You can go first. But I can tell you with certainty that with your strength it'll be a bit difficult for you to obtain my master's inheritance," said the Tower Spirit directly. The Tower Spirit immediately saw through Luoliuli's strength. Although she was very strong, she was the weakest of the 9 people who had entered the floating tower. Luoliuli didn't say anything else. She looked apologetically at Fong Chen and then sat down to accept the inheritance. The moment Luoliuli sat down in a lotus position, a grayish aura suddenly entered her body from the ground. At this moment, a trace of pain appeared on Luoliuli's face. "Senior, she should be fine, right?" asked Fong Chen. "She's fine," said the Tower Spirit. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. During those 6 hours, Luoliuli had been accepting the inheritance. However, as time passed, Luoliuli's aura became more and more chaotic. In the end, her body began to tremble. Her situation was very dangerous. "She's unable to accept my master's inheritance. She's about to go crazy," said the Tower Spirit. "Then what do we do?" asked Fong Chen hastily. "Place your hands on her body and absorb my master's aura. Then she'll slowly recover," said the Tower Spirit. Fong Chen nodded and did as the Tower Spirit said. He sat behind Luoliuli and placed his hands on her back. Immediately, a wild suction force appeared and sucked away all the aura of the tower's master from Luoliuli's body. About 15 minutes later, Luoliuli woke up from the brink of going berserk. When she realized that Fong Chen's hands were on her back, a blush appeared on her face. "Little girl, you were unable to accept my master's inheritance, and almost went crazy. He was the one who saved you," said the Tower Spirit as it looked down at Luoliuli. When Luoliuli heard this, a trace of surprise appeared on her face. She immediately stood up and nodded at Fang Chen, her heart filled with gratitude. After Luo Liuli woke up, Fang Chen's acceptance of the inheritance was on the right track. At this moment, the golden heart in Fang Chen's body was beating rapidly. A wild aura was constantly drilling into Fang Chen's mind. Fang Chen felt a large amount of information appear in his mind. That information was all about the Tower's master's inheritance. Fang Chen felt that his mind was like a vast ocean, filled with seawater. Time passed by slowly. The aura around Fang Chen's body continued to increase. One day later, Fang Chen's aura reached a critical point. At this time, Fang Chen had already accepted the inheritance. Boom! A loud sound came from Fang Chen's body. In an instant, Fang Chen's qi began to expand rapidly. Following that, Fang Chen's cultivation reached the middle stage of the 6th level of the Qi High Realm. Of course, this was not the end. When Fang Chen's cultivation reached the middle stage of the 6th level of the Qi High Realm, it continued to increase and break through. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen's cultivation reached the 7th level of the Qi High Realm. After reaching the 7th level of the Qi High Realm, Fang Chen's aura began to stabilize. At this time, the aura around Fang Chen's body disappeared. It was as if he was an ordinary person, quietly sitting there with his legs crossed. He is now in a deep state of cultivation. I think he will be in this state for a long time. Seeing Fang Chen's current state, the Tower Spirit finally let out a sigh of relief and said to Luo Liuli. Luo Liuli blinked her beautiful eyes and said, "He saved my life. Then I will guard him here and wait for him to wake up." After that, Luo Liuli sat cross-legged beside Fang Chen and closed her eyes. While Fang Chen was accepting the inheritance, many warriors in the floating tower were frantically searching for the inheritance. They did not know that the inheritance had already been obtained by Fang Chen and was in the process of accepting it. At the same time, Protector Wu Xian and Tai Yun were also hiding in the dark. They were waiting for the floating tower to open again. Once the floating tower opened again, they could leave safely. As long as they could leave the floating tower safely, Protector Wu Xian's cultivation would be completely restored. The entire Jin Guan country would be under his control. Thinking of this, Protector Wu Xian's heart was filled with excitement. Time passed bit by bit. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, half a month, 1 month, 2 months. Finally, when the divine illusion space was about to close, Fang Chen successfully accepted the inheritance. In these 2 months, Fang Chen's cultivation did not break through again. He remained at the 7th level of the Qi High Realm. For him, these 2 months were to strengthen his foundation. In the early stages of accepting the inheritance, his cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds, causing his foundation to be unstable. Therefore, in these 2 months he was strengthening his foundation, and because of these 2 months of strengthening, his foundation had become even more solid. The current him even had a change in his aura. It was as if every movement of his could affect the surrounding air. Fang Chen slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Luo Liuli's beautiful face. Seeing that Fang Chen had woken up, Luo Liuli's beautiful face revealed a trace of a smile. "You're awake?" Luo Liuli asked. Fang Chen nodded and then cupped his hands towards Luo Liuli. He did not need to think to know that Luo Liuli had been protecting him during this period of time. "Kid, you've finally finished accepting the inheritance." The Tower Spirit suddenly appeared with a face full of joy. "Senior." Fang Chen cupped his hands and thanked the Tower Spirit. "Since you've finished accepting the inheritance, then I need you to do something for me." Chapter 369. After getting such a great reward from the floating tower, Fang Chen would agree to 10 requests without hesitation, let alone one. "Senior, as long as I can do it, I will definitely help you," Fang Chen said. "The Yellow Spring Sect, I think you already know about it." The Tower Spirit looked at Fang Chen and asked. "Yes, you mean that there is a survivor of the Yellow Spring Sect in the floating tower?" Fang Chen asked doubtfully. The Tower Spirit nodded and said, "That's right. There is a guardian of the Yellow Spring Martial School hidden in this floating tower. But his cultivation level is suppressed to the first condensing reality realm. Most importantly, he has just taken over a warrior's body and is only at the 9th Chi High realm. You have received the Master's inheritance, so you have the highest chance of killing him. Once he leaves here and recovers his cultivation to the 9th condensing reality realm, it will definitely be a disaster for the Jin Guan country. The tower spirit said in a deep voice. Fang Chen was shocked when he heard this. He never thought that there would be such a powerful member of the Yellow Spring sect hidden in the floating tower. Senior, the guardian of the Yellow Spring sect has been possessed. How can I know him? Fang Chen asked. Don't worry about that, I will guide you to find him. But before that, I need you to gather together. If you all work together, you will have a better chance, the tower spirit said. Before Fang Chen could say anything, the tower spirit waved its hand. Suddenly, a warrior appeared in front of Fang Chen. It was the top warrior of the Luo family's younger generation, Luo Gong. Luo Gong. Fang Chen was shocked when he saw Luo Gong. After Luo Gong, Wang Bing, Yang Shua from the Flying Immortal Pavilion, Xia Houwu, Jian Feng and the others appeared. There were 7 people in total, and they were all gathered together. Don't be surprised, I am the one who gathered you all together. The tower spirit appeared and said directly. Everyone nodded. Let me tell you the truth. My master's inheritance has already been obtained by this person, and he has also completely accepted the inheritance. The reason why I gathered you all together is so that you can work together to deal with the Yellow Spring sect. The tower spirit said. What inheritance has been obtained by Tainyo? Luo Gong's eyes flickered. No wonder we couldn't find the inheritance even after searching for 2 months. So it was obtained by brother Tainyo. Wang Bing and the others started to befriend Tainyo after knowing that he had obtained the inheritance. Brother Iron Bull, we had some conflicts before. I hope you don't mind. Wang Bing and the others said with a smile. Xia Houwu glanced at Fang Chen. The latter shook his head slightly, indicating that he should not reveal his identity. Xia Houwu nodded in agreement. As for Jian Feng, he had no idea that the Iron Bull in front of him was Fang Chen from the sword-worshipping sect. Before Tainyo had obtained the inheritance, he was already stronger than Luo Gong. Now that he had obtained the inheritance, his aura was even stronger. In their hearts, they had no intention of snatching the inheritance. How could they snatch it? Even Luo Gong could not defeat Tainyo, so it was even more impossible for them to defeat Tainyo. Even if everyone worked together, it was not realistic. Therefore, they could only accept reality and befriend Iron Bull. At this moment, the pagoda genie spoke again. The Yellow Spring sect is the enemy of the entire ancient sword continent. I hope you can cooperate with each other and annihilate the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect, said the tower spirit. Afterwards, the tower spirit told everyone about the danger of Enforcer Wu Xian. When they learned that there was a 9th stage condensing reality realm enforcer in the floating tower, they were all shocked. In the end, everyone reached a unanimous decision. They would work together to annihilate the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. Among you, Tainyo is the strongest. This time, with him as the center, you will assist him, said the tower spirit. Everyone nodded. No one objected. Rest for 15 minutes, then I will bring you to the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. At that time, it will definitely be a fierce battle, said the tower spirit. Everyone began to adjust their bodies. If they wanted to completely deal with the Yellow Spring sect's enforcer, they could not afford to lose. They had to fight in their peak condition. 15 minutes passed quickly. The 7 of them looked serious. This time, their opponent was the Yellow Spring sect's enforcer. Moreover, according to the tower spirit, he could raise his cultivation to the first stage of condensing reality realm at any time. If it was an elite on the martial marquee list, defeating a first stage of condensing reality realm martial artist would be easy. However, almost none of them were on the martial marquee list. Therefore, this would definitely be a fierce battle. "Are you ready?" asked the Tower Spirit. Everyone nodded. Then, the Tower Spirit waved his hand and the 7 of them instantly disappeared. At this moment, Enforcer Wu Xian and Tai Yun were walking quickly on an empty space in the natural illusion. After calculating the time, the divine illusion space was about to close. The floating tower would probably open in a few days. As long as I can leave this damn floating tower, my strength will recover. Enforcer Wu Xian's heart was filled with excitement. "Congratulations in advance, Enforcer Wu Xian," said Tai Yun with a smile as he followed behind Enforcer Wu Xian. "This time, you have contributed greatly. After I go out and take control of the Golden Crown country, you will help me manage it," said Enforcer Wu Xian with a smile. "Thank you, Enforcer Wu Xian," said Tai Yun with excitement. Just as Tai Yun and Enforcer Wu Xian were talking, a dazzling light suddenly flashed. Then, 7 figures appeared out of thin air in front of Enforcer Wu Xian, blocking his way out. "Yes." Enforcer Wu Xian frowned when he saw this. The 7 of them steadied themselves. When they saw Tai Yun, their expressions changed slightly. Luo Gong said coldly, "Tai Yun, you are indeed a survivor of the Yellow Spring sect. Xinjiang, could it be that he has been possessed?" Fang Chen said to himself when he saw Xinjiang. "Are you here to die?" Tai Yun said coldly when he saw the 7 of them appear at the same time. Enforcer Wu Xian, who was in front of Tai Yun, finally darkened his face. The 7 of them appeared at the same time and discovered that they were survivors of the Yellow Spring sect. There was only one possibility, and that was that he had been discovered by the Tower Spirit of the Floating Tower. Crash! Just as Enforcer Wu Xian frowned, the Tower Spirit appeared. "I really didn't expect you to follow Master back then. After the great battle, you were actually able to hide in his tower." The Tower Spirit looked at Enforcer Wu Xian and said furiously, "Even that old bastard couldn't kill me back then. Do you think that the 7 of them can kill me if they work together?" At this moment, Enforcer Wu Xian no longer hid his identity. He directly revealed his true identity and said coldly, "This is the floating tower. Your cultivation is infinitely suppressed." The Tower Spirit sneered. "Even if my cultivation is suppressed, these small fishes can't kill me. On the contrary, I will kill them with my own hands." Enforcer Wu Xian said sinisterly, "All of you, work together and surround him." The Tower Spirit roared. As soon as the Tower Spirit finished speaking, Luo Gong and the other 5 surrounded Protector Wu Xian in an instant. They all unleashed powerful attacks on Protector Wu Xian. Seeing this, Enforcer Wu Xian's face was filled with anger. He attacked wildly. At this critical moment, Fang Chen made his move. According to the prearranged route, the other 6 people would trap Enforcer Wu Xian while he would kill Tai Yun as fast as he could. After that, the 7 of them would work together to deal with Enforcer Wu Xian. Swoosh! When Fang Chen was in front of Tai Yun, the hidden star sword danced violently. A sword light appeared in the void and shot towards Tai Yun at an unparalleled speed. "Enforcer Wu Xian, save me." Tai Yun, who had originally made a solemn vow, felt a tinge of fear in his heart when he sensed this wild aura. He shouted loudly. Fang Chen's strength was too strong. After receiving the inheritance, he could kill a martialist like Tai Yun in an instant. Poochie! Before Tai Yun could finish speaking, the sword light pierced Tai Yun's head fiercely. With a bang, Tai Yun's body slumped to the ground. His body and soul were destroyed. In the blink of an eye, an elite like Tai Yun was destroyed in body and soul. Seeing this, Enforcer Wu Xian roared, "You killed the Iron Sword Hall Master in front of me. All of you shall be buried together with him." Just as Enforcer Wu Xian finished speaking, a wild aura spread out from his chi-si. In the next moment, a void hammer appeared above his head. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Enforcer Wu Xian was refining treasures in his chi-si. Chapter 370. Because Guardian Wu Xian was once a peak warrior at the 9th condensing reality realm, he had a lot of experience in refining treasures and condensing Dharma images. Even though he had successfully taken over another body and was only at the 9th Qi High realm, if he wanted to, he could easily reach the 1st condensing reality realm in a short time. But right now, because Guardian Wu Xian underestimated Fang Chen's strength, he allowed Fang Chen to kill the Iron Sword Hall leader in an instant. At this moment, Guardian Wu Xian was enraged. He started to condense his Dharma image. Crash! Protector Wu Xian's aura soared. When his aura reached its peak, a void hammer appeared above his head. This void hammer was Protector Wu Xian's Dharma projection. Stop him. Seeing this, the tower spirit said with a gloomy voice. In the next moment, Fang Chen's body flashed. He waved the hidden star sword in his hand. The fire and water sword art was pushed to the extreme, and he attacked Guardian Wu Xian. Seeing this, Luo Gong and the others also attacked. They wanted to stop Guardian Wu Xian from condensing his Dharma image. Otherwise, once Guardian Wu Xian finished condensing his Dharma image, even if they worked together, they would not be able to defeat Guardian Wu Xian. Condensing reality realm warriors could refine treasures and condense Dharma images with their Qi High realm warriors. Compared to Qi High realm warriors, they had a huge leap in power. Even if it was a warrior on the martial marquee list, it would be almost impossible for him to defeat a warrior who was at the 1st condensing reality realm. Unless it was a warrior who was in the top 10 of the martial marquee list. It was said that the warriors in the top 10 of the martial marquee list were very powerful. Their cultivation had reached the peak of the Qi High realm. They were even more powerful than normal warriors at the 1st condensing reality realm. But right now, even if Fang Chen finished receiving the inheritance, his strength would only be comparable to the warriors at the bottom of the martial marquee list. Compared to the warriors in the top 10 of the martial marquee list, the gap was too big. You will all die. At this moment, Guardian Wu Xian's face was filled with coldness. Since he had already used violence, he had nothing to fear. He wanted to raise his cultivation to the 1st condensing reality realm, then kill these ants in front of him. Swoosh! A majestic sword light instantly appeared in front of Protector Wu Xian. Upon seeing this, Protector Wu Xian waved his hand and the void hammer above his head suddenly smashed into Fang Chen's sword light. Crack! Fang Chen's sword light instantly shattered. Then, the huge hammer smashed towards Luo Gong and the others. Bang bang bang! Although Protector Wu Xian hadn't completely condensed his Dharma body, his strength was almost unrivaled. His aura had reached its peak. In the blink of an eye, Luo Gong and the others were all injured. At this time, the only martial artists standing on the ground were Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu. Xiahou Wu's eyes were scarlet red. The boundless killing intent within the blood of his entire body was instantly exposed. The entire floating tower was filled with a bloodthirsty killing intent. Roar! Xiahou Wu roared and clenched his fist. The veins on his arms were exposed. A wild aura instantly merged into his fist. At the same time, Fang Chen's hidden star sword once again smashed out. Of course, when Fang Chen used the water and fire sword technique, he also used the great Luo soul slaughter flame. The current Fang Chen's soul cultivation had reached the peak of the 1st rank. In addition to the 2nd level of the great Luo soul slaughter flame, the soul attack was too tyrannical. Bang! Xiahou Wu's fist and Fang Chen's sword light simultaneously bombarded Protector Wu Xian's body. However, they were directly blocked by Protector Wu Xian. The void hammer above Protector Wu Xian's head was too powerful. This is the Dharma body of a condensing reality realm martial artist? Fang Chen narrowed his eyes as he looked at the void hammer. He was extremely shocked. At that moment, Fang Chen's soul flame appeared before Protector Wu Xian. Seeing the soul flame, Protector Wu Xian narrowed his eyes and said, "You actually have such a powerful soul flame. If you become my slave, I'll spare your life." "In your dreams," Fang Chen said coldly. "Then, all of you can die." At this moment, Wu Xian's Dharma body had also condensed to the most critical moment. The void hammer above his head was also gradually materializing. It seems that I still have to take action. Suddenly, the voice of Ancestor Bronze rang out from the spatial ring. Fang Chen was startled. Immediately, his face lit up with joy. He hurriedly asked, "Ancestor, you have a way? Although I'm just a remnant consciousness and don't have much strength, I can interfere with the condensation of his Dharma body and cause cracks to appear in his Dharma body. Moreover, I can only help you up to this point," Ancestor Bronze said in a low voice. This time, he was facing a martial artist who was about to reach the condensing reality realm. Although such a martial artist was like an ant when he was alive, it was different now. After the passage of countless years, his remnant consciousness was about to disappear. If it weren't for Fang Chen, his last remnant consciousness would have disappeared. It could be said that if Fang Chen died, his remnant consciousness would also disappear. Therefore, he was willing to help Fang Chen. Whoosh! As soon as Ancestor Bronze finished speaking, the python sword in his interspatial ring began to tremble violently. In the next moment, a faint ray of light shot out of the python sword. This faint ray of light quietly drilled into the void hammer that was about to materialize. Everyone present, including the tower spirit, didn't notice this at all. After doing all this, Ancestor Bronze's remnant consciousness was extremely weak. He didn't speak anymore and started to repair his remnant consciousness with all his might. Previously, Fang Chen had given Ancestor Bronze 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones. Ancestor Bronze hadn't completely absorbed them yet, so he could absorb them this time. It was also at this moment that the void hammer above Protector Wu Xian's head completely materialized. However, at this moment, Protector Wu Xian let out a furious roar that reverberated throughout the entire floating tower. How could this be? Protector Wu Xian's voice was filled with anger. Fang Chen and the others looked over and were surprised to see that there was actually a fine crack on the void hammer above Protector Wu Xian's head. The most taboo thing to do when condensing in Dharma body was to have a crack. As long as a crack appeared, it meant that the condensed Dharma body wasn't the most perfect Dharma body. An imperfect Dharma body would always have a flaw. As long as a martial artist attacked the flaw of the Dharma body with all his might, it would cause great harm to the Dharma body. The pagoda spirit, who had been a little disappointed at first, suddenly smiled when it saw this scene. A crack? Haha, a crack has appeared in the Dharma body. Even the heavens are helping us. The tower spirit laughed wildly. As Protector Wu Xian roared, Luo Gong and the others stood up from the ground. Although they were injured, they still had the strength to fight. His Dharma body isn't perfect, so a crack has appeared. This is your last chance. Everyone, focus your attacks on the crack in his Dharma body, said the tower spirit excitedly. Attack! Ordered Fang Chen. Bearing the brunt of the attack, the hidden star sword fiercely stabbed out. A series of sword cries resounded throughout the floating tower. Behind Fang Chen was Xiahou Wu. He didn't even use his sword. His eyes were scarlet, and his fists were filled with terrifying killing intent as they smashed toward Protector Wu Xian. As for Luo Gong, Wang Bing, and the others, they all used their strongest technique. They knew that this was their last chance. Once Protector Wu Xian recovered, they would all die. Kill! A series of shouts resounded throughout the floating tower. Protector Wu Xian, who was in a rage, clenched his fists when he saw their attacks. He directly counterattacked. Instantly, everyone was embroiled in a chaotic battle. Xiahou Wu and I will be the main attackers. You guys support. Suddenly, Fang Chen roared. Although Protector Wu Xian's Dharma body wasn't perfect, his strength was still very strong. That was why Fang Chen said that. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Xiahou Wu's figure flashed. He walked side by side with Fang Chen and appeared in front of Protector Wu Xian. Then, he unleashed a fierce attack on Protector Wu Xian. Since you're looking for death, Then I'll let you die without a burial ground. Protector Wu Xian roared furiously. Bang! 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 Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu joined hands to fight Protector Wu Xian. Although the two of them were at a disadvantage, they were suppressed by Protector Wu Xian. However, just as Protector Wu Xian was busy attacking the two of them, Luo Gong and the others' attacks directly bombarded the cracks in the void hammer above Protector Wu Xian's head. Crack! The void hammer was originally incomparably sturdy. However, it had a weak point, and that was the cracks. When the attacks of Luo Gong and the others landed on the cracks, they instantly increased the number of cracks on the void hammer. Ah! Protector Wu Xian, who was attacking, let out a miserable cry. In the next instant, his eyes turned scarlet. He wanted to kill Luo Gong and the others. However, Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu stopped him in time. I'll kill you all. Protector Wu Xian's eyes turned scarlet as he roared furiously. Water-Fire Sword Technique, 8th level. At a certain moment, the golden heart in Fang Chen's body began to rapidly beat. Fang Chen felt that his mind was filled with boundless sword intent. In the next instant, Fang Chen discovered that he had instantly comprehended the 8th level of the Water-Fire Sword Technique. Now that the Water-Fire Sword Technique had reached the 8th level, Fang Chen's strength had once again increased. The hidden star sword was constantly brandished, and the power of the Water-Fire Sword Light had nearly doubled from before. Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu, who had originally been at a disadvantage, were relying on their efforts to gradually recover. He actually broke through in the middle of battle. In the sky, the tower spirit looked at Tainyo. Its eyes were filled with gratification. Tainyo was able to break through in the middle of battle, as expected of a cultivator who had received its master's inheritance. Originally, the tower spirit had been worried about Protector Wu Xian. However, at this moment it gradually relaxed. That was because the cracks on Protector Wu Xian's great void hammer had already become extremely large. It was on the verge of shattering. Once Protector Wu Xian's Dharma idol shattered, he would suffer a backlash. If it was light, he would be heavily injured. If it was heavy, he would die. Chapter 371. It could be said that Xiahou Wu and Fang Chen were the main force in attacking Protector Wu Xian. Ever since Xiahou Wu received the Death Qi inheritance, his entire body was filled with Death Qi. Within his blood, there was a monstrous bloodthirsty killing intent. When he went crazy, even Luo Gong and the others felt their hearts palpitating. This kind of martial artist, once he went crazy, his destructive power was too strong. As for Fang Chen, there was no need to talk about him. Before he received the inheritance, his strength was already stronger than Luo Gong, the head of the 9 young masters. Now that he had received the inheritance, his sword arts had a breakthrough, and his strength had increased again. In the eyes of Luo Gong and the others, Fang Chen's strength was already comparable to a martial marquis. When Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu gradually stabilized the situation, Luo Gong and the others also played a big role. Their full-strength attacks made the void hammer of Protector Wu Xian's Dharma idol crack bigger and bigger, until the void hammer was about to shatter. Ah! Protector Wu Xian looked up to the sky. He roared. He was unwilling. He was once the high and mighty protector of the Yellow Spring sect, and at his peak, his cultivation had reached the 9th level of the condensing reality realm. Not to mention the small Golden Guan nation, even in the Nanling Mountains, his power was at the top. At this moment, when he was condensing his Dharma power again, there should have been no mistakes, but such a big change had occurred. Even he did not know why there was a crack in his Dharma idol. When he discovered the crack, it meant that he was not a first-level condensing reality realm martial artist, and could only be considered a half-step condensing reality realm martial artist. Half-step condensing reality realm martial artist and condensing reality realm martial artist were only one step away, but he knew the difference between the two. half-step condensing reality realm martial artist's strength was at most comparable to the experts on the martial marquee list. The crack in his Dharma idol caused his cultivation to not reach the first level of the condensing reality realm. After a fierce battle, he felt that his Dharma idol was about to shatter. No, I can't accept this. I am the high and mighty protector of the Yellow Spring sect. How can I die in the hands of these little brats? Protector Wu Xian roared wildly in his heart. At this moment, Protector Wu Xian had the thought of retreating. As long as he hid in the dark space, even the tower spirit would not be able to do anything to him. Run! Protector Wu Xian furiously roared. The void hammer above his head instantly returned to his chi-si. After that, the wild aura around his body gathered on his fist. He fiercely punched toward Xiahou Wu and Fang Qin. Then, he threw out another punch at Luo Gong and the others. Just as everyone thought he was going to take them down with him, Protector Wu Xian leaped into the air and flew into the distance. Seeing this, the tower spirit was the first to react. He's trying to escape, the tower spirit shouted. In the next instant, Fang Chen's figure flashed and he immediately chased after them. Xiahou Wu, Luo Gong and the others also quickly caught up. You can't escape. Fang Chen looked at Protector Wu Xian in front of him and said coldly. Crash. In the process of chasing, Fang Chen suddenly brandished the hidden star sword in his hand. Suddenly, a wild sword light pierced directly towards Protector Wu Xian. Pucci Protector Wu Xian was in a hurry to escape. Caught off guard, he was directly hit by Fang Chen's sword light. Immediately, a lot of blood flowed out from his back. Protector Wu Xian was not in a hurry to heal his wounds. Instead, he used the rebound force this time to expand his body again. He directly pulled a large distance away from Fang Chen. I want to see where you can escape to in the floating tower. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at Protector Wu Xian coldly as he said. In the sky, the tower spirit saw Protector Wu Xian's escape route. His expression changed slightly and he shouted, "Stop him!" Hearing this, Fang Chen and the others all increased their speed, wanting to catch up to Protector Wu Xian. However, Protector Wu Xian had condensed a Dharma idol. Although it was not perfect, it was still not something they could compare to. In addition, Protector Wu Xian controlled his own speed. Fang Chen and the others were unable to stop him in time. Whoosh! When Protector Wu Xian's figure appeared on the ground, a sinister expression appeared on his face. One day, I'll make you regret what you've done today. Protector Wu Xian's icy voice entered the ears of Fang Chen and the others. By the time Fang Chen and the others arrived, Protector Wu Xian had already disappeared. Tai Niu, have you seen Protector Wu Xian? Fang Chen was the first to arrive. He stopped and looked around. Luo Gong and the others caught up and saw this scene. Fang Chen's expression was grave. He shook his head slightly. I chased him here, but he disappeared into thin air. Crash. Just at this moment, the tower spirit appeared. Back then, Protector Wu Xian and my master? During the battle, they took the opportunity to open up a small independent space here. He has been hiding here all these years, said the tower spirit. If he hides here, there's nothing I can do. Damn it. Xiahou Wu's eyes were scarlet red. He was incomparably bloodthirsty as he cursed. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded. Senior, can you continue to trap him? Hearing Fang Chen's words, everyone looked at the tower spirit. This was what they were most concerned about. If the tower was unable to control Protector Wu Xian and he escaped from the Golden Crown country, it would be a disaster for the entire ancient sword continent. Hearing this, the tower spirit nodded. However, its expression was a bit ugly. If my master's inheritance was still here, I could easily trap him. But now that my master's inheritance has been obtained by Tai Niu, I can only trap him for a period of time. How long? Asked Fang Chen with a frown. At most a year, said the tower spirit. Fang Chen nodded. Too many things had happened in a year. Perhaps after a year, Fang Chen's strength would have already reached the condensing reality realm. Luo Gong and the others' faces were also filled with helplessness. But right now there was nothing they could do. In the end, the tower spirit communicated with everyone for a while and said, "The divine illusion space is about to close. I'll open the tower and let you out." "Thank you, Senior." Luo Gong and the others cupped their hands. After this battle, the relationship between Luo Gong and the others had clearly improved. At the very least, Wang Bing and the others didn't have the slightest bit of hatred for Fang Chen. The ancient sword continent was a world where the strong were respected. Tai Nyo's strength was so great that they had to look up to him. They had acknowledged him. Crash. The tower spirit's entrance opened and everyone walked out. Fang Chen was the last. Just as he was about to step out, the tower spirit's voice suddenly rang in Fang Chen's ears. "Tai Nyo, my old master once said that anyone who could obtain his inheritance would be my new master. So, from now on, I will always follow you." The tower spirit looked at Fang Chen and smiled. Fang Chen was startled. Before he could say anything, he discovered that he had already appeared outside the tower. At this moment, there wasn't a single person on the plains below the tower. A few days ago, the disciples of a large sect had all left the divine illusion space after cultivating. In the entire divine illusion space, only Fang Chen and the others were left. "Brother Tai Nyo, I, Wang Bing, have wronged you before. But from now on you are my friend." Wang Bing was the first to walk towards Fang Chen and said with a smile. Fang Chen smiled and nodded. At this moment, Yang Shuo also walked in front of Fang Chen and said, "Tai Nyo, from now on, my flying immortal pavilion has no enmity with you. Yang Fan's death was his fault. It's not your fault. Tai Nyo, I will definitely catch up to you." Luo Gong looked at Fang Chen and said solemnly. Behind Luo Gong, Luo Liuli, who was wearing a red dress, blushed when she looked at Fang Chen. In the end, everyone bid farewell to Fang Chen and left. In the blink of an eye, the only ones left in the divine illusion space were Jian Feng, Fang Chen, and Xiahou Wu. At this time, Fang Chen finally revealed his identity. He looked at Jian Feng and cupped his hand. "Senior apprentice brother Jian Feng. You are?" Jian Feng was a bit puzzled. "Senior apprentice brother Jian Feng, he is Fang Chen," said Xiahou Wu. "What? You're Fang Chen?" Jian Feng's heart was filled with shock when he heard Xiahou Wu's words. Before entering the divine illusion space, Fang Chen's cultivation base had been the lowest amongst the 20 disciples of the Sword Reverence sect. He hadn't expected that in just half a year, Fang Chen's cultivation base would reach a level comparable to a martial marquis. "Are you really Fang Chen?" Jian Feng couldn't believe it and asked again. "Absolutely," said Fang Chen. As he spoke, Fang Chen's appearance returned to normal. Seeing Fang Chen's face, Jian Feng was incomparably excited. "Let's leave first," said Xiahou Wu. Just as the three of them left, the floating tower began to shrink until it was the size of a palm. It noiselessly entered Fang Chen's spatial ring. After half a year, the divine illusion space finally came to an end. On this day, the entire Golden Crown Nation was bustling with noise and excitement. The disciples of the various large sects had all returned to their sects. The most eye-catching ones were the 9 princes. Their strength had all increased greatly. Of course, the ordinary disciples had also benefited greatly. As for the most dazzling Tai Nyo, Luo Gong and the others didn't mention him. Many people didn't even know of his existence. Following the closure of the divine illusion space, the first thing the disciples of the various large sects did upon returning to their sects was to inform the higher-ups that the Iron Sword sect, the Grand Immortal sect, and the Sea Cloud sect had colluded with the Yellow Spring sect. This news instantly spread throughout the Golden Crown Nation. The 2-star sects led by the Luo family were all infuriated. Even the Golden Crown Nation's imperial family was infuriated. They all began to denounce the 3 2-star sects. They even began to join hands to exterminate the 3 2-star sects. At this time, Jian Feng and the others who were rushing to Jianzhou City learned of a nightmare. Not long after they had entered the divine illusion space, the Sword Reverence sect had been destroyed by a mysterious expert leading 5 martial marquises. Chapter 372. The Sword Reverence sect had been destroyed by a mysterious expert leading 5 martial marquises. Their sect master, Tian Jianzi, had escaped with heavy injuries, his whereabouts unknown. All the disciples of the Sword Reverence sect had been annihilated. The Sword Reverence sect, one of the 9 great 2-star sects of the Golden Crown Nation, had vanished just like that, becoming history. At that time, this matter had shaken the entire Golden Crown Nation. All the 2-star sects had been shocked. As a 2-star sect, its foundation was extraordinary. To be able to destroy a 2-star sect with the flip of a hand, this mysterious figure had to be a condensing reality realm expert. Moreover, he had to be a peak expert in the condensing reality realm. As a 2-star sect, not to mention the Golden Crown Nation, even in the southern mountain range, it could be considered a huge sect. Every 2-star sect had gone through the baptism of time. Within their sect, they had a foundation that other smaller sects couldn't compare to. Once a 2-star sect was destroyed, their foundation would instantly erupt. Therefore, under normal circumstances, a 2-star sect wouldn't be destroyed unless they provoked a 3-star sect. However, in the entire southern mountain range, there wasn't a single 3-star sect. The strongest was only a peak 2-star sect. The strength of a 3-star sect wasn't something an ordinary person could imagine. It could be said that even if the 9 great 2-star sects of the Golden Crown Nation joined forces, they still wouldn't be a match for a 3-star sect. Of the 9 great 2-star sects of the Golden Crown Nation, 6 of them had joined forces, preparing to encircle the Iron Sword sect, the Great Immortal sect, and the Sea Cloud sect. Fang Chen's group of 3 felt as if they had been struck by lightning. The Sword Reverence sect has been destroyed. Fang Chen asked as he looked at Xiahou Wu and Jian Feng in disbelief. I don't believe it. The Sword Reverence sect is a 2-star sect. How can it be destroyed? Jian Feng was a bit crazy. He couldn't accept this fact. Let's go to the Sword Continent City. Xiahou Wu's bloodthirsty killing intent filled the air. His eyes were scarlet. We definitely have to go to Sword State City. However, before we go, we have to change our appearances. Fang Chen tried his best to calm down as he analyzed the situation. If the Sword Reverence sect is really as rumored, led by a mysterious expert and completely destroyed by 5 martial marquises, they must want all the disciples of the Sword Reverence sect to die. If we reveal our identities, we will definitely be hunted down by them. Fang Chen continued. As long as we are alive, there is hope to rebuild the Sword Reverence sect. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Xiahou Wu and Jian Feng heavily nodded. Not long after, the 3 of them quickly headed towards Jianzhou City. The Sword State City, as one of the 9 super cities of the Golden Crown country, was originally under the protection of the Sword Reverence sect, so the Sword State City was very peaceful. However, half a year ago, the Sword Reverence sect was annihilated, leaving the Sword Continent City without a leader. Every sect wanted to dominate the Sword Continent City. With the passage of time, every sect started a war, wanting to gain control of the Sword State City. If this continued, the entire Sword State City would become incomparably chaotic. Fortunately, the Luo family's branch had the support of the Luo family's headquarters in the imperial capital, so they were able to stabilize the situation for the time being. However, from time to time, there would be a sect attacking the Luo family's branch in the Sword State City. The Azure Sea sect was a 1-star sect in the Sword State City. Originally, their strength was similar to the Luo family's branch. After the destruction of the Sword Reverence sect, the Sword State City was like a group of dragons without a leader. The Azure Sea sect believed that this was their chance to rise. Once they gained complete control of the Sword Reverence sect, their Azure Sea sect would definitely become a new 2-star sect, overseeing the Sword State City. However, the Luo family's branch was very strong. Not long after, they completely controlled the Sword State City. Naturally, the Azure Sea sect refused to accept this. From time to time, they would attack the Luo family's territory, and even openly challenge them. At this moment, on a certain street in the Sword State City, the disciples of the Luo family's branch and the Azure Sea sect's disciples were having a conflict. "Humph, aren't you relying on the Luo family's headquarters? If it weren't for the Luo family's headquarters, our Azure Sea sect would have already destroyed your Luo family's branch." A green-robed disciple of the Azure Sea sect sneered and said, "Now, the overlord of the Sword State City is our Luo family's branch. Your Azure Sea sect has repeatedly provoked us. You are courting death." A disciple of the Luo family's branch did not say anything and directly launched a fierce attack. Suddenly, the two sides fell into a chaotic battle. This scene was seen by Fang Chen and the other two who had just entered the Sword State City. They saw this scene and slightly shook their heads. "Don't worry about them. Let's go to the Reverend's Sword Peak and have a look," Fang Chen said in a low voice. "All right." Xia Houwu restrained his bloodthirsty killing intent and the scarlet color in his eyes quickly disappeared. He then quickly followed Fang Chen. On the street there was chaos. The two sides were constantly fighting fiercely. No one was willing to retreat. The surrounding warriors were watching the show. Fang Chen and the other two quickly followed the street, wanting to go to the Reverend's Sword Peak. Originally, the three of them didn't intend to get involved in this matter. However, just as the three of them bypassed the two sides of the battle and were about to continue moving forward, a disciple of the Azure Sea sect was suddenly punched by a disciple of the Luo family's branch. His body flew out and directly hit Fang Chen. Bang! The disciple hit Fang Chen. Not only did he not knock down Fang Chen, but he was also sent flying. Originally, the disciple of the Azure Sea sect was sent flying. He had a belly full of anger, but now he was furious. "Boy, are you blind?" The disciple of the Azure Sea sect stood up and angrily looked at Fang Chen and roared. Fang Chen and the other two ignored the anger of the disciple of the Azure Sea sect and continued moving forward. His words were ignored by the three of them. The disciple of the Azure Sea sect was furious. He was defeated by a disciple of the Luo family, but now he was ignored by a nobody. Courting death. The disciple of the Azure Sea sect was furious. He roared and directly launched a fierce attack on Fang Chen's back. Xiu Fang Chen, who was walking, suddenly sensed a powerful force coming from behind him. A trace of killing intent flashed across his eyes. Immediately, he turned around and threw out a punch. Bang! The disciple of the Azure Sea sect was instantly sent flying by Fang Chen's punch. He fell to the ground and vomited blood. His face was pale and his aura was weak. Crash! Fang Chen's action instantly caused the two sides to stop fighting. The disciple of the Azure Sea sect turned his head to look at Fang Chen. His eyes flashed with killing intent and he said, "Boy, you dare to attack a disciple of my Azure Sea sect?" The disciples of the Luo family saw this and naturally came to watch the show. In an instant, the eyes of the entire street were focused on Fang Chen and the other two. "So what if I attack a disciple of your Azure Sea sect?" Before Fang Chen could speak, Xiahou Wu could not bear it and directly roared. "You dare to talk to me like that?" The disciple of the Azure Sea sect thought that the three of them were just ordinary disciples. They actually dared to talk to him like that. They really deserved to die. "If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will directly kill you," Xiahou Wu roared with scarlet eyes. His words directly intimidated the disciples of the Azure Sea sect. All the warriors were stunned. Now in Jianzhou City, there was actually someone who dared to talk to a disciple of the Azure Sea sect like that. "Let's go." Fang Chen did not want to complicate matters and said in a low voice. Then, the three of them continued to move forward. At this time, the disciple of the Azure Sea sect reacted. The disciple of the Azure Sea sect was full of anger. He roared, "I will kill you." While speaking, he launched a fierce attack on Fang Chen and the other two. However, his attack did not even touch the three of them before his body was sent flying. Crack! The leader of the younger generation of the Azure Sea sect was killed by a nobody with a single punch. Seeing the disciple of the Azure Sea sect lying on the ground and losing his vitality, even the disciples of the Luo family were incomparably shocked. Killed by a single punch. All the warriors' hearts were filled with shock. The one who had attacked was Xiahou Wu. His eyes were scarlet. He glanced at the disciples of the Azure Sea sect and then turned to leave. Looking at the backs of the three people leaving, the disciples of the Azure Sea sect did not dare to make a sound. After a long time, the disciples of the Azure Sea sect reacted. They took the corpse of the dead disciple and quickly disappeared from the street. Quickly go and report to the head of the family that a mysterious expert has appeared in Jianzhou City. A disciple of the Luo family said with a dignified expression. Fang Chen and the other two arrived in front of the Reverend's sword peak without any hindrance. When they saw the huge sword on the Reverend's sword peak, their hearts were filled with sorrow. At the same time, their eyes were filled with killing intent. This enmity must be avenged. Xiahou Wu roared with scarlet eyes. Who the hell is it? Jian Feng roared. After the destruction of the Reverend's sword sect, a huge sword had been inserted on the Reverend's sword peak. This huge sword guarded the ruins of the Reverend's sword sect. No one could take half a step onto the Reverend's sword peak. Because of this, many cultivators of Jianzhou City had been attracted to this place. At this time, not far from the Reverend's sword peak, there were many cultivators gathered. They were looking at the huge sword and discussing it. It's said that this huge sword is the foundation of the Reverend's sword sect. After the destruction of the Reverend's sword sect, it has been guarding the Reverend's sword sect. That battle back then was truly world-shaking. A mysterious expert actually led 5 martial marquises to appear. The Reverend's sword sect didn't even have a chance to fight back. Yeah, no one can guess who that mysterious expert is. But to be able to command 5 martial marquises, he definitely isn't an ordinary person. Let's not talk about that mysterious expert. Just those 5 martial marquises are all powerful experts. The weakest of them is the 30th ranked martial marquis, the illusory Yin martial marquis. As for the other 4, there's no need to even talk about them. The absolute heaven martial marquis, the vanquishing wind martial marquis, the dragonarm martial marquis, and the withered wood martial marquis. Just thinking about it is enough to shock me. Not too long ago, I heard that the Reverend's sword sect's disciples that entered the divine illusion space were also exterminated. The Reverend's sword sect is truly pitiful. Many cultivators were discussing spiritedly. As for Fang Chen and the other 2 not too far away, they clenched their fists in fury. 5 martial marquises. Fang Chen deeply remembered the names of those 5 martial marquises. There would be a day when he would personally avenge the Reverend's sword sect. Chapter 373. The towering sword contained an extremely wild sword intent that enveloped the entire Reverend's sword peak. No one was able to take a single step closer to it. All the spectators gathered at the foot of the Reverend's sword peak, gazing at the gigantic sword from afar. This gigantic sword was the foundation of the 2-star Reverend's sword sect. Even if the Reverend's sword sect was reduced to ruins, this gigantic sword would still protect the sect. Fang Chen and the other 2 were infuriated when they heard the crowd's discussion. Just as Xiahou Wu was speaking with Jian Feng, Fang Chen suddenly took a step forward and entered the sword Reverend's peak under the gazes of the crowd. Look, someone's entered the Reverend's sword peak. Who is it? He's so young. Could he be a remnant of the Reverend's sword sect? Impossible. The Reverend's sword sect's disciples in the divine illusion space are all dead except for Xiahou Wu and Jian Feng. This person clearly isn't one of them. What is he doing? Could it be that he wants to enter the Reverend's sword peak? Seeing Fang Chen walk into the Reverend's sword peak, Many of the spectators were shocked. Even Jian Feng and Xiahou Wu were shocked. They had tried to enter the Reverend's sword peak, but even with their strength, they were unable to do so. So how had Fang Chen managed to do so? The golden heart in Fang Chen's body was rapidly beating. Before Fang Chen had entered the Reverend's sword peak, he had personally communicated with the golden heart. "Help me enter the Reverend's sword peak." This was what Fang Chen had personally said to the golden heart. Although he didn't know if the golden heart could hear him, Fang Chen still stepped forward. However, the result was just as Fang Chen had guessed. The golden heart could help him enter the Reverend's sword peak. The instant Fang Chen entered the Reverend's sword peak, the huge sword stabbed into the Reverend's sword peak suddenly began to tremble. The humming of the sword resounded throughout the entire sword prefecture city. "The huge sword is trembling, it's humming. What's going on? Could it be that this is all caused by that brat? Heavens, why is it that no one can enter the Reverend's sword peak except for this brat? Could it be that he's hiding some secret?" Many martial artists were shocked when they saw the changes in the giant sword. At this moment, Fang Chen was walking up the Reverend's sword peak step by step. With every step he took, he could feel the pressure from the giant sword getting heavier and heavier. However, the invisible aura emanating from the golden heart around his body grew stronger and stronger. In the end, Fang Chen was shocked to find that the golden heart was wildly absorbing the sword intent emanating from the giant sword. The giant sword on the sword Reverend's peak emitted a series of sword cries that were filled with sorrow. Step by step, Fang Chen ascended the Reverend's sword peak. When he reached the peak, he stood directly in front of the giant sword. The greatsword was huge, much taller than Fang Chen. Standing under the greatsword, Fang Chen looked like an ant. At this moment, the giant sword had already stopped trembling. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the giant sword actually tilted towards Fang Chen. As for Fang Chen, he slowly extended his hand, as if he was going to grab the giant sword. Is he going to pull out the giant sword? All the martial artists were shocked. Crash! After about a minute, the golden heart in Fang Chen's body started beating rapidly. The invisible aura around him became extremely dense. This invisible aura caused Fang Chen to hallucinate. Fang Chen realized that the golden heart had transformed into a giant golden sword. It looked as if it was going to tear the sky apart as it lay quietly in the position of his heart. Just as the giant sword was about to fall towards him, the giant golden sword in his heart suddenly shot out a terrifying golden light. Fang Chen dared to guarantee that this golden light was the strongest golden light he had seen since coming to the ancient sword continent. The power of this golden light was many times stronger than any marquee that Fang Chen had seen before. Crack! This golden light flashed and disappeared, directly entering the giant sword. At this time, Fang Chen grasped the giant sword with his hand. Crash! The moment Fang Chen grasped the giant sword, his hallucinations disappeared. In the next moment, he realized that the golden heart was still lying quietly in his body, without any changes. Was it an illusion? Fang Chen thought to himself. At this moment, Fang Chen fell into a state of confusion. When he was on Earth, he saw a giant golden sword that tore the sky apart and pierced his body, causing him to transmigrate to the ancient sword continent. His heart had also turned into a golden heart. Although he had never understood what the golden heart was, his intuition told him that the golden heart was related to the giant golden sword. In the time that followed, Fang Chen gradually came to know that the golden heart could help him comprehend the sword Dao, allowing him to cultivate the sword Dao faster. Of course, this wasn't all the golden heart could do. Right now, the Reverend's sword peak was guarded by the giant sword, and no one could approach it. But with the help of the golden heart, not only did he approach the Reverend's sword peak, but he also grasped the giant sword. The giant sword was 10 meters long, and Fang Chen needed both hands to barely grasp the hilt of the giant sword. The moment Fang Chen grasped the hilt of the giant sword, a trace of information entered Fang Chen's mind. Sect Guardian Sword. It was only at this moment that Fang Chen realized that this giant sword was the Sect Guardian Sword of the Sword Reverence Sect. The moment he grasped the giant sword acknowledged him. As the Sect Guardian Sword of the Sword Reverence Sect, you have protected the Sword Reverence Sect for generations. Now that the Sword Reverence Sect has been destroyed, are you willing to kill the enemy with me? Fang Chen's voice was heavy and powerful as he spoke to the giant sword. Buzz the giant sword trembled and emitted a sword cry. In the next instant, Fang Chen discovered that the originally incomparably heavy giant sword was actually incomparably light. Alright, from now on, you and I will fight side by side. We will avenge the Sword Reverence Sect together. Fang Chen heavily nodded his head. Buzz the giant sword seemed to laugh in joy when it heard this. Its body emitted a wild aura that instantly filled the entire Reverence Sword Peak. Everything that happened on the Reverence Sword Peak was clearly seen by all the cultivators below. Especially the moment when Fang Chen grasped the giant sword, they were incomparably shocked. Who is it? How can he wield the Sword Reverence Sect's giant sword? Heavens, what did I just see? A godlike man ascended the Reverence Sword Peak with a giant sword in his hand, shaking the heavens and earth. Could it be that the giant sword wants to borrow his hand to avenge the Sword Reverence Sect? The shock in many disciples' hearts could no longer be described with words. Even Jian Feng and Xiahou Wu, who were also from the Sword Reverence Sect, were incomparably shocked. After a long time, Jian Feng slightly shook his head and said, Junior Fang is indeed worthy of being called the Heavenly Sword Son of our Sword Reverence Sect. Only he is qualified to wield the giant sword and avenge the Sword Reverence Sect. Although we are not as good as Fang Chen, we must avenge the Sword Reverence Sect. Xiahou Wu's eyes were scarlet red as he said. At this moment, on the Reverence Sword Peak, Fang Chen was holding a 10-meter-long giant sword in his hand. He raised his head and roared, waving the giant sword fiercely towards the sky. Whoosh! A shocking sword light instantly emitted from the giant sword, causing the entire Jianzhou city to tremble. In the Jianzhou city, within the Azure Sea Sect, the Azure Sea Sect's upper echelons were discussing how to deal with the Luo family's branch. Sect Master, the Luo family's branch, is relying on the support of the Luo family's headquarters. They are acting unscrupulously, not putting the Azure Sea Sect in their eyes. An elder said, That's right, Sect Master, we must take action. Otherwise, when the Luo family's branch completely controls the Jianzhou city, our Azure Sea Sect will be suppressed by them for generations. Another elder said, That's right, we can create a palace. Let's have all the experts of the Golden Crown country resist the Luo family's actions. The 9 great cities of the Golden Crown country, each of them should have a 2-star sect. Now that the Sword Reverence Sect of Jianzhou City has been destroyed, the Luo family's branch wants to compete for the overlord of Jianzhou City. This matter, the other sects of the Golden Crown country will certainly not agree. They are not willing to see the Luo family controlling 2 cities at the same time. This will arouse public anger. Sect Master, say something. Seeing that several elders were excited, the Sect Master of the Azure Sea Sect nodded slightly and said, You are right, the other sects of the Golden Crown country certainly do not want to see the Luo family controlling 2 cities at the same time. At this step, we have a great advantage. After a slight pause, the Sect Master of the Azure Sea Sect opened his mouth again and said, Moreover, I have absolute confidence that we can defeat the Luo family's branch and make our Azure Sea Sect the overlord of Jianzhou City. Crash! As soon as the voice of the Azure Sea Sect's Sect Master fell, a somewhat substantial tiger suddenly appeared in the air above his head. Roar! This tiger, looking up to the sky? With a roar, it emitted a wild aura. Seeing this, many elders were overjoyed. Sect Master, you have reached the half-step condensing reality realm. Hearing this, the Sect Master of the Azure Sea Sect nodded and said, If I reach the condensing reality realm, Our Azure Sea sect will be promoted to a 2-star sect. At that time, the Luo family's branch will not be able to fight with us. Many elders suddenly realized that the sect master had already thought about everything. They were too anxious. Ha ha! Many elders burst into laughter. However, at this moment, a shocking aura suddenly spread into the Azure Sea sect. What is this? The elders of the Azure Sea sect frowned and asked doubtfully. What a strong aura! The sect master of the Azure Sea sect was also surprised. After a while, the Azure Sea sect was shocked. They learned that someone had stepped onto the Reverend's sword peak, holding a giant sword and looking up to the sky. Roar! What? Someone stepped onto the Reverend's sword peak, holding a giant sword and looking up to the sky? Roar! The elders of the Azure Sea sect were shocked. Then, they rushed towards the Reverend's sword peak. At this time, more and more warriors were gathering at the foot of the Reverend's sword peak. They were all attracted by the shocking sword light. On the Reverend's sword peak, golden light surrounded the body of a young man holding a giant sword.